Chapter 45-26. As Yi Xian silently activated the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape within his body to the 9th transformation, everything within the life star beneath his feet was instantly stored in his mind. In practically an instant, Yi Xian had already locked onto the position of the strongest person in this life star. It was a vast valley sandwiched in the middle by 3 huge peaks. This space-raging ape with the power of a 6th-level universe master really knew how to enjoy life. It was like spring all year round in this valley, and on its left, right, and back were towering mountains with countless spirit fruits. One could enjoy them at any time with a wave of the hand. And in front of the last valley, there was a vast sea. Although the ocean was undulating, there was not a single space beast to be seen, both on the surface and under the water. Obviously, this expanse of sea was used by this formidable violent ape to admire the scenery. As a star-sky violent ape with a violent temper, this fellow had rather refined interests, and the places it chose for its lair were all valleys with a seascape, and it was truly beautiful and pleasing to the eye. Unfortunately, all this was meaningless, because he had been targeted by Yi Xian today, and he was destined to die here. Although the current Yi Xian was only 30 meters tall, he had given up on his enormous body of 60 million kilometers. It could be said that his boundless vital energy and blood had the effect of increasing his cultivation by 1 level. Even so, on the surface, he was only a 3rd-level undying emperor, but the power surging within his body was still at the terrifying 2nd-level universe supreme level. Compared to this 6th-level universe master raging ape, who had not even reached the late-stage universe master level, he was much stronger. He only needed 1 strike to kill his opponent instantly. After retracting his spirit consciousness and making sure everything was normal, Yi Xian immediately made the decision to take action. Xiao. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, Yi Xian disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye. Almost at the same time, when he reappeared, he was already in the valley with a view of the ocean. The valley was vast, and there were no other ferocious beasts inside, not even a raging ape. There was only one blood-maned raging ape that was 300 meters tall, and it was taking a nap in the depths of the valley. This blood-maned berserk ape, whose entire body was like blood, was Yi Xian's target. It was a powerful existence that was overseeing the life star beneath his feet and had reached the 6th level of the universe master level. Although Yi Xian had perfectly concealed the power of a 2nd-level universe supreme level in his body with the perfect vibration of his spiritual power, he still showed the power of an undying emperor on the surface in order not to attract attention. This level of power was not concealed at all. Therefore, the blood-maned raging ape, who was taking a nap in the depths of the valley, immediately sensed his arrival. However, it obviously sensed the bloodline of the raging ape in Yi Xian's body, so it was not alarmed. It didn't even care. It didn't even open its eyes, as it was still taking a nap. After all, in this life star, it was the ancestor of the raging ape race. Since he was an ancestor, how could he possibly have any so-called vigilance towards an ant-like junior of the same clan? However, although it wasn't alarmed, this powerful raging ape, who obviously liked peace and quiet, was obviously dissatisfied with the sudden arrival of Yi Xian, who was only an emperor-level undying, who was like an ant. His figure didn't move, and he was still leaning against the huge green stone that was like a throne, pretending to sleep. He didn't even open his eyes, but a voice filled with dissatisfaction instantly spread out and resounded in this vast valley. "Little brat, you're already an emperor-level undying, yet you still don't know my rules? Scram, go to the space above the ape sea and self-destruct." Even though they were of the same race, space beasts rarely cared about blood ties. What's more, there were too many space berserk apes here. Any random emperor-level space berserk ape, even if it had blood ties with him, would be extremely insignificant. Weak. Perhaps it was because of this reason that the blood-maned berserk ape sitting on the azure lustrous stone throne didn't have the slightest bit of pity for the clan's younger generation that had suddenly arrived and disturbed its rest. For such a small matter, it actually wanted Yi Xian to self-destruct, and he couldn't even do it here, in case he dirted the place. He had to go to the sky above the ape sea outside the valley to self-destruct. He already wanted someone to die, yet he still wanted him to go to the designated place and commit suicide. Without a doubt, this raging ape was not only cold-blooded, but also extremely cruel. Even Yi Xian couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing that you're a raging ape, this Star Master felt a little uncomfortable, but now it seems that you only have yourself to blame. You deserve to die. As the words that were filled with endless disdain came out of its mouth, the violent ape's shoulders shook, and its figure instantly disappeared from its original spot. When it reappeared, it was already inside the valley. It was only a few meters away from the blood-mane violent ape that was taking a nap on the green lustrous stone throne. Only 5 kilometers, you. At this moment, the raging ape finally realized that something was wrong, and its eyes that had been closed tightly suddenly opened, and 2 rays of blood-red light shot out from them as it glared at Yi Xian. Moreover, a strand of extremely powerful and terrifying aura instantly effused out from within its body, and it enveloped the planet beneath its feet in the blink of an eye. It caused the countless ferocious beasts in the other areas of the valley to lie prostrate on the ground in fear and shiver. Unfortunately, that was all. Even though it had realized that there was something wrong with Yi Xian, it didn't have the chance to make a move at all. Bang! There was no suspense in what happened next, and an enormous rumble resounded from the valley. As the raging ape's figure shook, it directly smashed its fist forward. The raging ape didn't even have the chance to wail before its enormous body instantly exploded with a bang. In an instant, its body that was only around 300 m tall had completely exploded into a dazzling mist of blood that spread out. Swish! After it finished all of this, the raging ape waved its hand at the first possible moment, and an extremely powerful and invisible force swept out from its body and enveloped the entire valley. The boundless mist of blood that had just spread out was swept over and absorbed into its body, and then it was immediately sent into the farmer god cauldron by Yi Xian to start the refinement of blood essence. At the same time, there was even a strand of the raging ape's soul within the spreading mist of blood, and it was directly absorbed by Yi Xian before he immediately started to search its soul. After a short few breaths of time, Yi Xian opened his eyes once more, and bright light flickered within them without end. Even though it was merely a strand of soul and didn't obtain much information from the search, Yi Xian still didn't know much about the situation in the ferocious mosquito-forbidden area. But at the very least, he had a sufficient understanding of the raging ape that he'd just killed. Chapter 45-27. After killing the blood-mane raging ape with one punch, Yi Xian gained another drop of blood essence from Universe Master. However, he didn't care about it anymore. Ape Demon King was the name of this blood-mane raging ape. In fact, he wasn't just the most powerful being on the planet he was standing on. Within a radius of 10 billion miles, there were dozens of life stars, and he was the leader. Of course, within these dozens of life stars, there were other Universe Masters and Universe Knights. Among them, there were 3 Universe Masters, all of whom were 2 stars of this level. As for the Universe Knights, there were 10, and their cultivation levels ranged from level 1 to level 9 complete. It could be said that Yi Xian was quite lucky this time. He had randomly picked a life planet, and it was the best target. After sighing inwardly, he quickly transformed his body to a height of 1,000 feet. As he was originally in the form of a raging ape, he didn't need to change anything else. He only changed the ape mane on the surface of his body to the color of blood. This way, he looked exactly like the blood-mane raging ape he had just killed. Of course, there was also the cultivation level. Yi Xian's original cultivation level was at level 1 Universe Master. After activating the 9 Devil Ape Changes bloodline within him, he became a level 2 Universe Master. Now, he needed to reach the power of a 6th level Universe Master to activate the bloodline technique of 9 Devil Ape to the 4th transformation. After all this was done, Yi Xian was no different from the blood-mane raging ape from before in terms of body size, appearance, cultivation level, and even the aura of the raging ape changes bloodline. Although other Universe Masters, such as those from the Bug Clan, could also transform into this form, they couldn't withstand detection, and the great beings of the primordial era could still see some clues. However, this problem didn't exist for Yi Xian at all. He had the raging ape changes bloodline within him, so everything was very real. After everything was done, Yi Xian lowered his head and looked at himself. Everything was flawless, without a single flaw. At this moment, his heart, which had been in his throat all this time, finally settled down completely. As his heartstrings relaxed, even his state of mind subconsciously improved a little. After a long period of high tension, it was understandable that his heartstrings would suddenly relax. However, to Yi Xian, this was a pleasant surprise. This was because the improvement of his mental state meant that his opportunity to make another breakthrough had arrived. "That's good," said Luo Feng. "I'm only a first-level Universe Master now. The sooner I break through to the 9th-level Universe Master level, the sooner I become a Universe Supreme Master, the sooner I can become a Universe Supreme Master. The 9th transformation of 9 changes of Demon Ape will allow me to possess the power of a great being from the primordial era. Combat power. In this way, even in this forbidden mosquito ground, there is no need to be overly cautious. Even if I still keep a low profile and be careful, at least, my confidence is completely different." At this point, Yi Xian didn't say anything else. He suddenly decided to take advantage of this opportunity to start another round of closed-door cultivation and break through to become a second-level Universe Master. Swish. After making his decision, Yi Xian's figure flashed and directly entered a huge cave at the bottom of the mountain behind the valley. This was obviously the place where the blood mana ape was in seclusion. However, it had now fallen into Yi Xian's hands. The space inside was very large, and there were many top-grade treasures, medicines, and equipment refinement materials. After all, the blood mana ape was a 6th-level Universe Master and was only one step away from becoming a late-stage Universe Master. It was still very rich. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian waved his hand and swept up all the treasures, keeping them in his undying world. Then he waved his hand and sealed the cave entrance. After setting up layers of isolation seals, he took out the Farmer God Cauldron. Of course, it was a smaller version. Shape. Swish, swish, swish. With a step, Yi Xian entered the mouth of the Farmer God Cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. Then he waved his hand, and in an instant, the sound of air breaking rang out. Rays of light shot out and hovered in front of him. They were all cultivation resources he took out from his undying world. Origin. Including the blood essence of Universe Master that he had obtained from killing the blood mana ape. He also took it out and prepared to consume it as a cultivation resource. This way, he could guarantee a smooth breakthrough. In any case, he already had enough level 27 Supreme Pills, 14 of them, so he didn't need to store the blood essence for the time being. Very soon, Yi Xian activated the power of the Farmer God Cauldron's domain and compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed them into his stomach. Hualala, as expected, the sound of chains covering the sky and earth instantly rang out in his body. However, this time, there was still only one shackle that appeared. Yi Xian concentrated and activated the large river of energy that had just formed in his body. He began to circulate it in his 100 meridians, accumulating power. A heart-wrenching pain instantly engulfed his entire body and mind, but to Yi Xian, it was still nothing. He had long since gotten used to it. Time slowly passed. Under Yi Xian's wholehearted attention and full circulation, this time, it only took him about a day and a half to completely refine the large river of energy in his body. Yi Xian only had to attack once, and this incomparably thick shackle had already broken. When this shackle was completely broken, the anticipated system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind very quickly. Ding! Congratulations, host, on a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm, 2nd level Universe Master. Ding! Congratulations, host, on a breakthrough in the realm of the physical body's blood essence. Current realm, 2nd level Universe Master. 2nd level Universe Master. This breakthrough had undoubtedly caused Yi Xian's combat power to soar again. Previously, his original body's power had been at the 1st level Universe Master level. Once he activated the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, he could climb to the 2nd level Universe Master level. And if he used the 9 demon ape transformations again and reached the 9th transformation, his combat power would immediately soar to the 2nd level Universe Supreme level. But now, with the completion of this breakthrough, Yi Xian's power would instantly reach the 3rd level Universe Master level after activating the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape. If he used the bloodline power of the 9 demon ape transformations again, he would directly enter the 9th transformation. His power would reach the 3rd level Universe Supreme level. This was already the pinnacle of the initial stage of this level. If he went one step further, he would be able to step into the intermediate stage of the Universe Supreme level. In fact, if one were to include the terrifying power of blood and energy in his enormous body under the 9th transformation of the violent ape, Yi Xian's true combat power would basically be comparable to that of a 4th-level Universe Supreme level. In other words, at this point, any initial stage Universe Supreme level who encountered him would end up dying or fleeing in a sorry state. Even if it was an intermediate stage Universe Supreme level, whether it was a 5th level or 6th level Universe Supreme level, Yi Xian could already fight head-on and ensure that he would not be defeated. Chapter 45-28. In just 1.5 days, Yi Xian successfully made another breakthrough. Now, his cultivation level had reached the level of a 2nd-stage Universe Master. If he were to perform the 9th transformation of the bloodline technique of 9 Demon Ape, he would instantly possess the terrifying combat power of a 3rd-stage Universe Supreme Master. Xiu. After calming down, Yi Xian waved his hand and stood up. He walked out of the entrance of the Shun Gnome Cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, he put the Shun Gnome Cauldron into his body. Immediately after, he removed all the layers of isolation restrictions that had been set up previously. After opening the cave, Yi Xian stepped out. The aura of a 7th-stage Universe Master in his body was instantly activated to the maximum. Howl. After walking out of the cave on the mountain wall and into the valley outside, Yi Xian raised his head and let out a ferocious roar. He was filled with boundless joy. Since he had made a breakthrough, he should let the outside world know. At this moment, as the powerful aura of a 7th-stage Universe Master in his body completely spread out, the star beneath his feet trembled slightly. Countless space beasts within the star all prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear. At the same time, light exclamations of surprise resounded throughout the star from time to time, and they revealed joy and excitement. Their ape demon emperor had finally made a breakthrough. From a 6th-stage Universe Master to a 7th-stage Universe Master, he had become a powerful late-stage Universe Master. This was naturally something to be happy about. Yi Xian was extremely satisfied with such an effect. However, after letting out a roar, he ignored them and sat down on the green lustrous stone throne in the valley. He was thinking about his next move. Although he had successfully obtained the identity of the demonic ape king, it was only a foundation for everything that came after. He had 2 goals for entering this top-tier forbidden area, and one of them had yet to be carried out. To be honest, there was no progress at all. Naturally, he couldn't delay for too long. At this moment, there was a familiar throbbing in his body. It was the movement of Yang Luo. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. With a wave of his hand, he immediately took out Yang Luo. Xiu. A weak sound of breaking through the air rang out as Bao Luo whizzed out and expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a pink silk that was over 300 meters long. It slowly rose and fell in the air in front of Yi Xian, emitting an extremely powerful and mysterious aura. Almost at the same time Bao Luo was summoned, Fairy Zi Xia's voice rang out. It was gentle and pleasant, and it made one's bones feel lighter. Master, the gains from this time's seclusion are too great. My sisters have all broken through. At Universe Night level. What? Yi Xian stood up in shock. He stared blankly for a moment, then an expression of ecstasy appeared on his face. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. The 7 beautiful cultivators of the primordial era in the Yang Luo were Hamba Corp's ancestor, Huqing Corp's ancestor, Desolate Electra Lady, Fairy of the 9 Heavens, 9-tailed Celestial Fox, Celestial Phoenix Maiden, and Zixia Fairy. The 7 of them were once the most beautiful in the primordial era. They were known as the 7 beautiful cultivators of the primordial era, and they were famous for a time. Later on, the Great War of the primordial era broke out, and the 7 beautiful cultivators all fell. However, each of them had a trace of consciousness origin sealed within the primordial treasure Yang Luo. Countless years later, this treasure was obtained by Yi Xian. During that time, they went through various dangers and obstacles. Until today, the 7 beautiful cultivators of the primordial era, who were once famous in the primordial era, had finally all become universe knights after reuniting. Of course, The 7 beautiful cultivators of the primordial era were all powerful beings of the primordial era. Although they had now recovered their powers of the universe night level, they were still a distance away from the primordial era. He was still a distance away from the pinnacle of his previous life, but he was not too far away. After all, after becoming a universe knight, he would become a universe master, a universe supreme, and after that, he would be able to reach the primordial great power level. In other words, the 7 beautiful cultivators of the Yang Luo were only 3 realms away from recovering their powers of the primordial era. With the amount of top-notch resources that Yi Xian had provided for them, in addition to the speed of their recovery, it was possible that they would be able to reach the primordial era in just 3 sessions of deep sleep. Thinking up to this point, Yi Xian's breathing became heavy, and his chest rose and fell. He was obviously very excited. He was looking forward to that day. Once it came, he would have 7 powerful beings of the primordial era under his command. This would definitely be a terrifying army that could sweep across the primordial era. Throughout the ages, it was rare to see such a luxurious scene. Shoo, 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 shoo. Just as he was feeling excited, a series of weak sounds broke through the air. From the space in front of him, 7 figures rushed out of the Yang Luo. In the space in front of Yi Xian, they lined up in a row. They were the 7 beautiful cultivators of the primordial era. These were the 7 beautiful cultivators of the primordial era. No matter which one it was, they were all extremely beautiful and had outstanding figures. At this time, at a glance, they gave people the feeling that even if they grew a pair of eyes, they would not be enough. Although they'd already come into contact with each other quite a few times, Yi Xian still couldn't control himself. His heartbeat faintly accelerated, and even his breathing quickened. His nose seemed to be slightly itchy, and blood seemed to be about to flow out at any moment. "Greetings, Master." As their bodies appeared, the 7 beautiful cultivators of the primordial era smiled and bowed to Yi Xian. They softly called out, "Master." Shortly after, they discovered Yi Xian's current level of power. Thus, one after another, soft voices sounded like a tide. "Rise, Sai. Master, your power actually improved so quickly. How long has it been since we last met? You actually soared to the 7th level of Universe Master. Originally, I thought that just recovering our power from our previous lives was already considered extremely fast. Who would have thought that compared to Master, it was not enough at all? That's right, that's right. We swallowed so many 9-colored godly medicines and tried our best to break through in our sleep, but we only recovered our power to the Universe Night level. Master has already become a late-stage Universe Master. This is obviously not the same speed. It seems that staying by Master's side will make us cultivate faster. Sisters, why don't we not sleep in the primordial era anymore? Why don't we just stay by Master's side? Perhaps it won't be long before we recover our power to the pinnacle of our previous lives." After saying a few words, the group of girls started chattering and laughing from time to time, causing Yi Xian to be speechless. "Stop fooling around. I know what you mean." Depressed, Yi Xian helplessly rolled his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he took out a large amount of 9-colored godly medicines from the sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space within the Shunnong cauldron. Just like last time, he divided them into 7 portions, each of which was tens of thousands of cubic meters. This way, the batch of 9-colored godly medicines that Yi Xian had refined previously was suddenly reduced by a small half. It was like a huge weight, and this was the second 1/5. Shoo. Chapter 45-29. It had to be said that even Yi Xian himself felt the pinch when he gave away these 7 pots of 9-colored godly medicine that were tens of thousands of cubic meters. Although it was not a problem to refine the 9-colored godly medicine, every time it was refined, it had to consume the remains of many powerful primordial beings. Although Yi Xian still had quite a few corpses from the primordial era in his possession, there weren't many supreme beings from the primordial era. Unfortunately, it was the remains of a primordial being at the level of a quasi-primordial being, which was a 9th-level pinnacle universe supreme being. If he were to use it to refine the 9-colored godly medicine, he was afraid that the efficacy would be slightly reduced. As for the more powerful primordial supreme level remains, although he had some, the headless infant corpses were not allowed to be used. Last time, the 9-colored godly medicine he refined, including the ones he threw out this time, had consumed 40% of the 7-colored godly medicine. The remaining 60% had been consumed by Yi Xian himself and his subordinates. It was about half. In other words, he only had a total of 40% of the 9-colored divine medicine that he refined last time. Fortunately, it was not a problem to hold on until Yi Xian broke through to the Universe Supreme level. He did not need so much, xiu, as the 7 pots of 9-colored godly medicine that were tens of thousands of cubic meters were taken out by Yi Xian and suspended in the air in front of him. A faint sound of breaking through the air was heard again. These 7 girls were clearly used to it, and they were not polite at all. With a wave of their snow-white arms, they instantly put these 7 canopies into the 9-colored godly medicine, which could make countless universe knights go crazy for it in the outside world, and they gently put it away. They entered their bodies. Then, as if what they had just done was a trivial matter, they turned their heads and looked around as if they did not know what to do. While looking at the surroundings of the valley, they continued to chatter incessantly. "Hey, where is this? Master, the scenery is not bad. There are so many violent apes. At least 70% of the beasts in the entire star are space-violent apes. Master, are these all your cubs? They are so good at giving birth. Outside this star, there is a faint extraordinary aura. Hiss, there is a brilliant galaxy in the distance. It looks like the Milky Way star field where the mother planet is. No, it is not just similar. That is the Milky Way star field where the mother planet is. Back then, during the Great War of the Ancient Era, the entire Milky Way star field flew together with the mother planet. No one knows where it is. Who would have thought that it would appear again in this life? Hongmeng Void. It turns out that the Milky Way star field flew to Hongmeng Void. So many powerful auras. There is an extremely familiar aura in the deepest part of this star field. That's right. Although it is obscure, it is definitely that old man from back then. Sisters, we've found the culprit. Our great enemy is still alive. He's lived from the ancient era to the present, and has been hiding in the deepest part of this starry sky. The 7 girls had all recovered their universe night level power. Out of curiosity, they extended their godly senses to the outside of this star and even to the outside world through the edge of this mosquito-forbidden land. They saw the right bank of the Milky Way star field in the distance. During this process, the 7 girls were exploring and discussing the things and sights they had found with their godly consciousness. Although it was inappropriate, they were still in the mosquito-forbidden land. However, Yi Xian didn't stop him too much. After all, this was a top-notch forbidden area. There were quite a few universe masters, and even more universe knights. Even if there were a few universe knights probing in the void with their divine senses, it was impossible for them to attract the attention of the mosquito-forbidden area. It would attract the attention of the 2 primordial beings in the deepest part of the forbidden land. Otherwise, even the great beings of the primordial era who paid close attention to these things would be exhausted both physically and mentally. They would have long since passed out from exhaustion. Besides, the 7 girls had been sleeping in the internal space of Yu Luo, and it was rare for them to come out. Yi Xian knew that they were just looking for something new and would soon lose interest. Then, he would put them in Bao Luo, and everything would be peaceful. However, the development of the situation had clearly exceeded Yi Xian's expectations. An accident that he hadn't expected suddenly arrived without any warning. As the chatter of the 7 girls continued, they seemed to have caught a familiar aura in the void of this mosquito-forbidden area. According to the girls, this aura was very obscure and weak, but they were very familiar with it. It seemed that the aura had interacted with the 7 girls in their previous lives, and this kind of interaction was clearly not a friend but an enemy. According to the girls, the direction of this mysterious aura was in the deepest part of the starry sky, which was obviously the core area of the mosquito-forbidden land. If there was no accident, it should be the area where the primordial beings in the forbidden land were guarding. This was reasonable. This made perfect sense. After all, the 7 girls were all terrifying existences of the remote antiquity era in their previous lives. How could they be weak if they could become enemies with them at the same time and plot against them behind their backs? At the very least, it had to be a primordial being. It could even be a primordial supreme being or a half-step desolate master at the peak of the primordial level 9. After all, the 7 girls were reborn, and their power had not yet recovered. However, he had been alive all this time. He had lived from the distant desolate era all the way to the present. This was definitely an incomparably terrifying super old monster. Even Yi Xian was shocked when he heard the words of the 7 girls. His eyes widened and his mouth slightly opened. For a moment, he seemed to be stunned. While he was in a daze, the 7 girls who had caught the familiar obscure aura in the deepest part of the mosquito-forbidden land were instantly enraged. After looking at each other and exchanging glances, they reached a consensus in an instant. They turned their heads to look at Yi Xian at the same time. The playfulness from before had long disappeared. The expressions on the faces of the 7 girls were incomparably solemn. Their eyes were filled with determination, and there was even a hint of coldness and sternness in them. "Master, you should leave now and leave this place." "That's right, we sisters have encountered a great enemy from our previous lives, and it is an unresolvable hatred. We must take revenge, but we can't implicate our master because of this. The other party is very strong, and we may not be their match. But we can't avoid this battle. Our master has given us a new lease of life. We can die and return to the ruins, but our master must leave. Master, please fulfill our wish." Chapter 45:30. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the 7 girls were a little dumbfounded. They looked at each other, and although their faces showed anger, they did not dare to say anything to Yi Xian. In their hearts, Yi Xian had given them a new lease on life, and this master was not a casual word. It was a form of address. "Okay, let's enter the Bao Luo first, so as to avoid unnecessary attention when we were exploring with our divine sense. It would be troublesome if we were to attract the attention of a remote antiquity expert." As he spoke, Yi Xian raised his hand and pointed to the Yang Luo hanging in mid-air. "What is the specific situation?" "After entering the Bao Luo, we will communicate with our divine sense. First, tell me in detail." Seeing this, the 7 girls did not insist. After nodding, they all turned into streaks of light and entered the Bao Luo in an instant. Yi Xian did not delay any longer. With a wave of his hand, the Bao Luo was stored in his undying world. Then, he extended his divine sense, rushed out of the atmosphere of the star under his feet, and entered the void of the universe outside the star. After investigating for a while and confirming that what had happened before had not disturbed any existences and attracted their attention, he was relieved. After withdrawing his divine sense, Yi Xian's figure flashed, and he turned around and walked to the green stone throne in the valley and sat down. It seemed that he was taking a nap, but in fact, he was secretly communicating with the 7 girls in the Bao Luo. Yi Xian was also very interested in the words of the 7 girls, and he was very concerned about them. This was related to the secret of a powerful existence in the depths of the mosquito-forbidden land. Perhaps it could uncover the mystery of his identity. He was not in a hurry to express his opinion, but asked the 7 girls in detail about what had happened that year. This time, the 7 girls did not chatter, and the other 6 girls all kept silent. Only the last to fall, Fairy Zixia, narrated everything that had happened that year. It turned out that when the War of the Primordial Era broke out, the 7 girls, who were the 7 beautiful cultivators of the Primordial Era, did not join any of the camps of the Headless Infant Corpse and the Primeval Heaven's Eye. In fact, they did not participate in that battle at all. They were not interested in it. But in the end, the 7 girls had all perished. Their bodies had either completely exploded, or because of some kind of secret technique or opportunity, they had left behind a damaged body. Only in this life were they retrieved by Yi Xian and rebuilt their precious bodies. In his previous life, the 7 girls were known as the 7 beautiful cultivators of the remote antiquity. But in fact, before they died, although some of them knew each other, they were not familiar with each other. Some of them did not have any relationship with each other at all. Intersection. As for why they were involved in the Battle of the Untainted Age, the reasons were different. Some of them had accidentally encountered a powerful enemy in the void. The other party attacked them first, and they were forced to fight back. In the end, they died. Some had suddenly received some news related to some secret treasures or resources in the starry sky, and couldn't help but set out to explore. In the end, accidents happened and they fell in battle. Because of this, the 7 girls did not have any doubts about all this. They thought that the reason why they died was because they were unlucky. Even the wisps of remnant souls that they left behind after their deaths were all absorbed into the ancient treasure, Yuyen's silk net, and sealed within it. The 7 girls did not suspect anything before. They thought that this should be a powerful existence in the untainted age, the owner of the desolate antiquity. When he was walking in the starry sky, he encountered the remnant souls left behind after they died, so he conveniently collected them in the treasure net. It was pure luck. In the end, they coincidentally collected all the remnant souls of the 7 beautiful cultivators of the remote antiquity. It wasn't until the end of the previous hibernation and they woke up that the 7 girls were chatting in the Bao Luozhong. They talked about how they had fallen in their previous lives. Only then did they suddenly realize that they had discovered a huge conspiracy. That was the 7 maidservants who had originally hidden away from the world and had no intention of participating in that great war. The reason why they all fell one after another was actually because there was a mysterious mastermind controlling everything behind the scenes, because when they talked about the process of their deaths in their previous lives, the 7 girls discovered that before they died, they were involved in a great battle and finally died because of it. It was all related to a mysterious existence. It could be said that the death of the 7 girls seemed to be unsuspicious, but in fact, it was all the result of this mysterious person's manipulation and guidance. Before they died, they all came into contact with a mysterious old man of the human clan. Whether it was deciding to set out to explore a certain starry sky relic, or accidentally wandering in the void, encountering a strong enemy, and then a great battle broke out. It was all related to that mysterious old man. From this point of view, if there was no accident, that mysterious old man of the human clan should be the person behind the scenes who caused their deaths, and the remnant souls left behind after their deaths were all collected by the mysterious old man of the human clan. Within the Yang Luo, there was no seal. However, the 7 girls didn't know how this Bao Luo ended up in the hands of Yi Xian and the 3 main planes of the starry sky. The 7 girls didn't know what happened during that time, so they couldn't guess or deduce it, but just now, when they used their divine senses to escape the atmosphere of the star under their feet and went to the void of the universe outside the star to investigate, they clearly captured a familiar aura from the deepest area of the ferocious mosquito forbidden area. It belonged to that mysterious old man of the human clan. With the cultivation level of the 7 girls in the primordial age, it was naturally impossible for them to make a mistake about this kind of thing. Besides, it was fine if 1 or 2 people made a mistake, but 7 people all made a mistake at the same time. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Basically, there was no such possibility. After understanding all of this, Yi Xian finally understood the feelings of the 7 girls at the moment. No wonder they were so excited just now. Even if they knew that the mysterious existence had a powerful cultivation level, they, who had only recovered their cultivation level of universe night in this life, were not a match for him at all. As long as they went, they would definitely die again. Pity. This kind of thing, no one would be able to stand it if it happened to them. In their previous life, they had been plotted against by the other party, but they had been kept in the dark all this time. It was only after they were reborn in this life that they unexpectedly found out the truth of the matter in an accidental chat. They suddenly realized that they had been deceived for endless years, and until their deaths, they had not realized the truth. They had died in such a muddle-headed and wronged manner, so it would be strange if they did not go berserk when they suddenly found out the truth. It's been hard on all of you. However, even if I understand your feelings now, I still want to stop you from taking revenge, at least not now. After all, it is also an opportunity to be reborn in this life. Shouldn't you cherish it? Chapter 45-31. After Yi Xian finished speaking, Bao Luo instantly fell into silence. It was obvious that the 7 girls were fighting with each other, and their hearts were conflicted. In the end, perhaps it was because they had told Yi Xian everything that had happened back then, the anger that had suddenly ignited in their hearts had subsided a little. Or perhaps it was because Yi Xian's persuasion had worked, making the 7 girls realize their impulsiveness and immediately go to him. Not only would they not be able to take revenge, but they would also be plotted against again. It was really not worth it. Therefore, after a short period of silence and internal conflict, the 7 girls all seemed to have thought it through. One after another, they expressed their views to Yi Xian. Master, we were wrong. Although this matter is indeed very frustrating, and no one can bear it, we were indeed a little too impulsive just now. If we rushed out so recklessly, not only would we implicate Master, we would also not be able to take revenge. Instead, we would be killed by him again. Wouldn't that be even more frustrating? Master is right. Since we have lived a second life, this is a great opportunity. As long as we are alive, we will be able to recover the peak cultivation of our previous lives one day. It is even possible to go one step further and enter the supreme ancient realm. When that time comes, we will definitely be able to kill that bastard. Only then can we take revenge. Don't worry, Master, we will not be impulsive again. In the future, we will do our best to recover our cultivation, and strive to recover the peak cultivation of our previous lives as soon as possible. After that, the 7 girls described the appearance of the mysterious human race expert they had met in their previous lives. They were very specific, and even Yi Xian could be sure that they had met the same person back then. However, as the 7 girls described the appearance of this person, Yi Xian sketched in his mind. When the 7 girls finished, the face that appeared in Yi Xian's mind made him tremble violently in an instant. He exclaimed in horror, "What? Xingbo? The human race's technological pioneer Xingbo? This is impossible." Although Xingbo had been dead for tens of thousands of years, as a technological pioneer of the human clan, his portrait had always been preserved and was widely circulated in the 3 main planes of the universe. In particular, Xingbo had become a godlike existence in the immortal dynasty of the human race's science and technology camp. This was because the seed of the human race's science and technology camp had sprouted in his hands. It had grown step by step and finally reached its current state. Yi Xian had seen Xingbo's portrait before. Not only had he seen it in the immortal dynasty's capital, but many of the technology faction's administrative planets also had Xingbo's portrait hanging there. In addition, as long as you enter the Starry Sky network and search for it, you will get the results. Furthermore, those portraits of Xingbo were most definitely real. They had been left behind from several tens of thousands of years ago, before Xingbo had died. Therefore, when Yi Xian sketched out the appearance of the mysterious old man in his mind according to the description of the 7 girls, he immediately recognized who he was. But this was completely impossible. Caught off guard, Yi Xian was so shocked and exclaimed on the spot. This change was so shocking that even Yi Xian was unable to recover for a long time. It was not until several breaths later that his body shook and he realized something. Without hesitation, he immediately pulled out a large number of images of Xingbo from the information database of the devouring system in his body. He copied them with his divine sense and then sent them to Bao Luo. His divine sense voice was also heard at this moment, revealing a sense of nervousness and anxiety. "Look, that mysterious old man from back then, is it him?" Without any delay, the 7 girls clearly recognized him at a glance. In an instant, a series of exclamations came from Bao Luo. "That damned old man, it's him. He was the one who gave me the ruins in the Starry Sky, tricked me into going there, and finally died. Yes, I'll recognize him even if he turns into ashes. Back then, when I was wandering in the Starry Sky, I accidentally came across him and a few of the clan's juniors and retainers by his side. We were just chatting for a while, but suddenly other strong enemies came, and I couldn't get away in time. And died. Master, why do you have his image? Do you know this old man? Xingbo. His name is Xingbo." Following these exclamations, Yi Xian's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. His face was gloomy, and his mind was in a complete mess. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. His body trembled, and he immediately asked again, "Right, what did you say just now?" He was accompanied by a few of the younger generation of the clan, as well as a few retainer-like beasts. Yes, there were a total of 5 people. 3 of them were juniors like him, all middle-aged men of the human race. In addition, there were 2 ferocious beasts, a desolate fierce mosquito, and a weeping soul demon ape. What? There was a desolate fierce mosquito? Could Xingbo be that mysterious visitor from the home planet? This time, Yi Xian's exclamations were even more shocking. According to the 7 girls, the mysterious human race old man they met back then was not only the human race's Xingbo, it was very likely that he was the mysterious visitor from the home planet that Yi Xian had been looking for all this time. Because according to some of the information he learned from the demon emperor Mo Zhutian and after entering the primordial void, the mysterious visitor from the home planet did indeed have 5 people following him. To be precise, it was 3 people and 2 beasts. Among the 3 juniors, one of them had left behind a demon race bloodline in the 3 main planes of the universe. In other words, one of the 3 was the true demon race bloodline progenitor. Of the other 2 retainers, the desolate era fierce mosquito had left behind its lineage in the 3 main planes of the universe. In other words, the desolate era fierce mosquito was actually Shui Ben's grandfather, the father of the mad mosquito emperor. As for the other retainer beast, a thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind. He suddenly recalled the weeping soul demon ape he'd seen in the images of the Heavens Fall Bow's legacy in the Primordial War. Although that fellow was also a supreme of the Primordial era, he hadn't participated in the Primordial War. He'd merely watched from the back of a star in the celestial battlefield. Whether or not that fellow had died in the end was still unknown. However, Yi Xian had obtained a weeping soul bloodhorn, so it should be the bloodline of this weeping soul demon ape. At that time, within the desolate ancient cage, a weeping soul demon ape whose bloodline had returned to its ancestral roots wanted to escape, but in the end, it was annihilated by the green-eye clone of the desolate heavenly Tao. Chapter 45-32. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's entire body once again fell into a daze. His mind rumbled and he was in complete chaos. The sudden discovery was too shocking. Everything seemed confusing, making him feel like he couldn't believe it. But the truth was right in front of him, and it was impossible not to believe it. The person who murdered the 7 girls back then was the human race's technological pioneer, Xingbo. There was basically no doubt about this. It was impossible for the 7 girls to recognize the wrong person at the same time. And Xingbo was also the mysterious guest from the mother planet that Yi Xian had been looking for. This was basically confirmed. On one hand, both sides had 3 people, 2 beasts, and 5 followers, and among them, there was an ancient fierce mosquito. This was completely consistent. However, it was unlikely that there was such a coincidence. On the other hand, Shui Ben had said before that in this fierce mosquito forbidden area, he felt a bloodline summoning power that surpassed that of the Mad Mosquito Emperor's true body. The Mad Mosquito Emperor's true body was Shui Ben's father, and the aura of the bloodline density was stronger than his. It was the primordial ancestor of the fierce mosquito lineage, which was Shui Ben's grandfather. From this point alone, it was basically certain that the mysterious guest from the mother planet was in the depths of this fierce mosquito forbidden area. And just now, the 7 girls also caught a familiar aura. It was their previous life's great enemy, and it was also in the depths of the fierce mosquito forbidden area in front of them. Could this be a coincidence? How could there be so many coincidences in the world? Without a doubt, the mysterious guest from the mother planet was Xingbo. What shocked Yi Xian even more was that the other of the 2 fierce beasts following beside Xingbo was actually a weeping soul demon ape. This kind of existence was rare, and Yi Xian had a bold guess in his heart. Perhaps, the weeping soul demon he saw in the heaven-falling bow's inheritance scene was hiding behind a star and spying on them in the starry sky battlefield of the great desolate era. The demon ape was the one beside Xingbo. If that was the case, then it was too terrifying. That weeping soul demon ape was an ancient supreme like the golden divine dragon. If he was just a retainer beast by Xingbo's side, then how strong was Xingbo? Also, he sent his retainer beast into the starry sky battlefield of the great desolate era to spy on them. What was he planning? Including murdering the 7 beautiful cultivators of the great desolate era and sealing a wisp of their remnant souls into the Yang Luo. Right, this Yang Luo was in his hands in the end, and he happened to get the seed of the devouring system he created. Thinking of this, Yi Xian trembled. He had a feeling that he had been schemed against him. What made him even more uneasy was that he didn't even know about this matter. Just like the 7 great amorous cultivators, he had been kept in the dark. At the same time, The 7 great cultivators were probably confused as to why that mysterious human elder had plotted against them back then. As for Yi Xian, he felt the same way. He didn't know what Xingbo was plotting, nor did he understand why all of this was related to him. It's a mess, a complete mess. As all of this flashed through his mind, Yi Xian felt bad. His mind was buzzing, and he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. However, the more he thought about it, the stronger the fear in his heart became. For a long time, he had been thinking about the mysterious guest from the home planet. However, although he felt that he was mysterious, he was not comparable to the headless baby corpse and the Primeval Heavenly Tao's green eyes. But now, as he suddenly understood so many secrets today, the mystery of this visitor from the home planet, Xingbo, instantly soared by several levels. In Yi Xian's heart, he had already reached a level that was comparable to the headless infant corpse and the great desolate heaven. Dao Qingyang was on par with him. It could even be said that compared to the headless infant corpse and the Primeval Heaven's Eye, Xingbo now made Yi Xian feel like there was a dagger in his back. Although the green eye of the primordial heavenly Tao was powerful, it definitely had various arrangements and would be fully activated very soon. At that time, the primordial world that had completely collapsed in that incomparable battle in the primordial era would completely descend into this world as a result, but all of this, although it involved Yi Xian, was not targeted at him. The same was true for the headless infant corpse. The reason why he chose to turn into a corpse lamp tattoo and attach to Yi Xian after meeting Yi Xian was because he saw that Yi Xian had a wisp of great desolate destiny. This was something that the headless infant corpse had already confessed to Yi Xian when he woke up the last time. To put it bluntly, he did not have any ulterior motives towards Yi Xian. He only wanted Yi Xian to be on the same side as him. With the help of Yi Xian's strand of luck that belonged to the primordial new era, he was able to defeat the primordial heavens in the final battle of the primordial world that had yet to truly end in the previous era and was about to descend upon the primordial world when the primordial new era began. Dao Qingyang. That was all. But Xingbo was different. He seemed to be plotting against Yi Xian. Otherwise, how could things be so coincidental? The Yang Luo that he had painstakingly created had fallen into Yi Xian's hands. The devouring system that he had created, the purpose of which was still unknown, had also fallen into Yi Xian's hands. Although all of this is too confusing, it seems like I can't analyze any results at all. I can't find any clues. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Xian took a deep breath and shook his head. He temporarily threw everything in his mind to the back of his mind. As he muttered softly, he turned his head and looked in the direction of the depths of the mosquito-forbidden ground outside the stars. A cold light flashed in his eyes, but all of this doesn't matter. At the very least, Xingbo's whereabouts have been confirmed. He is in the deepest part of this mosquito-forbidden ground. In the depths. Even if he is very likely to be an incomparably powerful existence, I can still grow quickly. Moreover, right now, he is in the light, and I am in the dark. I know of his existence, but he does not know that I have arrived. As long as I have time and find an opportunity, all of these mysteries will be solved one day. At this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. In an instant, it burned to the extreme. Even the words that came out of his mouth were filled with endless coldness. If he had never schemed, it would have been fine. On the contrary, even if he is already a terrifying existence on the same level as the headless infant corpse and the Primeval Heaven's Eye, this time, I will still kill him. Yi Xian's words were not empty words. He had the confidence. Because the new primordial era was about to begin, and in this new primordial era, among the 3,000 chaos demon gods that were still being nurtured, the strongest demon god that possessed the laws of primordial era was a seed that Yi Xian had planted, his strongest clone. Even before the new primordial era began, everything that belonged to the previous era would return to dust, to earth, and come to an end. Only a few terrifying existences like Xingbo, the headless infant corpse, the Primeval Heaven's Eye, and the void giant tortoise could survive because of their own strength and various arrangements. Even Yi Xian's devouring treasured body and his original body had completely fallen the moment the new primordial era began. Chapter 45-33. Things are getting a little complicated now. After temporarily putting aside all the messy thoughts in his mind, Yi Xian once again sent a message to the 7 girls in the Bao Luo. Then he said, "The mysterious human elder who schemed against you all back then is very likely to be the human race's technological pioneer Xingbo. You all know that I have the devouring system he created in my body, and the Bao Luo is also in my hands now. It seems that his final target is very likely to be me. Moreover, he has another identity, and that is a mysterious guest from the home planet. It is said that he walked out from the home planet and came to the 3 main dimensions of the universe, and not only did he leave behind the identity of the human race's technological pioneer Xingbo, even the 3 people, 2 beasts, and 5 followers who followed him left behind 2 bloodlines of the demon and 2 bloodlines of the ferocious mosquito beasts in the 3 main dimensions of the universe. In short, everything is confusing, and I'm afraid that things are not as simple as we think." At this point, Yi Xian changed the topic, "But don't worry, I will definitely get to the bottom of this matter. You all don't have to worry about it for the time being, and first calm down and restore your cultivation. When you can restore your cultivation to the peak of the primordial age in your previous life, then you can help me. Of course, if you can go one step further than in your previous life and reach the supreme primordial age, then it will be even more perfect, and we will have more confidence." Hearing these words, the 7 girls fell into a short period of silence. Clearly, the shock in their hearts was also very intense. Previously, they had thought that the mysterious human old man had only plotted against the 7 of them and nothing more. But now it seemed that the other party's plot was far more than that, and they could not even guess what it was. Just as Yi Xian had said, he wasn't in a hurry to pursue all of this. Because even if they found out the truth, so what? Without the corresponding strength, even if they knew everything, there was nothing they could do. No matter what, in the end, one's own strength was the most important. And the 7 of them, if they wanted to help Yi Xian, the only choice was to enter a deep sleep again and restore their cultivation to the peak of the primordial age in their previous life as soon as possible, or even go one step further and reach the supreme primordial age. Thinking of this, the 7 girls did not hesitate anymore. After greeting Yi Xian, they quickly fell into a deep sleep one after another. There was no more sound coming from the Bao Luo. At this point, Yi Xian also let out a sigh of relief. He was very confident in the potential of these 7 girls. He believed that the next time they woke up from their slumber, their power as primordial antiquity knight would have improved again. It was very likely that they would return to the level of universe master. In this way, after 2 more hibernation, he would be able to return to the peak of the primordial era. After Bao Luo Zhong left the consciousness, Yi Xian immediately fell into deep thought again. He was thinking about his next step. Of course, the breakthrough and improvement of one's strength were extremely important. But he had just experienced a breakthrough. In a short time, if there was no unexpected improvement in his state of mind, he was afraid that it would not be good for him to break through again. Besides, after a few big battles, he had completely digested and integrated all the gains from the previous breakthrough into his body. It seemed that this star under his feet was not suitable for him to continue staying here. If he stayed here and could not break through, wouldn't it be a waste of time? After thinking for a while, Yi Xian quickly made a decision. He decided to leave this place and head to the deepest part of the fierce mosquito forbidden land, Hong Long Long. Right at this moment, the star beneath his feet suddenly shook violently, and a series of earth-shattering rumbles resounded incessantly, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. Yi Xian stood up in shock. He didn't hesitate in the slightest. With a flash of his body, he instantly arrived in the void of the universe outside the atmosphere of the stars. In fact, it was not the star he was on that was shaking. Instead, it was the entire cosmic void that was shaking. And the source of this violent shaking was in the deepest part of the fierce mosquito forbidden land. There was no doubt that some kind of shocking change had happened. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian's shoulders shook, and his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light, shooting forward. At this moment, he had a strong intuition that he had to rush over, or else he would miss something. Even if there were at least 2 primordial age almighties in the deepest part of the fierce mosquito forbidden land, and there was even a possibility that there was an existence stronger than the primordial age almighties. Crouching. He did not hesitate. In fact, it was not only him. In this vast and boundless fierce mosquito forbidden land, there were many existences who made this decision at the same time. At this moment, it could be said that the clouds were moving in all directions. Within this mosquito-forbidden area, there were all sorts of different races of space beasts, as well as a large number of ferocious mosquito beasts, as well as ancient survivors. Today, within these races, the level of small leader and above, that is, the level of emperor and above, all belonged to their own races. They rushed out from the planets that they were guarding. As if they had made an agreement, they shot forward toward the deepest part of the fierce mosquito-forbidden land. From a gigantic life planet, two human figures shot out. One was an old man, and the other was a middle-aged man. However, the auras of cultivation that emanated from their bodies were extremely powerful. They were actually late-stage universe supremes at the 7th level. In addition, in a few other fierce beast planets in another direction, there were several fierce beast planets with huge bodies roaring as they shot toward the deepest part of the fierce mosquito-forbidden land. These fierce beast planets were also universe supremes. The most powerful one was at the 8th level of universe supremes, and the weakest one was at the 2nd level of universe supremes. In addition, several powerful fierce mosquito beasts also rushed out of the planets that they were guarding and shot in the same direction. These few powerful fierce mosquito beasts, without exception, were all universe supremes. He glanced around and saw a total of 20 universe supreme beings darting toward the deepest part of the mosquito-forbidden land. There were survivors of the primordial era, ferocious mosquito beasts, and space beasts of other races. Other than these 20 universe supremes, there were also quite a number of universe masters and universe knights. Yi Xian, who had transformed into a 1,000-foot-tall violent space ape, was not at all eye-catching among them. As for emperors and emperors, they were as numerous as carps crossing the river. At a glance, there were at least hundreds and thousands of them. This was indeed a top-tier forbidden land, and it was one of the best of the best. It was very likely that it could even be compared with the supreme forbidden lands that stood at the pinnacle of the pyramid of space powers, Hong. Chapter 45-34. Hong. Hong, long, long. At the end of the void space ahead, the thunderous sounds continued, and they became even more violent. It was as if the primordial void space was about to be torn apart. Such a shocking change had never happened before, even in a top-tier forbidden land like the ferocious mosquito forbidden land. The entire boundless void space of the forbidden land was alarmed, and thousands of undying emperors and above were swarming forward like a swarm of bees. Pouncing forward was proof of that. As for the undying emperors and above, whether it was the primordial survivors, the ferocious mosquito beasts, or the various space beasts of other races, even if they had the power of a 9th-level emperor at pinnacle, they were only half-emperors. At this moment, without exception, all of them were lying down extremely silently within their respective stars, and they didn't dare make the slightest movement while shivering. In fact, it wasn't just this ferocious mosquito-forbidden land that was affected. The huge movement here had already spread to the outside of the ferocious mosquito-forbidden land. It was unknown whether the left bank of the Milky Way had sensed it. Even if they sensed it, it wouldn't be too strong. Besides, even if they sensed it, they couldn't do anything because they were separated by the law of primordial void space. It was impossible to cross the Milky Way starfield that was protected by the law of primordial void space. On the right bank of the Milky Way, all the supreme forbidden lands and starfields of different levels all sensed the disturbance within the ferocious mosquito forbidden land. At this moment, countless gazes in the supreme forbidden lands and the supreme starfields were fixed on the deadly mosquito forbidden land as if they had agreed to it beforehand. Among them, there were many powerful godly consciousnesses that rushed out from the supreme forbidden lands and starfields where they were guarding. They looked toward the ferocious mosquito forbidden land across the endless void space. They were all shocked and uncertain. Among them, there were both survivors of the primordial era and all kinds of space beasts, but without exception, they were all beings with cultivation levels above universe knights. Otherwise, under such a shocking change, they wouldn't have had the courage to extend their spirit consciousness and carry out a little investigation. They weren't qualified at all. There were too many godly consciousnesses like this, at least hundreds of thousands of them. Most of them were universe knights, and quite a few universe masters, but there were a lot fewer of them at universe supreme level. However, Some of the godly consciousnesses clearly showed the aura of great beings and supreme masters from the primordial era, and there were many of them. However, these divine consciousnesses were only looking into the distance across the endless void. None of them entered the fierce mosquito forbidden land, which was the focus of everyone's attention at this moment. Even the closest ones only extended their godly consciousnesses to the edge of the ferocious mosquito forbidden land and wandered outside the forbidden land. They didn't go in at all, as if they had realized something. At the same time, in the forbidden area for mosquitoes, this supreme forbidden land was simply too vast, and the void was boundless. Even at this moment, the tens of thousands of silhouettes rushing out from the life stars were all emperors, and the strongest were all emperors. His power had even reached the 8th level of the Universe Supreme. He was only one step away from becoming a Universe Supreme at Pinnacle Level 9, which was equivalent to a great being from the primordial era. However, at this moment, no one had arrived at the source of this sudden disturbance. Hong, hong, long, long, howl, screech. It was also at this moment that the thunderous rumbling that had been going on in the depths of the forbidden land of ferocious mosquitoes, which was already extremely shocking, suddenly sounded again. This time, as the thunderous sound resounded again, a few shocking roars and screeches came from the deepest part of the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, which was the source of this sudden disturbance. At this moment, the tens of thousands of figures, including Yi Xian, that were shooting towards the deepest part of the forbidden land of ferocious mosquitoes, all trembled violently as they trembled. There were a total of 4 roars and whistles coming from the depths of the void in front of them. As these 4 roars and whistles sounded, 4 incomparably terrifying oppressive auras spread out from the depths of the void at this moment and pounced towards them. Among the 4 forces, 2 of them were great beings from the primordial era, and they should be mid-stage great beings between level 4 and level 5. This was basically the same as what Yi Xian had guessed before. However, what Yi Xian didn't expect was that the 2 mid-stage great beings from the primordial era weren't the most powerful beings in this top-tier forbidden land at all. To be more precise, this wasn't a top-tier forbidden land guarded by a great being from the primordial era. In a top-tier forbidden land, the most powerful being guarding it was a great being from the primordial era. And in the top-tier forbidden lands and star regions of the universe, the supreme beings guarding them were the supreme beings from the primordial era, who were at the same level as the golden godly dragon, the void tortoise, and the primordial yaksha. The ferocious mosquito forbidden land that Yi Xian was in was a top-tier forbidden land. This was because among the 4 powerful forces in front of him, apart from the 2 mid-stage great beings from the primordial era, the other 2 were even more powerful, supreme beings from the primordial era. Although they were only at the early stage of the first and second stage of the primordial era, they were far from being comparable to the primordial yaksha, the golden godly dragon, and the void tortoise, who had reached the late stage of the primordial era. But no matter how weak they were still supreme beings from the primordial era. Even in the distant primitive world, they were the most powerful beings. Their cultivation level was second only to the headless infant corpse and the primeval heaven's eye. Yi Xian couldn't afford to offend such an existence right now. In the other party's eyes, he probably wasn't even an ant. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's slightly trembling body suddenly stopped in the void space as if it was a conditioned reflex. Then, completely out of instinct, he immediately performed the blood sea technique and shrunk the 1,000 jong tall violent ape to the size of a drop of weak blood. That wasn't all. At the same time, he even performed the perfect vibration spiritual power technique to the extreme to hide his own force as much as possible. Xiao, at this moment, the 1,000 jong tall violent ape disappeared. Even the force of the 7th stage universe master that had been extremely violent just now disappeared as if it had evaporated into thin air. Without a sound, a tiny drop of blood that had concealed all of its presence fled in the direction it had come from with a terrifying speed that surpassed the speed of light. Almost at the same time, at the end of the void space in the depths of the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, 4 beings suddenly shot up into the sky. The forces of cultivation coming out of their bodies belonged to 2 great beings from the primordial era and 2 supreme beings from the primordial era. Of the 4 beings, 3 were from the human race, and the other was a gigantic primordial mosquito. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian came to a sudden realization. This was obviously one of the 3 people and 2 beasts that followed Xingbo. Chapter 45-35. Xingbo had a total of 3 people and 2 beasts as his followers. However, only 3 people and 1 beast had appeared. The weeping soul demon ape that Yi Xian was most concerned about was nowhere to be seen. At the same time, Xingbo himself was not present. Among the 3 people and 1 beast that appeared at this moment, the desolate ancient fierce mosquito and one of the old men of the human clan emitted the aura of the ancient supreme. This old man's face was quite similar to that of old ghost mosquito butcher. If there was no accident, he should be, old ghost mosquito butcher was the father of his original body. As for the other 2 human clan experts, they were both middle-aged men in their 40s. Of course, this was just their appearance. Their real age was probably an astronomical figure. No one knew how long they had lived. They were truly super old monsters. The auras of these 2 people belonged to the primordial era. If nothing unexpected happened, then the weeping soul demon ape that was nowhere to be seen should also be the ancient sovereign. If that was really the case, then this ape must be the devil ape that Yi Xian had seen in the inheritance of the heavenly fallen bow that was spying on the battlefield. Yes. This proved that Xingbo surely had some sort of shocking scheme. Otherwise, why would he send that weeping soul devil ape to the battlefield in the starry sky where the Primeval and unparalleled battle that destroyed the Primeval times all those years ago? Looking at the scenery, 2 of his 5 followers were primordial masters and 3 were supreme masters of the primordial era. So, how strong was Xingbo himself? It was definitely on par with the Primeval Heaven's Eye and the headless infant corpse. This was also the reason why Yi Xian had suddenly retreated. If it were just the primordial era, he might be able to escape unscathed. However, the primordial era supreme was here. This was a terrifying existence that was on par with the golden divine dragon, primordial yaksha, and spatial giant tortoise. What's more, there was still a Xingbo who was more powerful than the primordial supreme and comparable to the Primeval Heaven's Eye and the headless infant corpse in the dark. That's right, the headless infant's corpse was still on his body, but this guy had been sleeping the entire time. Although Yi Xian could feel that the headless infant's corpse was recovering its strength in this way, his cultivation was slowly becoming stronger. However, when he met Xingbo, Yi Xian was not sure if he would attack this level of existence. The safest way to deal with it was to escape. The primordial era supreme and the primordial supreme had both appeared. This was definitely not an ordinary big event. If something went wrong, someone would definitely die. Boom. Rumble. Crack. Just as Yi Xian transformed into a tiny drop of blood and retreated with a perfectly oscillating mental energy secret technique, an earth-shattering rumble suddenly sounded out from the depths of the forbidden mosquito area in front of him. What followed after was the extremely clear sound of ripping silk. A crack appeared high up in the void. It was extremely wide, bigger than the size of a giant star. Even the Shengnome cauldron in its full form could easily fit in this crack. At this moment, Yi Xian's scalp went numb. He suddenly had an extremely bad feeling. The scene in front of him seemed to be the rhythm of an extremely terrifying existence that was about to descend. Yi Xian did not know who or what was descending, but he was sure of one thing, and that was that the other party was definitely not to be trifled with. In fact, it was very likely that they were not to be trifled with. After all, there were already 2 primordial era supreme and 2 primordial supreme here, but the other party was still descending in such a domineering manner without the slightest hint of concealment. It was easy to imagine how powerful the other party's cultivation was. Clatter. Just as Yi Xian's mind was spinning as he tried to guess who the descending existence was, the sound of rattling chains suddenly came from the huge spatial rift in the sky above the vicious mosquito forbidden area. It was so familiar that he instantly understood everything. Netherworld furnace. It was actually the Netherworld furnace. The existence that was rushing out of the huge crack in the void was actually the Netherworld furnace. At this moment, a sense of alarm rose in Yi Xian's heart. An incomparably strong sense of danger instantly arose. He had always been very wary of the Netherworld furnace. Every time it appeared, it represented endless slaughter. Of course, what Yi Xian was really wary of was not the Netherworld furnace itself, but the heavenly Tao's green eye that stood behind it. This was the primordial void. Although he already knew that the netherworld furnace had entered the primordial void through the forbidden land of rising sun, Yi Xian knew nothing about the netherworld furnace's true purpose in coming here. He did not even know whether it was the netherworld furnace's own actions or the result of someone manipulating it behind the scenes. If it was the latter, the Primeval Heaven's Eye, which Yi Xian had always regarded as his greatest enemy and whom he did not dare to face even after he had grown to such a high level, would most likely suddenly appear here. Because the Primeval Heaven's Eye was behind the netherworld furnace. Clatter, at this moment, the clatter of chains was heard, and a huge cauldron like a star rushed out of the crack in the void high above the primordial void in the primordial void. On the surface of the cauldron, 20,000 huge rune chains were waving like spiritual snakes and giant pythons, emitting endless ferocious aura. Facing all this, the tens of thousands of emperor-level and above great beings of the primordial void forbidden land, who were swarming forward, were all shocked. At this moment, finally, some of them began to retreat in horror like Yi Xian. Yi Xian could not be sure whether these fellows knew the origin of the netherworld furnace, but even if they did not, just the ferocious aura they sensed in front of them was enough to make them realize that the netherworld furnace was not to be trifled with. The reason why these powerful beings all retreated one after another was because they realized that something was wrong. The four supreme beings who appeared in the void at the end of the primordial void forbidden land did not react at all to all this. A huge primordial mosquito the size of a star and three great beings of the human race, a total of 4 figures, all stood quietly in the void. They slightly raised their heads and focused their gazes on the netherworld furnace that had just rushed out of the crack in the void. In the void. This scene seemed to be waiting for something, or rather, welcoming the arrival of someone. At this moment, a light flashed in Yi Xian's mind, and his entire body trembled slightly. The Primeval Heaven's Eye. The 4 supreme beings who appeared in the void at the end of the primordial void forbidden land were waiting for the arrival of the Primeval Heaven's Eye. What is their relationship? A murmur that sounded like a dream came out of Yi Xian's mouth. At this moment, the speed at which he retreated became even faster. At this moment, in the sky above the deepest part of the primordial void forbidden land, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Hong. Hong long long. Chapter 45-36. Hong. Hong long long. Catcher. Along with rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth, a second rift silently appeared high up in the sky at this moment. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was pounding madly. His heartstrings were taut, and his breathing seemed to have stopped. He realized who the being that was tearing through the void and descending was. As expected, almost in the next moment, his guess was confirmed. Shoo! A faint sound of breaking through the void was heard, and a figure rushed out of the huge void crack. To be precise, it was a vertical eye. A vertical eye that was several times larger than a giant star, and it was green and misty. It was still closed, but it was already emitting a terrifying aura. Roar! Screech! In the surrounding void, the tens of thousands of ferocious mosquito beasts with cultivation levels above emperor level, the various races of ferocious beasts, and a small number of ancient survivors all roared in shock and fear. Yi Xian wasn't sure if they knew the identity and origin of this giant vertical eye, but even if they didn't, they could roughly guess based on the terrifying aura that was emitted from it. This should be the original body of the Heaven Path Green Eye, because the aura that was emitted from its body had already surpassed that of ancient Desolation Supreme. It was more powerful than the Golden Godly Dragon, the Void Tortoise, and the Desolate Ancient Yaksha, and it wasn't just a little bit stronger. It had a crushing advantage, and it was extremely clear. Previously, in the Desolate Ancient Prison Void, Yi Xian had also encountered a blood-red Heaven's Eye. Even when he was still so weak, he had already joined forces with the Headless Infant Corpse to battle it and severely injured it. The difference in strength between that blood-red Heaven's Eye and this giant green eye was like heaven and earth. The former was earth, so it should only be a clone, and most of it was incomplete. Otherwise, how could it be so weak? As for the latter, which was the giant green eye in front of him, it should be the original body of the Primeval Heaven's Eye. Its aura was too strong, even though Yi Xian had already grown to such a height. He, who had transformed into a tiny drop of blood, had already performed the bloodline ability of the 9 transformation demon ape to the 9th transformation, and had the terrifying battle power of a third-level universe supreme. However, in front of this giant green eye, Yi Xian still felt inferior to an ant. One had to know that this giant green eye was still closed. It had never opened at all. Once it opened its eyes, its own pressure would be completely mobilized and spread out. At that time, what kind of scene would it be? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian instantly felt a chill down his back. And his scalp went numb. Although he had always feared the green eyes of the desolate heavenly Tao and knew how powerful the other party was, and he had always thought that this kind of understanding was very profound, it was only now that he truly faced the green eyes of the desolate heavenly Tao. In the end, he still underestimated the other party. Its strength was far beyond Yi Xian's expectations. It was no wonder that it could experience the Great War of the Primordial Era and emerge victorious at the final stage. After that, it set up various arrangements and survived until now. It was the master of the Primordial Era. It was the god of the Primordial Era. How could it not be strong? After realizing this, Yi Xian shot backward even faster. Although it was invisible and traceless, it was faster than the speed of light. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled hundreds of millions of miles. He was already close to the area where the Netherworld Furnace and the Primeval Heaven's Eye would descend. More than 10 billion miles away, in the next instant, his figure came to an abrupt halt. Yi Xian did not want to, but he had no choice. This part of the void was instantly imprisoned. It was like flowing water had instantly turned into solid ice. Buzz, a weak and incomparably low buzzing sound was heard. At this moment, the giant green eye that rushed out of the huge void fissure in front of them suddenly opened. A green light burst forth, instantly enveloping the void within a radius of 1 trillion miles. In this area enveloped by the green light, all the ferocious star beasts that were retreating, including Yi Xian who had used the perfect oscillation secret technique to restrain his aura. However, without exception, all of them came to an abrupt halt. At this moment, Yi Xian felt an unprecedented sense of danger. He was completely sure that the perfect oscillation secret technique would not be able to escape the illumination and detection of this green light. The moment the green light enveloped his body, despair had already surfaced in his heart. This was because once the perfect oscillation secret technique lost its effect, his sudden appearance would most likely attract the attention of the Primeval Heaven's Eye. At that time, he might really be exposed. In a moment of desperation, he even directly issued an order to the devouring system in his body to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability as quickly as possible. He only wanted to leave this place immediately. However, when the order was issued, the devouring system in his body did not respond at all. On the contrary, he felt a burning sensation in his chest, a slight heat spreading through his body. At this moment, Yi Xian clearly felt a warm current flowing from his chest to the surface of his body in an instant. It was at this moment that the green light finally came into contact with his body. However, it passed through his body as if there was nothing there. There was no abnormal reaction. After being stunned for a moment, Yi Xian instantly heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that at the critical moment, the headless corpse still made its move in the end. A strange energy flowed out from the corpse lamp tattoo on his chest, protecting Yi Xian's body. It even prevented him from being detected by the mysterious green light of the primordial heavenly Tao's green eyes, as expected of the headless infant corpse who could fight head-on with the Primeval Heaven's Eye back then, and although it was defeated, it did not completely perish. It was definitely in existence on the same level as the Primeval Heaven's Eye. Just this move alone was enough to prove this point. Unfortunately, after the warm current flowed out from the zombie lantern tattoo on his chest, there was no other reaction. Although Yi Xian was not exposed, even if the green light still shone on him, it did not affect him at all. It seemed to be the effect of the warm current flowing through his chest. As a result, it lasted. At least, this effect did not disappear in a short period of time. However, that was all. Yi Xian was still unable to move, imprisoned in this area of 1 trillion miles that was enveloped by the green light. In front of him, the distance between the Netherworld Furnace and the Primeval Heaven's Eye was only slightly more than 10 billion miles. For the terrifying existences of the Primordial Era and above, this distance was simply no different from being right next to them. In other words, Yi Xian was still not safe, and danger could still befall him at any time. Buzz. At this moment, within the Primeval Heaven's eye, a misty green light suddenly flashed, and an incomparably deep buzzing sound sounded, as if it was transmitting some kind of order. Whoosh. Chapter 45-37. Hua la la. Hua la. At this moment, the Netherworld cauldron began to move. The 20,000 rune chains on the cauldron began to move, and they charged forward. It was so fast that in the blink of an eye, it was in front of the group of space beasts and the survivors of the primordial era who were closest to the Netherworld cauldron. These guys were all universe supreme beings, and they were the ones who were the fastest, dashing toward the forbidden mosquito zone ahead. Then, with the arrival of the Netherworld cauldron, they realized that something was wrong and immediately turned to flee. However, the Primeval Heaven's eye arrived almost immediately. After it opened, under the illumination of the green light, the void space within a radius of 1 trillion miles he was imprisoned. All the survivors of the primordial era and space beasts couldn't escape at all. Just like Yi Xian, who had turned into a drop of blood and completely concealed his aura, they could only stop abruptly in the void space, unable to move, and now, as the Netherworld cauldron dashed toward them, those who were the fastest and had the strongest cultivation instantly became the first victims. Hua la. Hua la la. The sound of the chains was earth-shattering, and the Netherworld cauldron rushed into the crowd of people and beasts. The 20,000 rune chains were as agile as snakes, and they were like ferocious space pythons. After sweeping up the survivors of the primordial era and space beasts, they were directly thrown into the mouth of the cauldron. This scene looked like a giant spider with countless legs hunting in the void space, and the mouth of the Netherworld cauldron was the ferocious bloody mouth of this strange spider. Creak creak creak, catcha catcha. In the Netherworld cauldron, the sound of the huge flesh millstone rotating quietly rang out, accompanied by countless fine cracking sounds of bones breaking. The moment it entered one's ears, it made one's whole body feel cold, and one's hair stood on end. Yi Xian had already raised his vigilance to the extreme, and he was paying close attention to the Netherworld cauldron. Fortunately, the Netherworld cauldron hadn't rushed toward him for the time being. It was still far away, and judging from the direction it was heading, it didn't seem to be heading toward Yi Xian. After calming down, he looked into the depths of the forbidden mosquito ground. In their line of sight, the Primeval Heaven's eye, which had torn through the void and arrived, was still suspended high in the sky of that region. Its green eyes were open, and within them was an incomparably deep green light that shot out and enveloped the cosmic void that was billions of miles away. Beneath the green eye of the primordial heavenly Tao, 3 people and 1 beast, as well as Xingbo's followers, stood in the void as well, quietly watching all of this. The 2 of them were at peace. Although these 3 people and 1 beast were the strongest people in this mosquito-forbidden ground, and the Netherworld furnace summoned by the Primeval Heaven's eye was slaughtering the ferocious beasts and the higher-ups of the survivors in the mosquito-forbidden ground, they were completely indifferent. This scene was too strange. Yi Xian's heart was filled with doubt as he watched, and he almost doubted his own eyes. In the next moment, a thought flashed through his mind, and he suddenly had a bold guess. They were on the same side. The Primeval Heaven's eye was definitely on the same side as these 4 people. If that was really the case, then the relationship between Xingbo and the Primeval Heaven's eye was probably even more unusual. After all, according to Yi Xian's speculation, Xingbo should be in existence on the same level as the Primeval Heaven's eye. Since they were on the same level and they were on the same side, then the relationship between Xingbo and the Primeval Heaven's eye was definitely not that of a subordinate and a superior. They were either partners, or they were even closer. This discovery was so shocking that even Yi Xian himself was shocked. He had thought about it many times, but he never expected that Xingbo was on the same side as the Primeval Heaven's eye. In other words, he was in existence on the opposite side, and he was a big boss. The crux of the problem was that Yi Xian still had the devouring system that Xingbo had created in his body. Right now, the devouring system in his body had obviously not evolved to its final stage. Even now, Yi Xian was extremely suspicious of the purpose of Xingbo's creation of the devouring system. This was definitely not good news. His body had a powerful system created by a big boss of the opposite side, and he still had no idea what the ultimate purpose of this system was. At this moment, as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian felt a chill run down his spine, and he didn't feel good at all. Whoosh! Hualala! Creak creak creak! Catcha catcha! During this process, the dark cauldron didn't stop for a single moment. It waved the 20,000 rune chains outside the cauldron, wandering in the void ahead. Every time it approached a group of Primeval survivors and cosmic beasts, the rune chains outside the cauldron would be like a giant cosmic python. In an instant, they would be wrapped around and sent into the cauldron. Then, they would be crushed through the huge millstone inside the cauldron. However, Yi Xian had an extremely strong intuition that this time, the dark cauldron was definitely not like before, where it hunted the flesh of these powerful beings just to refine the all-evil origin elixir. This was because in the deepest void of the forbidden mosquito grounds ahead, the 3 people and 1 beast that followed Xingbo were still quietly standing there. This was clearly a rhythm of waiting. The Dark Cauldron's current massacre must have something to do with this. Including the sudden arrival of the Primeval Heaven's Eye, it must also have something to do with this. Everything that happened today was definitely not just for the sake of refining the all-evil origin elixir. If that was really the case, there was no need to alarm the Primeval Heaven's Eye and make it come personally. What are they planning? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian muttered softly. His heart grew heavier, and a bad feeling grew stronger and stronger. Boom! Rumble! Right at this moment, at the end of the void in the forbidden mosquito grounds, a shocking rumble suddenly sounded again. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously looked into the distance. In his line of sight, high up in the void, another void fissure appeared. However, the spatial rift that appeared this time was not very large. It was only about 3 feet tall, and could only allow a single human to walk out from it. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart instantly beat wildly. Who else but Xingbo would be able to descend at such a time and in such a place? Sure enough, almost as soon as he guessed this possibility in his mind, a figure walked out of the void crack in the distance in front of him. This was an elder of the human clan. He was thin and tall, and he wore a grey robe. He looked very kind and had a faint smile on his face. However, the light in his eyes was very cold. This person was Xingbo, and Yi Xian recognized him at a glance. As soon as he walked out of the spatial crack, Xingbo's gaze swept around the spatial crack. Facing the merciless slaughter that was unfolding in the netherworld furnace, he acted as if he did not see it. There was still an amiable smile on his face, as if all of this was insignificant. Chapter 45-38. With the sudden appearance of Xingbo, Yi Xian fell into a state of extreme shock. Although he had already mentally prepared himself, guessing that the existence that was about to walk out of this void crack at this moment was most likely Xingbo. But guesses were guesses. When everything became reality, when he saw the guesses in his heart come true with his own eyes, the feeling was different. In fact, although he had already guessed that Xingbo was still alive through various clues, and that he was the mysterious visitor from the mother planet. Not only did he send the weeping soul demon ape following him to sneak into the place of the great battle of the primordial world, but he also spied on something. Furthermore, there must be all kinds of unknown schemes. Their arrangements and means had even extended to the 3 main starry skies of the current era, leaving behind the bloodline of the demons and the ferocious mosquito beasts. Moreover, he had left behind the legend of the pioneer of the human race in the human race. In the end, he had successfully escaped with the excuse of being betrayed and killed by Yi. All of this proved that Xingbo's scheme was not small, and it made Yi Xian extremely vigilant. But in fact, in his heart, he had always hoped that all of this was fake, that it was just his own private conjecture. After all, in his heart, the image and status of Xingbo, the pioneer of the human race's technology, was still quite high and glorious. The devouring system in Yi Xian's body, as well as the life fortress in Long Yi Xian's wild dragon ship, were all left behind by Xingbo. It could be said that Yi Xian had received a lot of favors from him. It could even be said that without Xingbo, without the devouring system he left behind, there would be no Yi Xian today. It was also because of this reason that Yi Xian was actually unwilling to believe and accept that Xingbo was the mastermind behind all of this. Although he had speculated the general truth from various clues, in his heart, there was still a trace of luck. But now, with the appearance of Xingbo, The last trace of luck in Yi Xian's heart was completely extinguished. The shock that all of this brought to him was too intense. For a moment, Yi Xian wasn't able to recover from this extreme shock. It was also at this moment that Xingbo, who had just descended, seemed to have sensed something. He subconsciously turned his head in the direction of Yi Xian and looked over from afar. At this moment, Yi Xian felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He felt as if a life-and-death crisis had finally descended upon him. Xingbo was different from Primeval Heaven's Eye. Even though the two of them were on the same level, this could be seen from Xingbo's position in the void after he descended and stood on the same level as the Primeval Heaven's Eye, who had descended before him. Meanwhile, the other three people and one beast were clearly below him, which could be seen clearly. However, Yi Xian had the devouring system that Xingbo had created in his body. Therefore, even though the Primeval Heaven's Eye was unable to detect Yi Xian's existence despite both of them being at the same level, this did not mean that Xingbo could not sense it either. Perhaps what he sensed was not Yi Xian, but the devouring system in Yi Xian's body. Wang. Just as Yi Xian felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave and did not know how to react, the zombie lantern tattoo on the left side of his chest suddenly heated up again. A second, more intense current instantly flowed out and completely enveloped his body. This kind of change caused Yi Xian's heart to relax. However, his heart hadn't completely calmed down and was still hanging in his throat. After all, Xingbo was different from the primordial heavenly Tao's green eyes. Yi Xian's body contained the devouring system created by Xingbo. The final result made him feel relieved. The headless infant corpse did not disappoint him in the end. After all, it was also an existence on the same level as the Primeval Heaven's Eye. In fact, it was even more mysterious than the Primeval Heaven's Eye. After all, when the Primeval War that destroyed the entire Primeval Age broke out, the headless infant corpse had actually just been born. It was still a baby and was far from being fully grown. Even so, although he was defeated in this great battle, he still survived. Furthermore, in this life, before the start of the new primordial era, he would start a new battle with the green eye of the primordial era. He would settle the unresolved issue back then. TSK, it would be settled in this world. Just from this point alone, one could see how strong the headless infant corpse was. Although Yi Xian still did not know Xingbo's true identity and origin, he always had a feeling that the headless infant corpse was definitely stronger than he. At this moment, as the zombie lantern tattoo formed by the headless infant corpse transmitted a second current that flowed out and enveloped Yi Xian's body, Xingbo, who was originally looking in this direction from afar, had an obvious look of confusion on his face. The feeling that he suddenly caught earlier had clearly disappeared, and there was no trace to follow. This feeling should have given Xingbo the idea that it was an illusion. Therefore, after shaking his head slightly, he quickly turned his head away and no longer paid attention to Yi Xian. This was completely understandable. After all, at their level, what other methods could they possibly use to evade their detection? Perhaps Xingbo was too confident. When he realized that there was nothing here, he subconsciously judged the weak feeling from before as his own illusion. As for Yi Xian, it was this confidence of his that allowed him to survive another calamity that almost befell him. Hua. Hualala, creak, creak, catcher, catcher. In the void, the netherworld cauldron did not stop for a moment. It was still waving the 20,000 rune chains outside the cauldron, wandering around. Every time it approached a group of ancient survivors and space beasts, the rune chains outside the cauldron, like a giant space python, would instantly move. They would coil around the cauldron. It was wrapped up and sent into the mouth of the cauldron. Then, it was crushed by the huge millstone inside the cauldron. There were not many ancient survivors and space beasts in the void. Although all of them were terrifying existences with the cultivation of emperors and above, the total number was only in the tens of thousands. The netherworld furnace was enormous, and there were 20,000 talisman-marking chains that danced in the air at the same time. They were like enormous pythons in the starry sky that unfolded to sweep and slaughter. There were only a few tens of thousands of survivors of the primordial era and ferocious beasts in the starry sky, and they were truly unable to endure for long. In fact, only less than half an incense stick of time had passed since the netherworld furnace was activated, Yet more than 90% of these few tens of thousands of survivors and ferocious beasts had been swept away into the mouth of the netherworld furnace and crushed into nothingness. After a short while, the last 10% of the ancient survivors and space beasts had completely disappeared. The void leading to the deepest part of the fierce mosquito-forbidden land was already empty. Chapter 4539. In just a little more than half an hour, tens of thousands of primordial remnants and space beasts at Emperor level and above were completely annihilated. They were all wrapped up and sent into the mouth of the netherworld cauldron. Along with a series of hair-raising creaking and cracking sounds, they turned into flesh and blood under the huge millstone. In front of them, the vast void with a radius of 10 billion miles was completely empty. In the void, other than the netherworld cauldron, there were only the 3 humans and 1 beast, Xingbo, and Primeval Heaven's Eye left. Yi Xian was at the outermost periphery of this 10 billion mile area, and he still couldn't move. However, at this moment, his heart was in his throat again. Because he didn't know what was going to happen next, but he could guess that it was definitely not a small matter, and definitely not a good thing. And as long as Xingbo and Primeval Heaven's Eye were here, there was still a possibility that Yi Xian would be discovered. It could become a reality at any time. Huh? There's actually someone who dares to spy in the dark. Just at this moment, just as Yi Xian was feeling anxious and uncertain, Xingbo suddenly let out a soft sound of surprise. He turned his head and looked toward the end of the void in the distance to the right. At this moment, Primeval Heaven's Eye and the 3 humans and 1 beast standing in the void below all turned their heads and looked in the same direction. Yi Xian naturally did the same. Very quickly, several 100 billion miles to the right, 2 ripples appeared in the void, and 2 figures quietly appeared. They were in a rather sorry state. Obviously, Xingbo had used some kind of technique to force them to reveal themselves. This was a distance of several 100 billion miles, but Xingbo still managed to discover them. This showed how powerful and terrifying he was. This also made Yi Xian, who was only about 10 billion miles away, feel lucky. Fortunately, the headless infant corpse was more powerful. Otherwise, without his technique, Yi Xian would most likely be the first to be discovered, and he would be directly pulled out like those 2 fellows in the void hundreds of billion miles away. It was really hard to predict what would happen to him at that time. After all, Yi Xian's body contained the devouring system that was created by Xingbo. His current scheme and purpose were still unknown, and he also had an extremely deep relationship with the netherworld furnace and the primordial heavenly Tao green eyes. But in short, one thing was certain, and that was the outcome. It was definitely not a good thing. When these thoughts flashed through his mind, the figures of the 2 fellows who were forced to appear from the ripples in the void hundreds of billions of miles away on the right were finally clearly visible. When he saw who they were, even Yi Xian's level took a deep breath. Yi Xueben's power. The other person was an old man from the human clan. Judging from his appearance, he was 90% similar to old Devil Mosquito Butcher. The cultivation aura emitted from his body was also extremely powerful. He had actually reached the level of a powerful being from the remote antiquity era. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He instantly knew the identity of this old man from the human clan. Without a doubt, this guy was the original body of old Devil Mosquito Butcher. He had disappeared for countless years and even sealed the memory of his clone, which was old Devil Mosquito Butcher. Who would have thought that he would come to this primordial void as expected? However, Yi Xian had previously obtained information from old Devil Mosquito Butcher that his original body should have gone to look for his father, who had left behind his bloodline. That was the group of mysterious visitors from the mother planet. But now, it seemed that he had clearly come here, but he was hiding thousands of miles away and had not shown himself. If he was not mistaken, old Devil Mosquito Butcher's original body should have seen through some secrets and had doubts in his heart. Therefore, although he had found his father, he chose not to show himself. Back then, Xingbo had a total of 3 people and 2 beasts following him. Now, apart from the weeping soul demon ape who had not shown himself and whose whereabouts were unknown, the other 3 people and 1 beast were in the void ahead. Among them, the desolate ancient ferocious mosquito had left behind the ferocious mosquito beast race in the 3 main planes of the starry skies. The Mad Mosquito Emperor's true body was his son, but now he had entered a source hive star, after the start of the new primordial era. He would appear in the world as a chaos demon god. As for Shui Ben, he was the grandson of this desolate ancient mosquito. Of the other 3 people, 2 had left behind their bloodlines in the 3 main starry sky planes. One of them had left behind the demon clan, and the demon emperor was his son. The other person had left behind Mosquito Butcher's original body, which was the old fellow who had been discovered now, and the one who had left behind Mosquito Butcher's original body should be the strongest of the 3, the human clan elder who had reached the same level as the desolate ancient mosquito, the supreme primordial expert. This was because when old devil Mosquito Butcher's original body was pulled out of the void hundreds of billions of miles to the right, among the 3 of them, only this supreme primordial human clan elder's expression changed the most. Of course, the other 2 people were also stunned, including the desolate ancient mosquito. The aura in his body also stagnated, obviously also sensing the bloodline aura in Shui Ben's body that was passed down from his bloodline. Even Xingbo seemed to be surprised by all this. After a dim light flashed in his eyes, he grinned. "You're quite capable, actually chasing me here." Speaking of this, Xingbo paused, but still had a smile on his face. He turned his head to look at the 3 people and 1 beast. Then he said, "Back then, among the 5 of you, 3 of you left your bloodlines in the 3 main planes of the current universe. I didn't expect that 2 of you would find this place. Among you, 1 of you has reached the supreme primordial expert level. I really don't know how he did it. Not bad at all. As for the other one, Mosquito, you have a good grandson. Although he's still young and his cultivation is a bit weak, only reaching the supreme primordial immortal level, he has a good foundation. He actually has the bloodline of the desolate ancient mosquito like you. This is truly great news. In this way, the problems of the 2 of you have been perfectly resolved. The only ones that this old man is still worried about are the 2 of them." As he spoke, Xingbo turned his head to look at the other 2 middle-aged men who were only supreme primordial immortals. Whoosh, whoosh. A faint air-breaking sound was heard. Just as Xingbo said these words, no one among them moved at all. However, in the void thousands of miles to the right, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body, who had just been pulled out of the void by the 2 ripples, seemed to be pulled by an invisible force. It was as if an invisible force was pulling them. They turned into 2 fine lights and shot over at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in the void in front of them, between Yi Xian and Xingbo, and suddenly stop. Chapter 4540. As soon as Xingbo finished his words, the 3 men and 1 beast looked at Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher at the same time. Their gazes were complicated, especially the elder with the supreme power of the remote antiquity and the desolate ancient fierce Mosquito Butcher. Their eyes flashed, and they seemed to be struggling and hesitating. Could it be, you haven't thought it through? At this moment, Xingbo had already turned around and walked deeper into the fierce mosquito forbidden land. However, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, he saw everything behind him. His cold voice was heard again. This time, they could vaguely feel a trace of sternness in his voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Xingbo had already reached the deepest part of the fierce mosquito forbidden land. He seemed to be walking slowly, but he was actually very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already close to 100 billion miles away. In the deepest part of the fierce mosquito forbidden land, he sat down cross-legged and turned around again. His cold eyes fell on the 3 men and 1 beast. Shio. The green eyes of the way of the heavens in the untainted land also shook slightly. In the blink of an eye, it had also arrived at the deepest part of the ferocious mosquito forbidden land that was close to 100 billion miles away. It stood in the void with Xingbo on the left and right. However, there was no movement at all, as if it was waiting for something quietly. Hua lo lo, the sound of chains came. The netherworld furnace was still floating in the center of the void 10 billion miles away, but the sound of the grinding stone and the cracking of bones had stopped. Without a doubt, the tens of thousands of ancient survivors and space beasts above the Emperor level had all been crushed by the grinding stone and turned into a pile of flesh and blood. At this moment, the netherworld furnace stood there quietly. The 20,000 rune chains outside the furnace moved slowly with the wind, giving people the feeling that they were waiting for something too. At this moment, it seemed that everyone's eyes were focused on the 3 men and 1 beast in the center of the void. Even Yi Xian was the same. His heart was filled with doubts, and his heartstrings were tight. His mind was spinning rapidly, guessing what was going to happen next. At this moment, the 3 men and 1 beast were looking at each other, communicating with their eyes. Finally, they seemed to have made some kind of decision and nodded at the same time. What happened next caught Yi Xian off guard. His entire body was instantly stunned. He was stupefied by lightning. Hong, hong, hong. 3 earth-shattering booms rang out. 3 of the 3 humans and 1 beast had self-detonated at the same time. Before Yi Xian could react, the bodies of the 3 of them had already completely exploded, turning into a bloody mist that spread out in the void 10 billion kilometers in front of them. 2 primordial experts and 1 primordial supreme had self-destructed at the same time. One could easily imagine the destructive force. Even if they were in the primordial chaos, a huge black hole would be blasted out of the void. However, such a scene didn't appear. In the core area where the 3 of them had self-detonated, although the void had shattered inch by inch due to the raging majestic and terrifying energy, it had not completely collapsed and formed a black hole. This was clearly the result of the power of self-destruction being controlled and, although they suspected that Xingbo and his followers had some kind of shocking conspiracy, they couldn't be sure of what it was. But now, they thought that the answer would be revealed immediately. Unexpectedly, such a scene happened in front of them. Self-destruct. 3 of the 3 men and 1 beast actually self-destructed. What the hell was going on? At this moment, these thoughts appeared in Yi Xian's mind, but his heart immediately sank. He had a very strong intuition that the real conspiracy would be revealed soon. And the implementation of this conspiracy required 2 great beings from the remote antiquity and a supreme being from the remote antiquity to sacrifice themselves and self-destruct. From this, one could see how shocking it was. It was absolutely heaven-defying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, while Yi Xian was shocked by the scene in front of him, and his mind was in a complete mess, a faint sound of air breaking suddenly came from the majestic aura spreading out in front of him. 3 figures rushed out and shot out. They only stopped when they were 10 billion miles away from the right side of the void. They turned around and looked at the desolate fierce mosquito that was still there. These 3 figures were the 3 guys who self-destructed just now. 2 great beings from the remote antiquity and 1 supreme being from the remote antiquity. They didn't die just like that. Their godly souls were preserved. It was only their physical bodies that self-destructed just now. At this moment, the 3 of them stood there side by side. They looked completely the same as before, as if the self-destruction just now didn't happen at all. The only difference was that they had flesh and blood before. They were complete life forms of flesh and blood. But now, they were in an energy form. Only their godly souls were left, and their physical bodies were gone. This directly caused their energies to weaken, and they even dropped by a realm. The 2 great beings from the remote antiquity were now supreme beings of the universe. And the other supreme being from the remote antiquity had become a great being from the remote antiquity. Of course, if they could find the most compatible physical bodies, they could quickly recover their cultivation and strength after tempering their new physical bodies. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian reflexively turned to look at Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body. At this moment, he suddenly understood something. If there was no accident, the original bodies of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher were most likely the targets of that elder and the desolate fierce mosquito to possess them. They were related by blood to begin with. Shui Ben's bloodline had even undergone ancestral awakening, giving him the same pure constitution as the primordial fierce mosquito. With them as the bodies for the old man and the primordial fierce mosquito to possess, they would be able to improve their cultivation at the fastest speed possible. Speed recovery. Just as this thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind, causing him to be extremely shocked, a new change occurred in the space in front of him. Screech. The desolate fierce mosquito that was still in place suddenly raised its head and let out an earth-shattering screech. As this screech sounded, the 3 streams of vital energy and blood that were spreading out in the void not far in front of it were instantly sucked in by an invisible force. They kept rolling and moving at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, all of them drilled into the desolate fierce mosquito's huge mouth. It was swallowed by it in the blink of an eye. After doing all this, the desolate fierce mosquito turned its head and looked at Schweben, who was also dumbfounded, but seemed to have guessed something, and his expression changed greatly. It raised its head again and let out another screech. Its incomparably huge blood-colored physical body suddenly exploded. Chapter 45-41. Bang! With a loud boom, the desolate ancient fierce mosquito self-detonated right after the three of them. Its huge body instantly turned into an even more majestic blood mist and spread out. Kachacha, this time, the space where the desolate mosquito was still in didn't directly collapse into a black hole. It only shattered inch by inch. The power of laws in the primordial chaos was extremely strong, so this level of damage was quickly repaired. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was stunned again. He didn't understand what these guys were doing, but he knew that this had to be a necessary procedure. Otherwise, why didn't they just self-detonate at the same time? Why did it have to be so troublesome and split it into two? If there were no accidents, the majestic chi and blood formed by the explosion of the bodies of the three people before was swallowed by this ancient fierce mosquito. It should have gone through some kind of unique bloodline talent, or it should have been mastered by this ancient fierce mosquito. Some kind of powerful secret technique should have undergone some kind of qualitative change. And now, after everything was completed, the desolate mosquito also self-detonated. The majestic blood and chi that was formed when its body exploded should have some kind of use. Whoosh! Just as Yi Xian was deducing all this in his mind and guessing what would happen next, a figure suddenly rushed out of the majestic blood and chi. It looked like the desolate mosquito from before, but it was only its soul. Its body had also exploded and ceased to exist. After this energy soul body rushed out of the blood mist, it directly went to the place where the three people had been standing. It did not do anything else, and just like the three people, it quietly watched everything from the side, as if it was an outsider. It was clearly waiting for the next step to unfold. They were equally concerned about the final result, even more so than the important matter of possession. Whoosh! At this moment, as the desolate mosquito's soul flew out and rushed to the side, the dark cauldron suddenly moved. On the outer walls of the cauldron, the 20,000 rune chains suddenly waved rapidly, each one like a giant python. In the blink of an eye, as the dark cauldron approached, the 20,000 rune chains all reached into the majestic blood mist formed by the desolate mosquito's self-detonation. Then, without exception, the dense and obscure runes on the 20,000 rune chains all lit up and bloomed with blood-red light. And the majestic blood mist formed by the desolate mosquito's self-detonation began to rapidly decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was very clear that the blood mist was completely absorbed by the 20,000 rune chains. Through the chains, the blood mist was sent into the netherworld furnace. During this process, as the blood mist was sent into the netherworld furnace along with the rune chains, a light shone on the chains. This blood-red rune should also have some kind of mysterious power effect. But what exactly it was, Yi Xian wasn't sure. Very quickly, after less than half an incense stick of time, the void became empty again. The majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the ancient mosquito was all sucked away and sent into the netherworld cauldron along the seal pattern chains. Boom! Rumble! At this moment, the rumbling sound of thunder came from the dark cauldron again. Yi Xian was very familiar with this sound. It was the sound of that huge millstone starting to rotate again. However, the tens of thousands of desolate survivors and space beasts that were above the emperor level that were thrown into the dark cauldron had long been crushed into minced meat. Therefore, this time, there was no sound of bones breaking at all. But the hair on Yi Xian's back immediately stood up. He had entered the dark cauldron for internal treatment before, so he knew everything inside. Therefore, even though he couldn't see the situation inside, he could clearly imagine. There was no doubt that the space in the center of that huge millstone was already filled with the half-liquid meat that was crushed by the tens of thousands of desolate survivors and space beasts. And now, as the huge millstone rotated again, this half-liquid meat was stirred up again in an instant. The reason for this was undoubtedly to mix the blood mist that was absorbed and swallowed by the rune chains. Mix. What were they trying to do? All these actions were becoming more and more strange and unpredictable. Yi Xian's mind raced as he made all kinds of guesses, but he still couldn't figure it out. Wang. Right at this moment, a low buzzing sound rang out. The dense and obscure runes on the 20,000 chains outside the Netherworld cauldron's walls all dimmed at this moment. However, on the huge cauldron's walls, there were also countless runes that were densely packed and innumerable. But all of a sudden, they all lit up, emitting a blazing blood light. At this moment, the rotating sound of the enormous millstone in the Netherworld furnace disappeared. Obviously, the millstone had stopped rotating, and the flesh formed from the crushing of the bodies of the tens of thousands of survivors of the primordial era and the ferocious beasts of the starry sky had already been absorbed and swallowed by the blood mist by the runic chains. It had become a fusion. And at this moment, the countless runes that suddenly lit up on the outer wall of the cauldron should be some kind of final blessing to the blood mist and meat in the holes of the millstone. All of this was very mysterious. Perhaps only the creator of the Netherworld furnace, the green eyes of the way of the heavens in the untainted land, would know what the meaning of these dense blood-colored runes was and what the effects of these runes were. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian subconsciously looked at the primeval heaven's eye that was even further away in the void. Whoosh! At this moment, the green eye of the way of the heavens in untainted land, which had been silent since it arrived, suddenly shone with a green light beam. A green energy beam shot out from the green eye of the way of the heavens, which was even larger than a star. It shot out and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it was extremely far away in the void above his head. Boom! Rumble! Hiss! A rumble that shook the heavens and the earth resounded, and it was closely followed by the extremely clear and melodious sound of ripping silk. High above his head, a crack was torn open in the primordial void. However, behind the crack, there was no darkness or darkness. Instead, there was a dreamlike starlight pouring out from it. At this moment, Yi Xian was stunned, and his expression changed wildly. Although he could only see a small corner of the Milky Way through this crack, he still recognized it at a glance. It was the Milky Way star field. That's right, the other end of this void crack that was torn open actually led to the Milky Way star domain. But of course, this was only the periphery. From this angle, this corner of the Milky Way star domain was still enveloped by a translucent light curtain. No matter how powerful the primeval heaven's eye was, it couldn't be compared to the primordial void laws. He could. Chapter 45-42. This old man's plan to steal the heavens is finally at its final step. Rising to his feet, a smile appeared on Xingbo's face, but his eyes were shining brightly. He turned his head and glanced at the souls of the three people and one beast who were standing in the void in the distance as if they were spectators. He nodded slightly and then glanced at the Netherworld furnace that was covered with countless blood-red runes. Finally, he turned his eyes to the primeval heaven's eye and said, "Don't hesitate. Don't worry, I'll find a way to get to the homeworld after we get in. As long as I can do that and get that thing, I'll be able to get all of you. Lure them in. Qing Yang, only I can do this. What are you still hesitating for? The new primordial era is about to begin. This is your last chance. Otherwise, when the new primordial era begins, everything that survived the last primordial era will turn to dust. Even if you were once the will of the heavenly Tao of the primordial world, you will still die. It's the same. You don't have the time or the opportunity. You can only join hands with this old man and fight one last time." Swish. These words clearly had an effect. Just as Xingbo finished speaking, the primeval heaven's eye once again shot out a beam of green light, but this time, it didn't shoot towards the sky, but towards the Netherworld furnace. An incomparably sharp sound of something breaking through the air rang out as the green light shot out at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached the outer wall of the Netherworld cauldron and directly came out of it. Shio, almost in the next instant, the second sound of something breaking through the air rang out. This time, it was even sharper and resonated with the void. A low buzzing sound that caused one's soul to tremble could be heard. At this moment, the countless blood-colored runes on the outer walls of the Netherworld cauldron suddenly shone brightly before extinguishing at the same time. Even the aura of the cauldron dimmed. A beam of blood-green light shot out from the mouth of the Netherworld furnace. It was only about half an inch in diameter, and could be said to be insignificant. However, Its radiance was incomparably bright. It was obviously a dark blood-green color, but it made people unable to look at it directly. Moreover, the speed of this tiny blood-green light beam was extremely fast. It seemed that as soon as it shot out from the mouth of the netherworld furnace, it had already reached the void crack high up in the sky. Swish! Xingbo did not hesitate in the slightest. His figure disappeared without a sign and turned into an even fainter gray light. He followed closely behind the blood-green light pillar that shot out. Seeing this, Yi Xian understood everything. His heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The entire Milky Way starfield was not open yet. It was protected by the powerful primordial chaos void law, just like the nearly 3,000 nesting stars that gave birth to a chaos demon god. Originally, all of these would only be released and revealed after the new primordial era officially began. But now, Xingbo was going to enter the Milky Way ahead of time. His purpose was obviously not as simple as entering the Milky Way star sector ahead of time and setting up his arrangements. Based on what he said to Primeval Heaven's Eye, Xingbo's ultimate goal in entering the Milky Way starfield seemed to be to infiltrate the mother planet and look for something. Through that thing, he would have the ability to take the Primeval Heaven's Eye from the mother planet, as well as the followers around him who had sacrificed a lot for this stealing the heavens plan. They had even self-destructed their physical bodies and dropped their realms. This was definitely a blatant attempt to steal the heavens. Yi Xian did not know what he was looking for. He did not know Xingbo's true identity and origin. He did not know why the Primeval Heaven's Eye could not do this and only he could do it, but there was one thing that Yi Xian was clear about, and that was, if Xingbo entered the Milky Way starfield, the result would be no different from him stealing the heavens. The new primordial era that would officially begin soon would most likely be affected because of this, and the consequences would be immeasurable. Unfortunately, although Yi Xian had the intention to stop or destroy this matter, he did not have the ability to do so. Not to mention Xingbo or the Primeval Heaven's Eye. Even the 3 people and 1 beast who had self-destructed their physical bodies and were only left with a wisp of soul could destroy him. Although Yi Xian was anxious, he was not a reckless and impulsive person. If this matter was not stopped, the impact would be too great and far-reaching, and the consequences would be immeasurable. But at least there was still a chance. But if he showed up now on impulse and disappeared here, then there would be no chance at all. He was very clear about the importance of this matter. Therefore, even though his heart had already sunk to the bottom of the valley, Yi Xian was still restraining himself. He forced himself to calm down and become calm. He didn't want to be careless and really rush out. That would be a bad dish. In fact, not to mention him, even the headless baby corpse that had turned into a corpse lamp tattoo and was attached to Yi Xian's left chest did not move at all at this moment. This showed the problem from another perspective. Although the headless baby corpse did not move, Yi Xian believed that he must have been paying close attention to everything that was happening. He was as clear as Yi Xian about what was happening in the outside world. In fact, due to the gap between the two of them, which was like a heavenly abyss, perhaps the headless baby corpse could see more things and understand more secrets. Even he did not have any intention of making a move, so Yi Xian really did not have to make the most stupid and impulsive choice in this situation. Whoosh! The sharp sound of breaking through the air disappeared in a flash. The extremely thin blood-green light beam, along with the grey light that Xingbo had transformed into, entered the void crack high in the sky above in the blink of an eye. It directly shot into the Milky Way that was shrouded in it. On the layer of primordial void law light screen in the star domain, there was no suspense in what happened next. The protective light screen formed by the power of the primordial law was indeed powerful. Even Primeval Heaven's Eye and Xingbo were unable to break through it. However, this blood-green beam of light was too thin, less than half an inch long. Moreover, it was created by the combined efforts of Primeval Heaven's Eye and Xingbo, using all sorts of mysterious methods that Yi Xian could not understand. With all of these factors added together, it was obviously not a problem to pierce a small hole in the thin light screen formed by the power of the primordial law. And this small hole did not need to exist for too long. A 10,000th of an instant was enough. It was enough for the faint light formed by Xingbo's figure, who was following closely behind the blood-green beam of light, to take advantage of the critical moment to rush in. The next scene was exactly like this. A small hole was pierced through that thin layer of light screen. The blood-green light pillar's energy was exhausted and disappeared directly. The faint light that was Xingbo's body also smoothly passed through the light screen and rushed in. In less than a 10,000th of an instant, the small hole that was pierced through by the blood-green light screen closed again. At this moment, the void crack that was torn apart by the beam of light shot out by Primeval Heaven's Eye was also slowly repairing itself. Chapter 45-43. Hong. Hong long long, Sai La. Without waiting for Yi Xian to recover from his shock, an earth-shattering explosion sounded out once again. Following closely behind was an incomparably clear sound of silk ripping apart. This time, it was still Primeval Heaven's Eye who made a move and tore open a crack in the Hongmeng void. However, this time, behind the crack was no longer a corner of the Milky Way starfield filled with dreamy starlight. Instead, it was dark and deep, and no one knew where it led to. Obviously, Xingbo had entered the Milky Way starfield. This time, the first step of his plan to steal the sky with Primeval Heaven's Eye had succeeded. Since that was the case, there was no need for Primeval Heaven's Eye to stay here any longer. He must have other arrangements, so he wouldn't have so much free time. Sure enough, almost at the moment when this void crack appeared, the green eyes of the Way of Heaven flashed, and it turned into a green light. It went into the void crack and disappeared. Hua Lolo. Immediately after that, the Netherworld furnace, whose aura had become much weaker, also waved the 20,000 rune chains outside the furnace and rushed into the void crack as well. Soon, the crack closed and disappeared, leaving only Shui Ben, Mosquito Butcher's original body, and the 3 people and 1 beast with only their soul bodies left in the void. These 3 people and 1 beast were originally 2 supreme beings and 2 supreme beings of the primordial era. But now, because of the self-destruction of their physical bodies, their cultivations had all dropped by 1 realm. They were now 2 supreme beings and 2 supreme beings of the primordial era. Although their overall combat power was like heaven and earth compared to before, to Yi Xian, it was still not something he could shake. At this moment, he was extremely anxious, and there was a strong sense of depression in his heart. Since leaving the 3 main star planes of the current era, Yi Xian's cultivation power had improved rapidly. Now, he had already become a 2nd-level universe master. If he unleashed the 9th transformation of the demon ape bloodline, he could even possess the terrifying battle power of a 3rd-level universe supreme. Coupled with the majestic power of blood and chi within his body that was 60 million miles long, his true battle power was comparable to that of a 4th-level universe supreme. Even so, he was still unable to deal with the 4 fellows in front of him. Even the 2 weakest universe supreme beings were at the later stage of this level, not to mention the other 2 supreme beings at the middle stage of the ancient era. Previously, Xingbo wanted to steal the sky and successfully entered the Milky Way starfield ahead of time. Yi Xian was powerless to stop him. But now, when he saw that Shui Ben and old bastard Mosquito Butcher were about to be possessed, he was still unable to stop it. What was the point of all the hardships he had gone through to reach this cultivation level after so many years? Swish, swish. Just as 100 thoughts were running through his mind, he suddenly became frustrated and angry. 2 whistling sounds came from the void in front of him. It was the 2 most powerful people among the 3 people and 1 beast. It was the primordial fierce mosquito, who still had the cultivation level of a supreme being from the ancient era, and the soul body of the other elder from the human race, who suddenly moved at the same time. Their targets were precisely Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body. This was simply too cruel. In order to have a body that was the most compatible with the soul body, they wanted to use this opportunity to recover their peak power as quickly as possible. These 3 people and 1 beast didn't even care about their blood ties. One had to know that to this elder from the human race, Mosquito Butcher's original body was his own son. Even Shui Ben was the grandson of that primordial fierce mosquito. But now, as an elder, he actually wanted to possess the body of the 1st and 2nd generation descendants of his direct bloodline. This was simply cold-blooded and heartless. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian rushed out immediately. In the process, he directly performed the bloodline power of 9 changes of demonic ape to the 9th transformation. In addition, he also used the secret blood technique and the power of his clone, Howl. Howl! Howl! In an instant, a small drop of blood transformed into 3 bloody sea-raging apes that were 60 million miles in size. Their bodies were different, but the auras they emitted from their bodies were all third-level universe supremes. They also had the same fierce aura of anger. Like a river, they roared and transformed into 3 streaks of light in the blink of an eye and shot forward. Hey! This brat has the aura of my clone. Second brother? Hurry up and leave, you're not their match. At this moment, perhaps because Xingbo had already left, Mosquito Butcher's original body and Shui Ben were still unable to move, but they could speak. Shui Ben recognized Yi Xian immediately. His expression changed drastically, and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He reminded Yi Xian to leave. As for Mosquito Butcher's original body, he was stunned for a moment. He had captured a faint aura of Old Devil Mosquito Butcher from Yi Xian's body. He was caught off guard and was stunned. There's actually an ant here. Forget it. Regardless of whether it's compatible or not, I'll just borrow his body first. At most, I'll just exchange for it while looking for it. At this moment, one of the 2 middle-aged men who hadn't moved before had a gleam in his eyes. With a flash of his body, he charged toward Yi Xian. Judging from his words, he was planning to possess Yi Xian's body. At most, he would just find a body that was most compatible with his soul in the future and exchange for it at any time. Howl! Screech! Ant, how dare you stop me from possessing your body? If it weren't for the fact that your body is still somewhat useful, I would have torn your soul apart. At the same time, the human elder who still had the terrifying power of a primordial great being raised his head and roared angrily. He turned to look at Yi Xian, and his eyes glinted coldly as he issued a stern warning. Although the desolate fierce mosquito, who had the same cultivation level and was now at the 6th level of the primordial great being, did not send out a sound of divine sense, it raised its head and let out an extremely cold and ruthless howl. However, during this process, the 2 of them did not slow down at all as they charged toward Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body. The speed of a primordial great being was naturally terrifying. In the blink of an eye, when Yi Xian was still 6 or 7 billion miles away, the human elder and the desolate fierce mosquito had already arrived in front of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body. At this moment, both Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body were still turning their heads to look at Yi Xian. The speed of a primordial great being was simply too fast for them to react. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 extremely weak sounds of breaking through the air rang out. The souls of the human elder and the desolate fierce mosquito directly rushed into the bodies of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body respectively. They entered at an extremely fast speed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ah! Screech! At this moment, the bodies of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body instantly stiffened, as if they were having a spasm. Their bodies twitched violently, and there were even painful groans and violent howls coming out of their mouths. Chapter 45-44. Screech. Seeing Shui Ben and Old Devil Mosquito's original bodies being invaded by the powerful godly souls of the human elder and the ancient fierce mosquito, Yi Xian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He raised his head and let out a screech. He was about to flee. Although the 2 old men's realms had dropped, they were still powerful beings of the primordial era even though they were only left with godly souls. They were also at level 6 of the primordial era, only 1 step away from becoming a late-stage powerful being. Although Old Devil Mosquito Butcher's original body had also become a powerful being of the primordial era, he was only at the initial stage of the primordial era. He was definitely no match for the human elder's godly soul. As for Shui Ben, his strength was only at the emperor level. Compared to the ancient fierce mosquito, he was even less than an ant. Yi Xian was no match for these 2 old men. Even if he used all his skills, he would never be able to defeat a level 6 powerful being of the primordial era. Besides, these 2 old men had lived from the primordial era to the present. How could they not have powerful godly powers and secret techniques? However, he couldn't care less at this moment. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he had to rush forward. A real man had his reasons. If he considered the consequences of everything, what was the point of living? Mosquito Butcher's original body was fine, but Yi Xian couldn't just ignore Shui Ben. When he took Shui Ben away from the fierce mosquito planet, Yi Xian had promised Mad Mosquito Emperor that he would protect Shui Ben. Even if he didn't consider how to explain this to Mad Mosquito Emperor, if something really happened to Shui Ben, he couldn't even get past his own conscience. At this moment, Yi Xian was on the verge of going crazy. He pushed the vital essence in his body to the limit, and blood dripped from the corners of his eyes. He shot forward like a madman. At this moment, he suddenly felt a burning sensation on the left side of his chest. This was the sign that the headless infant was about to make a move. Perhaps he hadn't planned to make a move, but now he felt Yi Xian's madness and had no choice but to change his mind. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost at the same time, two blood-red lights smaller than fireflies shot out from the left side of Yi Xian's chest and shot forward at high speed. To be more precise, these two almost imperceptible dots of light actually shot out from the corpse lantern tattoo on Yi Xian's chest. This was the power of the headless infant corpse. It looked insignificant and weak, but even Yi Xian did not dare to underestimate its power. At this moment, his frenzied emotions finally calmed down a little, and the expression on his face eased slightly. This was because he knew that old ghost mosquito butcher and Shui Ben should be fine. He dared not say that they could escape this calamity of possession, but at least they could protect their own lives. There was absolutely no problem. If Xingbo or Primeval Heaven's Eye were still here, Yi Xian might still be worried. However, these three people and one beast were definitely no match for the headless infant corpse, not to mention that their cultivation had dropped by a large realm. Even if they did not, they still had peak battle strength. The two weak dots of light shot out at an unimaginably fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they drilled into the glabellas of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. Between the glabellas was the sea of consciousness of the spirit. Possession would involve a battle of the spirit, and it would take place in the sea of consciousness. There was no doubt that these two dots of light had drilled into the sea of consciousness of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher respectively. Poof! Poof! This aura, it's him. Run! Almost in the next moment, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher spat out blood arrows at the same time. They turned to look at Yi Xian, their eyes filled with endless horror. They were not afraid of Yi Xian, but the headless infant corpse. Obviously, they had already captured the aura of the headless infant corpse in the faint bloodlight that drilled into their glabellas. That was why they were so shocked. Just by relying on a faint bloodlight, they could instantly determine the identity of the headless infant corpse. It was enough to prove that the two of them were extremely familiar with the headless infant corpse. Perhaps they had even dealt with it in the past. It was unknown. Boom! Boom! Rip! Hiss! Almost in the next moment, there was a rumbling thunder in the distance, followed by a crisp sound of tearing silk. Two cracks were torn open in the void. Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher, who were extremely shocked, turned into two rays of light and rushed in without looking back. Among them, in less than half a breath of time, the two spatial rifts were quickly mended by the power of the Hongmeng Void. After all, they weren't big to begin with, only half a foot wide, so mending them was naturally much faster. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's expression changed again, and his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Before escaping at the last moment, the voices that came from Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's mouths were clearly different from before. It was not the voices of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's at all, but the voices of the human elder and the ancient fierce mosquito. This meant that the two of them had won the battle for the divine soul. In other words, the possession was successful. This result was completely unacceptable to Yi Xian. The headless infant corpse had already been used, but it still could not turn the situation around. This psychological gap caught him off guard. At this moment, Yi Xian's left chest burned again. This time, a message entered his mind. It was from the headless infant corpse. Seeing this message, Yi Xian's heart finally settled down, but his expression was still gloomy, and he looked extremely worried. The infant corpse did have the strength to kill the human elder and the ancient fierce mosquito, but the situation just now was different. The two old guys were both in their divine soul state, and had already entered the sea of consciousness of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body. If the headless infant corpse directly attacked, although the two old guys would definitely die, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body would not be able to survive and would be destroyed in body and soul with them. For fear of harming the innocent, the headless infant corpse could not even trap them before they escaped. After all, everything had happened too quickly. Faced with this situation, he could only take a step back and protect the divine souls of Schweben and Mosquito Butcher's original body first. The two weak bloodlights that had shot out just now were not for attacking, but for protection. After they entered the sea of consciousness of Schweben and Mosquito Butcher's original body, they instantly wrapped around their divine souls and protected them. Although the bloodlights seemed very weak, the headless infant corpse's level was there. With the strength of the human elder and the ancient fierce mosquito, it was impossible for them to break through. In other words, although Schweben and Mosquito Butcher's original body had been seized and their entire bodies had fallen into the control of the human elder and the ancient fierce mosquito, the possession of these two old guys had not succeeded. This was because the divine souls of Schweben and Mosquito Butcher were still in their sea of consciousness and were protected. One day, as long as Yi Xian found them and tried to trap them, the headless infant corpse would have enough time to attack and protect Schweben and Mosquito Butcher. Chapter 45-45. The two of them can leave, but the two of you must stay. Yi Xian immediately turned his head to look at the souls of the other two middle-aged men as soon as the human elder and the desolate ancient mosquito fled. His expression was incomparably gloomy, and his voice was filled with a dense baleful intent. This time, his anger had really been provoked. Must only by killing someone would he be able to calm down a little. Before these two fellows self-destructed their bodies, they were at the level of a late-stage primordial universe supreme. Now, after self-destructing their bodies, their power had dropped by a whole realm. Although, he was still stronger than Yi Xian. Even if Yi Xian used the Blood Sea secret technique and the power of his clones to split into three universe supremes, who were comparable to fourth-stage universe supremes, were still far from being a match for two late-stage supremes at the 7th and 8th stage. But in reality, as Yi Xian turned his head with an unfriendly gaze, the divine souls of the two that were originally shooting towards Yi Xian seemed to have seen a ghost in an instant. Their mouths emitted a mournful howl as they quickly retreated. Like the human elder and the ancient fierce mosquito, they were not afraid of Yi Xian. Instead, they were afraid of the headless infant body. Although, the human elder and the ancient fierce mosquito did not call out the headless infant body's name, but these fellows had been together for a long time. Just from the reaction of the human elder and the ancient fierce mosquito, the two middle-aged men could guess the headless infant body's name. Unfortunately, they were only late-stage universe supremes, so there was no chance for them to escape from the headless infant corpse. Not even the slightest chance. Xiao, you can't run away. Surrender obediently, and you can still live. As Yi Xian made his move, a beam of 9-colored light shot out. It was so fast that it was faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the two men. Immediately afterward, under the violent wind, this seemingly weak 9-color light suddenly soared in the wind. In less than half a breath, it had turned into a vast 9-color sea of fire, enveloping the souls of the two in it. All the paths around them were sealed by the sea of fire. Dante speaking of universe supremes, even the primordial great beings did not dare to touch the 9-colored sea of fire. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Xian's current strength was still too weak and was only at the early stage of the universe supreme realm, the power of this 9-colored sea of flames would be even more terrifying in his hands. He could also temporarily trap the primordial era supreme beings. Wang. Almost at the same moment when their bodies were trapped by the boundless 9-colored sea of fire, a blood-red light shield appeared in the godly souls of the two men. It resisted the power of the 9-colored sea of fire and protected their godly souls. However, although the two men were safe for the time being, they were still trapped in the 9-colored sea of fire. There was no way to escape. In the end, they would most likely die here. Yi Xian was very certain of this. Seeing that the two of them were trapped by the 9-colored sea of flames, his heart, which was originally in his throat, instantly returned to normal. With a flash of his body, the 3 Blood Sea clones instantly entered the 9-colored sea of flames and surrounded the 2 light barriers within the sea of flames. Shenong 9-colored flame? This is impossible. How could it be in your hands? Your body has the aura of the system. You can only be a human. Where did the devil ape bloodline come from? Not only did you form 3 devil ape bodies, but you also mastered the Blood Sea secret technique. Who are you? At this moment, as Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea bodies approached, the 2 middle-aged men in the 2 light shields seemed to have sensed something in an instant. Their expressions changed dramatically, and they rebuked him harshly. The suspicion on their faces was so thick that it couldn't be dissipated. It was obvious that they had all sorts of doubts about Yi Xian's identity and background. They didn't understand why everything they saw just now would be gathered on Yi Xian. All of this was originally unrelated to each other. Don't you understand the situation? Now, only I am asking you. You are not qualified to rebuke me. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Among the 3 Blood Sea bodies, the violent ape body and the black fog body remained motionless. However, the hideous skeleton body raised its left arm at this moment. Wang. A weak low buzzing sound rang out. On the skeleton body's left arm, a hideous energy bow rapidly condensed. The shape of the bow was rather ancient and mysterious. The bow body was made up of 3 parts. In the middle of the bow body was a 2-headed monster. Its wide-open mouths were facing up and down, while the upper and lower parts of the bow body were 2 bowed humanoid creatures. The 2-headed monster's wide-open mouths swallowed the 2 humanoid creatures' legs and a part of their calves. The bow. The ends of the bow were connected to their painfully raised heads. Their mouths were where the bowstring was. Their hands were at the sides of their mouths, as if they were howling. Their expressions were inexplicably strange. A bowstring that was clearly made up of countless fine golden threads twisted together was connected to the wide mouths of the 2 humanoid creatures. Then, a golden energy arrow appeared on the bowstring. At this moment, the skeleton body's eyes also emitted a strange golden brilliance. He reached out his right hand and directly pinched the energy arrow on the bowstring of the giant energy bow in his left hand. He slowly pulled the bowstring. Wang. The buzzing sound of energy vibrating to the extreme suddenly rang out. At this moment, even the surrounding void seemed to have an invisible wave. It was as if this arrow was only in the bowstring state, but the aura it emitted had already caused the void to tremble. Whoosh! In the next moment, an extremely sharp sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The next moment, the skeleton body directly let go of the golden energy arrow in his right hand. The energy arrow that had already been filled with the power of the bowstring instantly shot out. The void instantly broke open. As the golden arrow burst out, a black wave like a tail flame appeared behind it. Almost at the same time, the golden arrow whistled out at an extremely fast speed, as if directly ignoring the distance of space, and instantly arrived in front of 100,000 feet light shield. Destroy. It directly pierced through and rushed into the light shield as if it was rotten wood. Fallen sky bow. This is impossible. Screech. As the light barrier was instantly penetrated, the expression of the middle-aged man who was protected within it changed. After crying out involuntarily, he raised his head and let out an incomparably shrill and ruthless howl. His voice revealed a wisp of endless despair. This was the bloodline ability of the supreme great being, desolate ancient Yaksha. Originally, the inheritance should have been lost, but now, in the hands of a human, it had reappeared. Desolate ancient Yaksha. Back in the incomparable battle of the primordial ages long ago, this bloodline ability had been used to shoot the Heaven's Eye with the bow. Even the Primeval Heaven's Eye was incomparably fearful of this bloodline ability. Even though Yi Xian's current cultivation level was still weak, he was at least a universe supreme on the same level as his opponent. It was only natural that he would be able to use such a powerful ultimate technique to kill this late-stage human, Hong. Chapter 45-46. Boom. Before the middle-aged man's voice died away, the golden arrow of the fallen sky bow had already hit his soul body. An earth-shattering boom was heard, and his soul body instantly turned into a rain of light and dissipated. It was just an arrow, but a late-stage 8th-order universe supreme was completely killed. While his godly soul was completely destroyed, and not even a trace of his soul was left behind. This was the effect that Xian wanted. With his current cultivation level, even if he could form Bloody Sea Body, which was comparable to a 4th-stage Supreme Master, he could only rely on the power of 9-colored Flame Sea to trap and seal these 2 Universe Supremes at the later stage. But this matter couldn't be delayed for too long. The change in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land this time was too big, and it was hard to say whether the powerful beings of the ancient times or even the supreme masters of the ancient times in the surrounding forbidden lands would come to see what was going on. More besides, although Xingbo had entered the Milky Way star field, the Primeval Heaven's Eye was still in the Chaos Void, and no one could be sure whether it would suddenly turn around and kill them. After all, two powerful beings of the ancient times had already escaped, and they might have a secret method to contact the Primeval Heaven's Eye. So, Xian was left with no choice. He had to get rid of these two guys as soon as possible. Yi Xian didn't have much time. More importantly, he wanted to get all the information about Xingbo, the Primeval Heaven's Eye, and the Milky Way star field from these two middle-aged humans. Originally, all of this could be done easily by the headless baby corpse. But ever since the two faint blood-red lights shot out, the corpse lamp tattoo on Yi Xian's chest fell silent again. No matter how he called, there was no response. Yi Xian couldn't even be sure whether the headless baby corpse had really fallen into a deep sleep or if it was doing it on purpose. It didn't want Yi Xian to prematurely learn some of the ancient secrets of the past and the present through these two middle-aged humans. In the face of all this, and time was extremely tight, so he could only rely on himself. Using the fallen sky bow to kill one of the middle-aged humans in a flash was the purpose of intimidating the other one. Here at this moment, after the fallen sky bow had succeeded in killing that late-stage supreme being at the 8th level, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He turned his head and looked at the middle-aged human who was at the 7th level of the universe supreme in the other light shield. His voice was extremely cold as he warned, "I don't have much patience left. I'll give you 10 breaths. Surrender immediately and tell me everything you know with your divine sense. Then, I'll guarantee your safety for the time being. It seems that you don't know much." As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, a smile instantly appeared on the face of the middle-aged man within the light barrier. "This sovereign is very strange, you and him. What kind of relationship do you have right now? Since even he didn't tell you all of this, it's absolutely impossible for you to learn about it from me. The new primordial era is about to begin. Everything in the past will return to dust. If you can't enter it, you'll just turn into nothingness. What does it matter if it's a little earlier or later? However, if he succeeds, even if we fall now, when the new primordial era begins, we can still return. So, your threat is useless against me, Peng." As soon as he finished speaking, before Yi Xian could recover from his shock, the middle-aged human's soul completely exploded. Just like the middle-aged human from before, it transformed into a resplendent rain of light, specks of stars, and then dissipated, self-destruct. And it was a godly soul explosion. This result was no different from having one's body and soul destroyed. This middle-aged human also didn't leave behind a single strand of his soul. Even if Yi Xian wanted to capture a strand of his soul and search it to obtain some secret information, it was impossible. Yi Xian subconsciously opened his mouth wide as he stared blankly at the specks of light that were rapidly dissipating. His face was filled with a dumbfounded expression, as if he'd just been struck by lightning. He was completely dumbfounded. He never thought that the final result would be like this. This middle-aged human actually didn't hesitate to self-destruct his godly soul and end up with his body and soul destroyed. He was unwilling to be captured and revealed all the secrets he knew. Again, or, as he said just now, as long as he had entered the star field of the Milky Way, he could infiltrate the mother planet and obtain the thing he was looking for. Then, when the new primordial era fully begins in the future, he, and the other middle-aged human who was blown up by Yi Xian's arrow just now, could still return in the new primordial era as if they had been reborn? What is the truth behind all of this? He didn't even hesitate to self-destruct his godly soul and wasn't willing to reveal the slightest bit of his secret. How shocking would that be? Also, what is the headless infant corpse afraid of? Why is he unwilling to confess all of this? Hundreds of thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind. He stood in the sea of blood with a blank expression on his face. He murmured softly, as if he was sleep-talking. At this moment, he was once again at a loss. He originally thought that this time, in this fierce mosquito-forbidden area, he had accidentally seen the appearance of Xingbo and the Primeval Heaven's Eye, and even witnessed their plan of stealing the heavens with his own eyes, which would allow him to more or less understand the secrets of the primordial era. The various doubts that had been tangled in his heart for many years would more or less be solved, but in fact, all of this had temporarily come to an end again. However, for Yi Xian, the final result was exactly the opposite of what he had expected. Originally, his doubts had not been solved. Instead, more and more puzzles and doubts had been added. This Star Master would like to see how long you can hold it in. After a moment of depression, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He murmured softly, vaguely revealing a strong aura of resentment. At this moment, what he was referring to was, of course, the headless infant corpse. Regarding all of this, the headless infant corpse obviously knew about all of this, but for some reason, he had never confessed to Yi Xian. Over time, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Xian not to have any resentment in his heart. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about the headless infant corpse. No matter how deep the resentment in his heart was, he could only hold it in himself. Xiao. After briefly sorting out the chaotic thoughts in his heart, Yi Xian temporarily put all of this to the back of his mind. He no longer thought about it and felt conflicted. Then, suddenly, he waved his hand. A faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out. In front of him, the vast and boundless nine-colored sea of flames spread across the vast void space of the universe rapidly shrank in an instant. In the end, it transformed into a tiny light spot, like a firefly, and shot toward Yi Xian's glabella, disappearing. There was still some pure energy remaining in the air. It was left behind after the godly souls of the two middle-aged humans exploded into a rain of light. After all, it was the godly soul energy of a late-stage universe supreme being, which was extremely precious. Even Yi Xian would not waste it easily. Chapter 45-47. He collected the pure energy left behind by the self-destruction of the two middle-aged human souls, condensed it into a dazzling ball of light the size of a human head, and put it into his body. Yi Xian removed the Blood Sea secret technique, and his three clones merged into one, turning into a star-raging ape that was only 10 feet tall. Then, he fell into deep thought. The primordial era almighties and the supreme primordial era of the Forbidden Land had all left, and even Xingbo had quietly entered the Milky Way starfield. In fact, this place was still not safe for Yi Xian. What happened here today was too big, and it was hard to guarantee that the primordial era almighties and the supreme primordial era of the other forbidden lands and starfields in the surrounding areas would not come personally to see what was going on. Even moreover, the Primeval Heavens I could suddenly return at any time. The same was true for the human elder who had escaped earlier and the primordial mosquito. Both of them were primordial era almighties, and they were at the late stage of this realm. Yi Xian was no match for them at all. Dang, however, for the sake of Shueben and the mosquito butcher, Yi Xian would definitely look for them in the future, but that was a matter for the future. He had to wait until Yi Xian had at least the battle strength of the primordial era almighties. Until right now, the most important thing for Yi Xian was still to increase his cultivation strength as soon as possible. This forbidden land of the primordial era was not the best place for seclusion. After making up his mind, Yi Xian did not hesitate any longer. With a thought, he instantly activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system in his body. Previously, the system in his body had not reacted at all, and Yi Xian could not find the reason. But, now, everything seemed to have returned to normal, which made Yi Xian even more suspicious. Only yes, although Yi Xian no longer trusted the devouring system in his body as much as before because of Xingbo, since the system was still in his body, he still had to use the various system abilities that were beneficial to him. Whoosh! At this moment, as the interstellar coordinate jump ability was activated, Yi Xian's figure instantly turned into an imperceptible ray of light and disappeared on the spot. This time, the jump point he had locked onto was still near the source hive star that nurtured his strongest avatar. Dang, after a weak flash of light, Yi Xian's figure appeared and arrived at his destination in the blink of an eye. With some hesitation, his figure flickered and immediately rushed to the giant abandoned star in the distance. After entering the core of the star, he waved his hand and directly took out the Shunnong cauldron. He wanted to break through again. This time, in the ferocious mosquito forbidden grounds, Yi Xian's state of mind had experienced a few ups and downs. The conditions for another breakthrough were ripe. And this time, He had also obtained the pure energy left behind by the exploding divine souls of the 2 late-stage supreme beings. After swallowing them, he would smoothly break through to the next level of cultivation. There was no doubt that he would succeed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Stepping into the mouth of the Shunnong cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog, Yi Xian sat down cross-legged. Then, with a wave of his hand, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Rays of light shot out and suspended in front of him. They were all cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body. Bao, including the pure energy left behind by the exploding divine souls of the 2 late-stage supreme beings, he also took them out and swallowed them as cultivation resources. This way, he could ensure a smooth breakthrough this time. Soon, Yi Xian activated the power of the Shunnong cauldron's field. After compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist, he swallowed them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Clang, clang, clang. As expected, the earth-shattering sound of chains instantly rang out in his body. However, this time, there was still only one shackle that appeared. Yi Xian focused his mind and activated the large river of energy that had just formed in his body. He circulated it through the 100 meridians in his body over and over again, accumulating strength. The familiar heart-wrenching pain came very quickly, enveloping Yi Xian's entire body and mind. However, to him, this was no longer a problem. As time passed slowly, Yi Xian concentrated all his energy and started to circulate his meridians with all his might. This time, perhaps because of the pure energy left behind by the exploding divine souls of the 2 late-stage supreme beings, it only took him about a day to completely refine the huge river of energy that had formed in his body. Tight. Then, with just a single impact, this incomparably thick shackle chain had already been broken. Dang! When this shackle completely broke, the anticipated system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm, Level 3 Universe Master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm, Level 3 Universe Master. Level 3 Universe Master. This breakthrough allowed Yi Xian's battle power to soar again. Previously, his original body's battle power was at Level 2 Universe Master. Once he activated the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, he could rise to Level 3 Universe Master. But, if he used the 9 devil ape transformations again and reached the 9th transformation, his battle power would immediately soar to Level 3 Universe Master. With the addition of the majestic blood energy of his physical body, it would be comparable to a Level 4 Universe Master. Now, with another breakthrough, Yi Xian would instantly possess the power of a Level 4 Universe Master after activating the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body. If he used the bloodline power of the 9 devil ape transformations again and directly entered the 9th transformation, his peak battle power would be comparable to a Level 4 Universe Master. End. He had stepped into the middle stage of the Universe Master level. In fact, if one were to include the terrifying energy and blood within the 60 million kilometer body of the 9th transformation of the violent ape, Yi Xian's true combat strength would basically be on par with a Universe Sovereign of the 5th step. From then on, any Universe Supreme being at the initial level could only flee or even be killed if they encountered him. Even if it was a Level 5 or Level 6 Universe Master, Yi Xian would be able to fight head-on and not lose. Because once he used the Blood Sea secret technique and activated the power of his avatar, Yi Xian would be able to instantly split into 3 and condense 3 Blood Sea avatars that possessed the power of the 5th step. When they joined forces to fight, even a 6th-step Universe Sovereign would have no choice but to dodge. Level 3 Universe Master? But this is still far from enough. Yi Xian opened his eyes, and a light flashed through them. He muttered to himself, if I want to have the combat power of at least the 1st or 2nd level of the Desolation era under the 9th form of the demonic ape, then my true cultivation level must reach the 1st level of the Universe Supreme Realm. Only when my strongest battle power is at Level 1 or 2 Universe Master can I have more confidence and walk freely in the Chaos Void. Even if I encounter a Universe Master of the Primordial Era, I can at least be sure to escape unscathed. As for Level 3 Universe Master, there are still 6 levels to break through before I reach Level 9 Universe Master Pinnacle, but now, it's obviously not suitable for me to continue in the short term. Chapter 45-48. A Level 28 Supreme Being's Pill could help a 9th level Universe Supreme become a Supreme Being in the Primordial Era. In other words, this Level 28 pill could only be consumed when one's cultivation base had reached the 9th level Universe Supreme Being. Yi Xian's current cultivation level was only at 3rd level Universe Master. He hadn't even reached Universe Supreme yet. From a certain point of view, he wasn't that desperate for the Level 28 Supreme Being's pill. But even so, after a period of careful consideration, Yi Xian still decided to immediately start deducing the Level 28 pill formula with all his might. Because with the appearance of Xingbo and the Primeval Heaven's Eye, Yi Xian had a strong feeling that the time when the Untainted Universe era would come soon. The formula of the Level 28 Supreme Being's pill would take more time to deduce. If the Untainted Universe era was coming, Yi Xian would have to deal with a lot of things. He wouldn't be able to find time to deduce the formula. Therefore, this matter had to be completed now. The Level 28 Supreme Being's pill was very important to him. If this pill was successfully refined, Yi Xian could guarantee that he would become a Supreme Being in the Primordial Era. Then, when he performed the 9th transformation of the 9 changes of Demonic Ape, his actual combat power would reach the Supreme Being in the Primordial Era. At that time, even if the subsequent Level 29 Sovereign Treasure Pills couldn't be deduced, for Yi Xian, possessing the true battle prowess of the Primordial Sovereign would be able to ensure that he would be safe and sound during the Great Desolate Era. If he couldn't become a Supreme Being in the Primordial Era without the Level 28 pill, then his cultivation level would be stuck at 9th level Universe Supreme. Under such circumstances, even if he performed the 9th transformation of the 9 changes of Demonic Ape, he would only have the power of a Supreme Being in the Primordial Era. Only this wasn't enough to ensure his safety. Therefore, no matter what, he had to succeed in refining the Level 28 Supreme Being's pill formula. What he had to do now was to deduce the perfect formula. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and instantly performed the 9 transformation Demonic Ape bloodline ability to the 9th transformation. Tong He also performed the Blood Sea secret technique at the same time. That was why he sat cross-legged at the mouth of the Shun Gnome Cauldron. He was still 30 meters tall, but his power had reached the level of a 4th level Universe Supreme. After adjusting his state of mind, he quickly collected his thoughts and combined with the devouring system in his body, pushing the system's calculation and deduction ability to the maximum. Tight then, with the help of a 4th order Universe Supremacy's terrifying divine sense, he started to deduce the perfect formula for the Level 28 Supreme Pellet. First previously, Yi Xian had spent more than 3 months deriving the perfect pill formula for the Level 27 Supreme Pill. But this time, Yi Xian's cultivation base had reached the 4th order Universe Supremacy, and his divine sense was much stronger than before. On the other hand, it was because he had already instructed the devouring system in his body to deduce the perfect pill formula for the Level 28 Supreme Pill at full speed. It was already in its embryonic form. The final result was that he only used a little more than 5 months to deduce the perfect formula for the Level 28 Supreme Pill. 5 months later, Yi Xian opened his eyes, and they shone with excitement. The perfect formula for the Level 28 Supreme Pellet has finally been successfully completed. Yi Xian exhaled and murmured softly. There was an unconcealable excitement and joy in his voice. More than 3 months have passed. Even if someone is paying attention to the ferocious mosquito forbidden area, it should be over by now. So, it's time to go back and take a look. After calming down, Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly, and he deliberately moved. Previously, he had left the ferocious mosquito forbidden area because, on one hand, it was indeed not safe there. There were all kinds of unknown factors. But, now, he suddenly wanted to go back. Other than the fact that more than 3 months had passed, more importantly, the perfect formula for the Level 28 Supreme Pellet had been successfully deduced. TWO Level 18 was a Supreme Being treasure pill that could help a 9th Order Universe Supreme Being to break through to the Primordial Supreme Being level. However, the main material required to make this pill was the Supreme Being blood essence condensed from the blood essence of the Supreme Being after the body of a Supreme Beast exploded. Moreover, to refine a Level 28 Supreme Pellet, At least 5 pieces of supreme blood essence were required. If he had 6 sovereign blood essences, then Yi Xian had a certain amount of confidence that he would be able to refine 2 level 28 supreme expert pellets. However, every single supreme expert's treasure pill represented a supreme expert of the primordial era. The degree of preciousness surpassed all the treasure pills that Yi Xian had refined before. Therefore, if possible, he naturally chose to wait until the supreme blood essence in his hands reached as much as possible before opening the furnace to refine it. Although Yi Xian was only a level 3 universe master and was still quite a distance away from becoming a level 9 universe supreme, it was difficult to kill a supreme being. Therefore, from now on, he had to put killing supreme beings and storing supreme blood essence on a daily basis. Don't talk about it. No matter what, he had to collect 5 first. There are no more supreme beings of the primordial great power realm in the ferocious mosquito forbidden area, but there are still many supreme beings. After all, it's a super forbidden area. Even if the dark furnace had killed 80% of the undying emperors and above, there were still some who were in seclusion. Thinking of this, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. His eyes glinted as he murmured again, "If I'm not wrong, there should be about 10 supreme beings in the entire ferocious mosquito forbidden area. Even if I only kill half of them, I'll be able to achieve the minimum goal of 5 supreme blood essences." Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately stood up. With a wave of his hand, he put the Shen Gnome cauldron into his body. Then he soared up and rushed out of the core of the star under his feet. He activated the power in his body and rushed toward the ferocious mosquito forbidden area at an extremely fast speed. It was a long journey, but Yi Xian had already performed the 9th transformation of the 9 demon ape transformation bloodline in his body. He also activated the Blood Sea technique to shrink his body to a height of about 3 feet. His speed was extremely fast. It took him less than a month to reach the edge of the ferocious mosquito forbidden area. He was not in a hurry to enter. Instead, he used the perfect vibration of his spiritual power to conceal his body and all his aura. Then he flew around the edge of the ferocious mosquito forbidden area at an extremely fast speed. He did this out of caution. He had to confirm whether there were any supreme beings or supreme beings of the primordial great power realm watching the ferocious mosquito forbidden area in secret. If the answer was yes, then he had to make other plans. It took him a few more days to verify this matter. In the end, Yi Xian did not find anything unusual. Just as he had predicted, so much time had passed. Even if there were people watching the ferocious mosquito forbidden area, they should have left by now. Chapter 45-49. Swoosh. With a weak sound of breaking through the air, an imperceptible ray of light streaked across the void, shooting toward the depths of the mosquito forbidden grounds. Not long after, the entire vicious mosquito forbidden area had returned to its usual calm. However, Yi Xian wasn't sure if the 2 human clan elders who'd possessed the bodies of Shui Ben and the mosquito butcher, as well as the desolate ancient fierce mosquitoes, had returned. Perhaps, it would be more appropriate to call them Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. After all, they were originally their physical bodies. Now, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher both had the terrifying cultivation of the desolate ancient realm, and they were at the 6th level of this realm. They were only 1 step away from the late stage of the desolate ancient realm. With Yi Xian's cultivation strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to deal with it at the moment. However, if he saw the opportunity early, it would not be a problem for him to retreat smoothly. Of course. He had already discovered that the devouring system in his body would only be completely paralyzed and not have any reaction when Xingbo appeared. However, this did not include Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. As long as the devouring system in his body was fine, then, once Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher appeared, Yi Xian would immediately activate the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system and smoothly withdraw. It should not be a big problem. Moreover, those 2 fellows had already known that Yi Xian was related to the headless baby corpse. At that time, the 2 weak blood rays that shot into their sea of consciousness and protected the souls of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher were shot from Yi Xian's body. In this case, even if Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher had returned to the mosquito forbidden grounds and discovered Yi Xian's whereabouts, they would most likely turn a blind eye and choose to hibernate. They would not dare to provoke him easily. In fact, even if they attacked, Yi Xian was not afraid. He was sure that when a life and death crisis came, the headless baby corpse that had turned into a corpse lamp tattoo attached to his left chest would definitely not sit idly by. Although this guy hadn't made a sound or made a move, Yi Xian suspected that he had left a strand of his divine sense to monitor the outside world. Otherwise, why would the zombie lantern tattoo on his left chest suddenly emit a burning sensation when Yi Xian needed him the most? If Shueben and Mosquito Butcher were really here and had immediately attacked after discovering Yi Xian, it would be a good thing for him. Positive he could use this opportunity to verify the conjecture in his heart and see if the headless infant's corpse was true. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's courage was instantly boosted. He threw his previous caution to the back of his mind and activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the devouring system in his body. After accumulating energy to the point where it could be activated at any time, he was no longer afraid and directly pushed his divine sense to the limit. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying divine sense of a fourth-order universe supreme radiated in all directions, enveloping the entire ferocious mosquito forbidden area. Then, it retracted in an instant. Although, it was only for a moment, but Yi Xian had a rough understanding of the current situation in the entire ferocious mosquito forbidden area. According to his divine sense just now, he didn't find any powerful beings or supreme beings of the primordial era in the entire ferocious mosquito forbidden area. Of course, it was highly possible that they had concealed their auras. After all, if they were stronger than Yi Xian deliberately concealed their auras, it would be no problem for them to avoid the detection of his divine sense. Until, as for supreme beings of the universe, there were currently 9 supreme beings in the entire ferocious mosquito forbidden area. 3 supreme beings of the first level to the 3rd level. 3 supreme beings of the middle level from the 4th level to the 6th level. The last 3 supreme beings were all at the 7th level and had just stepped into the late stage of the 7th level. Yi Xian's current strength was at the 3rd level of the Universe Master, and after activating the Demon Ape bloodline in his body, he would be at the 4th level of the Universe Master. If he performed the 9th transformation of the Demon Ape bloodline to the 9th transformation, he would be at the 4th level of the Universe Supreme. Of course, with the majestic power of blood and vitality in his huge body of 60 million miles, his actual combat strength would be boosted by a small level, which was equivalent to a 5th level of the Universe Supreme. If he performed the Blood Sea secret technique and activated the power of his other bodies, he would have 3 Blood Sea bodies in an instant, and all of them would have the terrifying combat strength of a 5th level Universe Supreme. With 3 against 1, even a supreme being of the middle level of the 6th level might be killed by him. Until supreme beings of the late level of the 7th level, it was hard to say. Even if he surrounded them and fought 3 against 1, he might only be able to injure them severely. It seems that I have to give up on the 3 supreme beings of the late level of the 7th level. Otherwise, if I can't kill them, it'll be a waste of energy no matter how hard I try. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian made up his mind. He targeted the 6 supreme beings of the 1st level to the 6th level. However, besides, his minimum target was merely 5 pieces of supreme blood essence. That was why he allowed one of the 6 beginner and intermediate Universe Supremes to escape. I'll kill the 2 middle supreme beings first, then deal with the 3 early supreme beings. Also, I have to act quickly and catch them off guard. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, he moved his shoulders and shot toward the void space on the right. Dang! However, he still activated the perfect vibration mental power secret technique, perfectly hiding his body and all of his aura. It was not easy to kill a supreme being of the remote ancient era. If he was prepared in advance, even a supreme being of the middle level would be able to escape. Shio! With a faint sound, Yi Xian sped up. His body streaked across the void space of the universe, and in the blink of an eye, he was already a few billion miles away. The first target he'd locked onto was not too far ahead in this direction. Presently, it was less than 1 billion kilometers away from him. It was a blood leopard with the power of a 5th level Universe Supreme. It was as powerful as Yi Xian after activating the 9th transformation of the 9 changes of demonic ape bloodline. This opponent was obviously not easy to deal with. Even if he used the Blood Sea secret technique to instantly condense 3 fifth-order Supreme Being Blood Sea doppelgangers, he still had to assassinate him in secret. Only then could he have a chance of killing him, and the chances of that happening were not very high. At most, it was 50%. Hence, Yi Xian could only choose to attack him first. Otherwise, if he killed the other targets first, this blood leopard would be on guard, and it would be difficult to succeed. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had left behind the distance of less than 100 million miles. At this moment, he had arrived outside the nest of this blood leopard and was standing above the atmosphere. After pondering for a while, he no longer hesitated. His figure flickered and rushed into the atmosphere. His figure turned into an invisible flowing arrow, quietly entering a boundless mountain range. Shio! A faint whistling sound rang out as a tiny 9-colored flame sprout, which was as small as a firefly, shot out. It expanded against the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a vast sea of flames that was over 1,000,000 miles wide, enveloping the entire mountain range within it. Chapter 4550. Everything happened too quickly. The 9-colored flame sea, which enveloped the entire mountain range, appeared almost instantaneously. And at this time, 3 huge figures that were hundreds of thousands of miles long rose from the 9-colored flame sea. They waved their fists at the same time and attacked the center of the flame sea with all their might. The reason why the flame sea was summoned first was to prevent the target from escaping. After all, even the powerful beings of the primordial era and the supreme beings of the remote antiquity didn't dare to touch the Shunnong 9-colored flame, let alone a mere 5th-stage supreme being. Yes, with the existence of this 9-colored flame sea, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings. The only suspense was whether Yi Xian could take advantage of the fact that the target was completely unprepared to catch him off guard and successfully kill him in the end. The center of the flames was where the void-ripping blood leopard was located. Perhaps it was because of the shocking incident that happened 3 months ago in the ferocious mosquito forbidden grounds, but the void-tearing blood leopard was not only hiding in the star nest, it was not even outside. Instead, it was hiding in the belly of one of the giant peaks in the middle of the boundless mountain range. This dignified universe supreme being was hiding in his own star nest. It was indeed a little strange. But thinking about the shocking incident in the mosquito forbidden area, it was understandable. More than 80% of the higher-ups above the Emperor level in the mosquito forbidden area were killed in one battle. The lucky survivors were only able to escape because they were in seclusion at that time and didn't rush to the depths of the forbidden area. Only just this point alone was enough to make people feel terrified and uneasy. What's more, the ones who caused this shocking tragedy were actually the strongest beings in the mosquito forbidden area. This was even more chilling, and it directly led to the surviving ferocious beasts and people of the remote antiquity to feel insecure. It was impossible for them to have the trust they had in the past. Under such circumstances, it wasn't difficult to understand why the blood leopard, who had the cultivation of a 5th-stage universe supreme, would carefully hide in the belly of the mountain in his nest star. Unfortunately, even if he was so careful, he was destined to be unable to escape today. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and what happened next was without suspense. The 3 Blood Sea avatars swayed and threw a punch. The towering mountain in the center of the Blood Sea was directly crushed into powder. Tibet the void-tearing blood leopard didn't even have the chance to let out a wail before its enormous body instantly exploded with a bang. Ching! In the blink of an eye, its enormous body exploded into a brilliant bloody mist and spread out. Swish! Yi Xian was overjoyed at the success of his attack. Immediately after, the Blood Sea doppelganger of the 3 Blood Sea doppelgangers waved his hand, and an incomparably majestic and invisible force swept out from his body, enveloping a radius of millions of miles. The blood mist that had just spread out was swept up and absorbed into Yi Xian's body. Then, it was immediately sent into the Farmer God Cauldron by Yi Xian for the blood essence condensation. After finishing all of this, he felt a sense of disbelief in his heart. He was too lucky. Originally, he would have needed to fight for a while before he could completely kill his opponent. Who would have thought that he would be able to obtain a 5th-order sovereign blood essence in a single strike? Of course. Therefore, this could be considered a coincidence. Straight only when the violent power of the 3 Blood Sea doppelgangers had destroyed the entire towering peak into powder did Yi Xian suddenly react. The other party didn't resist at all. This was clearly in closed-door cultivation. Even if it felt the spread of the 9-colored flame sea in an instant and the danger was approaching, this void-tearing blood leopard would still need at least 2 to 3 breaths of time to react if it wanted to resist. While Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea doppelgangers attacked at the same time. It only took half a breath to smash the void-tearing blood leopard and the towering peak where it was in closed-door cultivation into powder with a single punch. The difference in time was so great that the void-tearing blood leopard's tragic end was destined. Even if the 3 Blood Sea doppelgangers had attacked a little slower, he wouldn't have been able to escape this calamity. That's good too. I'll finish off the opponent in an instant. This way, the possibility of being detected by the other Supremes in the ferocious mosquito forbidden area will be minimized. After calming down his excited heart, Yi Xian murmured softly, "Since that's the case, I'll strike while the iron is hot. I'll immediately rush to the second target and kill the other mid-stage Supremes first. If I can succeed this time, the remaining 3 early-stage Supremes will be easy to deal with." At this point, he didn't hesitate anymore. With a wave of his hand, the 3 Blood Sea doppelgangers completely collapsed, turning into 3 majestic and endless blood rain that merged into the 9-colored flame sea under his feet. Same as at this moment, the vast and boundless 9-colored flame sea also rapidly shrank. In less than half a breath, it had turned into a 9-colored light that was as small as a firefly. In the next moment, a violent ape that was about 10 feet tall appeared in the sky above this boundless mountain range. The 9-colored light shot out and entered between the violent ape's eyebrows, disappearing. Swoosh. After doing all this, Yi Xian's figure flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Clang. However, before they could charge out of the ferocious beast star, the ferocious ape's figure that had just appeared also disappeared. Yi Xian once again activated the perfect vibration mental energy secret technique, concealing his figure and restraining all of his aura. The second target was also a mid-stage Supremes, but his cultivation level was 1 level lower than this blood leopard's. He was only a 4th-stage Universe Supremes. Thus, as long as there were no accidents, Yi Xian's chances of successfully killing him were at least above 60%. This fellow was a ferocious bird, and his bloodline should be quite mixed. He looked like a phoenix and a green swan, and he even had a terrifying beak like a large eagle. Perhaps, it was possible that he had all 3 types of ferocious bird bloodlines. 1. This mixed-blood ferocious bird with such a mixed bloodline could actually cultivate to such a high level and become a 4th-stage Supremes. Other than proving that he was diligent enough, his talent was obviously extremely extraordinary. Thus, although he was certain and felt more confident, Yi Xian still didn't dare to be careless. This 4th-grade mixed-blood ferocious bird's nest was over 16 billion miles away from the space-ripping blood leopard's nest. For a Universe Supremes, a distance of more than 10 billion miles wasn't beyond the range of detection of their divine consciousness. However, the current ferocious mosquito forbidden land was still considered peaceful. This mixed-blood ferocious bird couldn't continuously pay attention to the nest of the blood leopard, and Yi Xian had previously made his move within the atmosphere of the star and killed his opponent instantly. The degree of leakage of his aura wasn't very serious. Thus, according to his speculation, this mixed-blood ferocious bird was most likely still in the dark. It didn't even know that the blood leopard, which was only slightly more than 10 billion miles away from it, had just died a moment ago. If this was really the case, the chances of Yi Xian successfully killing the blood leopard in one strike would skyrocket again, reaching more than 80%. Swoosh. Chapter 4551. Whoosh. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, Yi Xian, who had concealed his body with the perfect vibration of his spiritual power, turned into a ray of light. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he passed through the atmosphere of the ferocious beast star in front of him and headed to the right. He rushed to the side of a giant mountain. This giant mountain was an active volcano. It seemed to be quite active. Right now, the ring-shaped crater that towered into the clouds was spewing out fiery red magma. Inside the crater was the nest of the mixed-blood ferocious bird. This mixed-blood ferocious bird had at least 3 bloodlines of powerful ferocious birds in its body. One of them was the True Phoenix. The True Phoenix clan was an ancient species. According to legend, they were born in fire. Even if they died, they could be reborn in the raging fire. Therefore, the mixed-blood ferocious bird with the True Phoenix clan's bloodline was not afraid of the high temperature of the volcano. Instead, it was in the boiling magma. It was understandable that it would be like a fish in water. It was also understandable that it would use the magma as its nest. As soon as Yi Xian entered this ferocious beast star, he had already captured the aura of this mixed-blood ferocious bird. Because it did not hide at all, even if Yi Xian did not activate his divine sense to investigate, he could still sense it clearly in an instant. Whoosh! The moment Yi Xian's figure arrived above the active volcano, he did not hesitate and immediately attacked. A faint sound of breaking through the air was heard. A tiny nine-colored flame, like a firefly, shot out from between Yi Xian's eyebrows. It shot out and expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a vast sea of flames that was 1,000,000 miles wide, enveloping the active volcano. Almost at the same time, 3 huge figures that were hundreds of thousands of miles wide also rose from the nine-colored sea of flames. At the same time, they waved their fists and blasted toward the center of the sea of flames with all their strength. Screech! In the ring-shaped crater, an earth-shattering roar sounded. At this moment, the mixed-blood ferocious bird finally realized that it was not good. Its roar was filled with despair that could not be dispersed. Whoosh! As soon as the violent howl sounded, a sharp sound of breaking through the air came from the belly of the volcano. A rather mottled figure flapped its wings and flew out. The feathers on its body had at least 6 colors. Your bloodline is so heterogeneous, yet you were able to become a universe supreme. Even I, the Star Master, am impressed by your talent. What a pity. Today, I'm going to fall as well, and my blood will be shed here. Bang! Before he finished speaking, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. The 3 Blood Sea avatars attacked at the same time. What happened next was obvious. In the blink of an eye, the 3 figures swayed and threw a punch. The towering mountain in the center of the Blood Sea was directly shattered into powder. Countless rain of fire sputtered in the air. This mixed-blood ferocious bird didn't even have the chance to wail before its enormous body exploded with a loud bang. In an instant, its enormous body exploded into a dazzling mist of blood and spread out. Swish! With one successful attack, Yi Xian was relieved. The flesh avatar of the 3 Blood Sea avatars immediately waved its hand. An incomparably majestic invisible force rolled out from its body and covered a radius of millions of miles. The majestic bloody mist that had just spread out was swept up and absorbed into its body. It was immediately sent into the Shunnong cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. Swish! After doing all this, Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. He immediately put away the 9-colored flame sea, and the 3 Blood Sea avatars collapsed in an instant. A raging star ape that was about 3 meters tall appeared. Its body swayed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The next moment, he rushed out of the ferocious beast star under his feet at an extremely fast speed. The raging star ape that had just appeared also disappeared because it had activated the perfect oscillation spiritual power secret technique again. It hid its body and restrained all its aura. In the blink of an eye, the second supreme blood essence was in his hand. Yi Xian's set goal was only 5 supreme blood essences. It could be said that he had already achieved a small part of his goal. In fact, strictly speaking, the 2 supreme blood essences that he had already obtained were, compared to the 5 that Yi Xian had set, at least half of them had been achieved, even if he had not achieved half of them. After all, the 2 supreme beings that he had already killed were both at the middle stage of this realm. The remaining 3 targets were all at the early stage of Universe Supreme. The most powerful one was only at the 3-star level of this realm, and one of them was only at the 1-star level. For Yi Xian, who was currently in the 9th change of demon ape state, relying on the majestic force in his enormous body to gain an additional level of combat power, his final combat power was comparable to that of a 5th stage supreme. Even if he did not use the power of the Blood Sea avatars, he would still be able to kill all of them. However, if he were to attack alone, he would be able to easily kill him. Next, his third target was the most powerful of the 3 supreme beings at the initial stage. However, his cultivation level was only at the third stage of Universe Supreme. The third target was an 8-horned crocodile. It was an extremely rare type of spacebug, and its bloodline was not considered to be an undan. Although its appearance was that of a beetle, its entire body was covered with crocodile scales, and there were 8 long tentacles on its head that were covered with barbs. It was very ferocious. Yi Xian hated bugs the most, but at the same time, due to the fact that the spacebug race was too mysterious and had all sorts of unique abilities that no one would have expected, he almost unexpectedly suffered a great loss. Basically, it was because of the spacebug race. Because of this, Yi Xian did not dare to let his guard down, even though this third target was only at the initial stage of the Supreme Being level, and its cultivation level had only reached the third stage of this realm. Moreover, he had an extremely strong intuition that this third stage Supreme Spacebug race would most likely bring him unexpected trouble, just like the few powerful spacebugs that Yi Xian had encountered previously. The previous 2 consecutive hunts could be said to be extremely smooth. This was because the 2 intermediate Supreme Beings had already been killed and were gradually being refined into Supreme Blood Essence in the Shunnong Cauldron inside Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian had taken them by surprise and successfully killed them in the atmosphere of the star nest. Moreover, when killing these 2 intermediate Supreme Beings, Yi Xian's speed was very fast. There was no stalemate at all, and he killed them in one strike. Because of this, even though he had successfully killed 2 intermediate Supreme Beings in this ferocious mosquito-forbidden land, in fact, Yi Xian's traces were still not exposed. However, this third target, although it was only a third-stage Supreme Being at the initial stage, considering that it was from the spacebug race, it was very likely that Yi Xian's traces would be exposed in this hunt if there were no accidents. Even if the location chosen for the attack was still within the atmosphere of the target nest star, this result was most likely unavoidable. In terms of transmitting information, the Space Zerg had all kinds of mysterious means, and it was simply impossible to guard against them. Chapter 4552. Xiu. The sound of breaking air resounded. Yi Xian, who had concealed his figure, rushed directly into the star nest of this 8-horned crocodile. His target was hibernating in the hinterland of the largest continent in the star. It was a humid valley with a vast terrain. Without the slightest pause, Yi Xian directly shot forward. During the entire process, he used a perfect mental energy secret technique to conceal his presence. When he arrived in the sky above the valley, he lowered his head and instantly saw a black arachnid that was tens of thousands of feet in size lying dormant in a quiet pool in the valley. Now is the time. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, Yi Xian directly shot forward. This time, he did not even activate the power of the clone of the Blood Sea secret technique. Alone, he threw a punch. After all, this was only a spacebug of the 3rd level Universe Supreme level. As for Yi Xian, even though he was only around 3 meters tall and had given up on the 1st level bonus from his enormous body of 60 million kilometers, he still possessed the battle prowess of a 4th order sovereign. Now that he was caught off guard and suddenly attacked, killing this 8-horned crocodile in an instant was a sure thing. Screech. Almost at the same time, the 8 antennae on the head of the 8-horned crocodile, whose body was half submerged in the quiet pool below, suddenly trembled violently and at a high frequency. He did not even see him open his mouth, but there was an incomparably sharp screech at this moment. Even after Yi Xian appeared and fully activated the powerful consciousness of a 4th level Supreme level master, he was completely unable to block it. There was no effect at all. The punch of Bao Yuan had not even touched the body of this 8-horned crocodile when this incomparably sharp screech had already spread out in all directions. The atmosphere of this life star under his feet violently surged. Without a doubt, the screech had already penetrated the atmosphere and transmitted to the void of the universe outside the star. This meant that Yi Xian's trace was finally exposed. At least, the fact that this 8-horned crocodile was suddenly attacked and in danger could no longer be concealed. It was completely exposed. Damned bug, I knew it would cause trouble this time. Yi Xian was speechless. He muttered under his breath and rolled his eyes. It was also at this instant that Bao Yuan's full-force punch arrived at its target. Bang! When the majestic and mighty fist hit its body, the huge body of the 8-horned crocodile instantly exploded. Amidst the earth-shattering sound, its huge body, which was tens of thousands of feet long, completely exploded into a brilliant blood mist in the blink of an eye and spread out. Swish! Letting out a light breath, Bao Yuan immediately waved his hand. In an instant, an incomparably majestic invisible force swept out from his body. The boundless blood mist that had just spread out was completely swept over. After being absorbed into his body, it was immediately sent into the Shunnong cauldron by Yi Xian to be refined with blood essence. The last two targets, and both of them are only level 1 Universe Supremes, so they can be easily dealt with. After ending all of this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. This time, he was too lazy to even conceal his figure and aura. After absorbing the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the octagonal alligator into his body, he immediately turned around and rushed towards the vicious beast star beneath his feet. Celestial's atmosphere. A soft murmur came from his mouth, revealing an incomparable determination. As long as I can be a little faster and attack consecutively, after killing these two first-grade supreme beings, I will be able to withdraw and retreat with success. Swish! Before his voice died away, his figure had already rushed through the atmosphere of this ferocious beast star and arrived at the universe void outside the star. Howl! Ruthless! The moment he rushed out of the atmosphere, he heard a series of violent roars and ruthless howls, all of which were filled with uneasiness. Indeed, the ruthless howl that the 8-horned crocodile let out before its death had already spread beyond the atmosphere of the star. The originally quiet ferocious mosquito Forbidden Land was instantly boiling. A large number of ferocious beasts that were hibernating within the ferocious beast stars were all roaring and howling uneasily. Yi Xian immediately turned his head and looked to the right. This was because the nest stars of his last two targets were on the right side, and they were not far apart, only a few 100 million miles away. It gave him a feeling of huddling together for warmth. At this moment, as he shifted his gaze, within the two ferocious beast stars that Yi Xian had already locked onto in his mind, there were clearly two figures that were rushing out at an extremely fast speed. They were the two ferocious beasts that were the targets of the first-level Universe Supremes. These two fellows were quite clever. From the desperate howl of the 8-horned crocodile, who was at the third level of this realm, they had obviously determined the strength of their unknown opponent. Hence, not only did they not have the slightest intention of resisting, they even tried their best to shrink their bodies. Now, their bodies were only about 300 meters tall. After rushing out of the two ferocious beast stars in the void space in front of them on the right side, one on the left and one on the right, they expanded to the extreme. They quickly split up and fled. You can't escape. Swish! Swish! There was a flash of coldness in the eyes of the ferocious ape. Just as he spoke, he had already waved his hand abruptly. Along with the faint sound of breaking through the air, a tiny 9-colored ray of light, like a firefly, instantly shot out. As it soared in the wind, it had turned into an incomparably dazzling 9-colored flame sea in the blink of an eye, enveloping the universe void space within a radius of 10,000 miles. Its speed was even faster to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the first-level Supreme Master on the left. While blocking his escape route, it circled around him from all directions. Within half a breath, it had already trapped him within the 9-colored flame sea. At the same time, the ferocious ape's figure directly collapsed on the spot, turning into a crimson sea of blood. It was like a waterfall piercing through the sky. Its speed was also extremely fast. Within half a breath, it had already arrived on the right side of the first-level Supreme Master on the right. As the blood-colored waterfall soared in the wind, it instantly turned into a sea of blood of 10,000 miles, blocking all directions of the first-level Supreme Master. Roar! 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 An earth-shattering roar rang out. Just as the majestic sea of blood that enveloped the void space of 10,000 miles was formed, 3 huge figures rose from the ground in the sea of blood, each occupying a side, forming a triangle, trapping the first-level Supreme Master who was trapped by the sea of blood. In the middle of the encirclement. The next scene was without a doubt. Before the roar had even faded away, the 3 Blood Sea avatars that had just risen from the ground had already punched at the center of the encirclement with all their might. Bam! An earth-shattering boom rang out. This first-level Supreme Master had almost no resistance at all. He didn't even have the chance to wail. Under the joint attack of the 3 Blood Sea avatars, His body, which was only about 1,000 feet tall, turned into a bloody mist with a strong smell and spread out. Boom! At the same time, in the void hundreds of millions of miles away on the left, a second earth-shattering explosion quietly exploded. Chapter 4553. In the blink of an eye, the last two first-stage Supreme Beings were killed almost at the same time. Their bodies, which had shrunk to a size of about 1,000 feet, exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Hua lolo, shio, shio. In the next moment, the three Blood Sea clones crumbled at the same time and merged into the majestic Blood Sea under their feet. Then, a figure of a raging ape appeared from the Blood Sea. It was only about 3 feet tall, but the aura emitted from its body had already reached the level of a terrifying fourth-stage Universe Supreme. 2 faint sounds were heard, and the majestic Blood Sea under their feet shrank rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a faint bloody light and shot out from between Yi Xian's eyebrows and disappeared. As for the bloody mist that had just spread out from the Blood Sea, with a wave of the raging ape's hand, an incomparably majestic and shapeless force instantly spread out from it. It enveloped an area of tens of thousands of miles and swept everything into its body. It immediately sent it into the Shunnong cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. After doing all this, Yi Xian turned to look at the 9-colored flame sea that was thousands of miles away. With a thought, the flame sea shrank into a 9-colored light the size of a firefly and entered Yi Xian's body. At the same time, the bloody mist formed by the explosion of the other first-stage Supreme Being's body also whizzed toward him. The raging ape waved his hand and sent it into the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space within the Shunnong cauldron to start the blood essence condensation at full speed. In the blink of an eye, the last 2 first-stage Supreme Beings were killed. At this point, Yi Xian had 5 pieces of Supreme Blood Essence, which was the minimum requirement to make a batch of level 28 Supreme Being pills. However, with only 5 pieces of Supreme Blood Essence, even with Yi Xian's attainment in the art of pills and the full power of the Shunnong 9-colored flame, he could only make 1 level 28 Supreme Being pill at most. The probability of making 2 pills was less than 10%. It was almost impossible. Right now, Yi Xian's own cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Universe Master Realm. He still had 6 small levels to break through before he could swallow a level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill and step into the Universe Supreme Realm. After becoming a Universe Supreme, he still had to go through 9 more minor breakthroughs. Only when he reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Universe Supreme would he be qualified to swallow a level 28 Supreme Treasure Pill. In other words, Yi Xian still needed to break through 15 levels before he could take a level 28 Supreme Being pill. There was no need to rush, so there was no need to start the condensation now. I've already obtained the minimum requirement of 5 pieces of Supreme Being blood essence, Yi Xian thought. Yi Xian's eyes. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's eyes shone with a bright light as he muttered to himself, with my current cultivation level, I still need to break through 15 small stages before I can swallow a level 28 Supreme Expert's pellet. In other words, after this, the Supreme Blood Essence would still be hunted and collected, trying to maximize the amount of Supreme Blood Essence as much as possible. Transform. And there are still 4 Universe Supreme Beings in this mosquito forbidden land. Speaking of which, Raging Ape turned around and gazed into the distance at a gigantic star of ferocious beasts in the distance. Previously, there were still 9 Universe Supreme Beings in this huge ferocious mosquito forbidden land. Among them, 3 were early-stage Supreme Beings from level 1 to level 3, and 3 were mid-stage Supreme Beings from level 4 to level 6. The last 3 were level 7 Universe Supreme Beings, and they had just stepped into this level. Late-stage Supreme Beings. Yi Xian was now a level 3 Universe Master, and if he activated the Demon Ape bloodline in his body, he would be a level 4 Universe Master. If he could unleash the 9th transformation of the 9 transformation Demonic Ape bloodline technique, he would become a 4th level Universe Supreme. Of course, with the addition of the boundless energy and blood within his 60 million miles long body, his actual combat power would be boosted by another small level. That meant he would be as strong as a level 5 Universe Supreme. And if he performed the Blood Sea technique and activated the power of his other bodies, he would have 3 Blood Sea bodies instantly. And all of them would have the terrifying combat power of a level 5 Universe Supreme. Under such circumstances, Even a level 6 intermediate supreme being would be killed by him in a 3-on-1 battle. As for a level 7 advanced supreme being, it was hard to say. Even if he besieged him and fought him in a 3-on-1 battle, he would only be severely injured. It was because of this reason that Yi Xian did not think too much before he took action. He gave up on the 3 level 7 advanced supreme beings. He even gritted his teeth and gave up on the strongest rank 6 supremes among the 6 remaining early-middle supremes. His only goal was to ensure that he had at least 5 supremes blood essences to refine a rank 28 supreme elixir pellet. To be able to get them safely. And now, he had achieved this minimum goal. And due to the different circumstances, Yi Xian changed his original plan. He would not refuse any supreme blood essences, and the more the better. There were still 4 universe supreme beings in this ferocious mosquito forbidden land. Those 3 late-stage sovereigns of the 7th step had also fallen. Even if Yi Xian were to use the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape's bloodline and activate the power of the Blood Sea secret technique's clone, 3 Blood Sea bodies with the combat power of a level 5 universe supreme being besieged by a level 7 advanced supreme being, the chances of successfully killing him were less than 30%. At most, they would only injure him severely. There was no point in doing so. He could only give up on the 3 level 7 advanced supreme beings. Perhaps he would have a chance to kill them after he had broken through 1 or 2 levels in the future. On the other hand, it was a different story for a peak mid-level feral supreme at rank 6. If the 3 Blood Sea clones with level 5 battle prowess fought together, there was a 40% chance of successfully killing the Blood Sea clones. 40% was already very tempting. It was worth the risk. Of course, the most important thing was that as Yi Xian extended his spirit consciousness, he could clearly sense that the level 6 supreme being had not escaped at all. He was still hiding in his star nest. Since you are courting death, then don't blame me for it. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he instantly gritted his teeth and made a decision. He would take advantage of the fact that there were no other unforeseen events to take the risk of making a final attack. He would try and see if he could kill this 6th-order sovereign and obtain another sovereign blood essence. Howl. After making the decision, the ferocious ape no longer hesitated. He raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar. Anyway, he had already exposed himself in the previous battle. Since that was the case, there was no need to hide anymore. It was only the last battle. If he wanted to fight, he would fight to his heart's content. Who? Chapter 45-54. At this moment, Yi Xian was finally recognized. When he killed the 2 first-stage supremes earlier, he had summoned the 9-colored sea of flames and even used the power of the Blood Sea secret technique to form 3 Blood Sea clones. However, at that time, the 3 Blood Sea clones were only 10,000 feet in size. Because their targets were supremes, their size had shrunk to about 1,000 feet. Being too big was inconvenient. It was because of this that the ferocious beasts in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land did not recognize him immediately. Now, Yi Xian had used the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape in his body. Moreover, he did not use the Blood Sea secret technique to control his size. As soon as his terrifying size of 60 million miles appeared, he was recognized immediately. After all, such a terrifying size was too unique. When the ferocious mosquito forbidden land had undergone a shocking change, Yi Xian had revealed his terrifying size of 60 million miles. That scene had long been deeply imprinted in the memories of the countless ferocious beasts in the forbidden areas who were lying on the ground and shivering in the surrounding voids and stars at that time. It was almost impossible to erase. This was a terrifying existence that could fight the 4 supremes in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land head-on. He had even scared away the 2 most powerful beings in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, the human elder and the desolate ancient mosquito. Although their cultivation had dropped by a whole realm because of the self-destruction of their bodies, they were still primordial supremes after all. None of the ferocious beasts in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land could forget that it was Yi Xian who had scared away the 2 supremes as soon as he appeared. Moreover, they had not hesitated to turn around and flee in panic. Even now, they had not returned. Although they did not understand why, facts were facts. From that moment on, The ferocious ape had left a deep impression in the hearts of the countless ferocious beasts in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land that they could not provoke. Moreover, after the two powerhouses fled in panic, the remaining two powerhouses were the two middle-aged men of the human race, who were originally at the primordial era. However, their cultivation dropped by an entire realm, and they were reduced to sixth-order supremes. Under his confinement, one of them was instantly killed, and the other was forced to self-destruct his divine soul, and thus perish. All of this was sufficient to prove the terror of this ferocious ape, and no one was willing to provoke such an existence. Swish, 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 swish. Almost at the next moment, countless sharp whistling sounds rang out. A large number of ferocious mosquito beasts and ferocious beasts of other races shot out from the atmosphere of the ferocious beasts in the nearby void. Without the slightest hesitation, they rushed to the void of the universe outside the atmosphere of the star and fled in all directions. They rushed to the edge of the forbidden mosquito land. It was clear that they were trying to escape from this place. These ferocious beasts were all scared, because today, this was the second time this devil-like violent ape had come to the vicious mosquito forbidden area. This place was clearly being targeted. Last time, he was entangled with the four supreme experts of the ferocious mosquito forbidden land. This time, he was making things difficult for those universe supremes. Who knew if he would vent his anger on ordinary ferocious beasts below the supreme being level the next time he came? In short, since he was targeted by such a terrifying demon god, he obviously couldn't stay in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land anymore. The only choice was to take advantage of the fact that the great calamity had not fallen on his head and quickly escape from here. Anyway, in this supreme forbidden area, there were no beings above the level of primordial supremes guarding it. This place didn't live up to its name, and it could collapse at any time. Swish, swish, swish. With this thought in mind, a large number of ferocious beasts rushed out of the atmosphere of the ferocious beasts in the surrounding void one after another and fled in panic. This scene was like the spreading of a plague. From near to far, it rapidly radiated towards the entire vast and boundless forbidden area of mosquitoes. It was really like the old saying, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Shoo. Right at this time, a figure shot out from the target star in front of them. He was also only 1,000 feet tall, and he had concealed his aura. He blended in with the large number of ferocious beasts rushing out from the star's atmosphere and shot into the distance. This guy was obviously trying to fish in troubled waters and take advantage of the chaos to escape. This was an ironback blue wolf with a full body of grey fur. He didn't look very eye-catching, but in reality, he was a powerful sixth-order supreme being. He was only one step away from stepping into the late-stage universe supreme being level. It was obvious that this fellow was also afraid of Yi Xian. This was because during a shocking turn of events in the forbidden area of the ferocious mosquitoes, Yi Xian had single-handedly sealed the two middle-aged men of the human clan, whose cultivation had fallen to the sixth-order sovereign level. In the end, they died one after another. Because of this, the ironback blue wolf didn't dare to take any chances, even though Yi Xian's strength was lower than his, being only a fourth-order supreme being. In any case, there was no benefit in staying, so he might as well not take the risk and take advantage of the chaos to escape. Unfortunately, his aura had already been locked onto by Yi Xian. Even if he concealed his strength, his figure was like a candle in the dark night in Yi Xian's perception. He was too eye-catching, and there was no way he could escape. "You want to leave now? It's too late." A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes, and he didn't hesitate. With a thought, a ray of 9-colored light shot out from between his eyebrows. It expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a vast sea of 9-colored flames, covering a radius of 10,000 miles, blocking the ironback blue wolf's path. The ironback blue wolf and its surroundings were all sealed. Blood Sea secret technique. In the next moment, Yi Xian roared softly, and the 60 million miles long giant ape collapsed in an instant, turning into a sea of blood that merged into the sea of 9-colored flames. Almost at the same time, from this vast sea of 9-colored flames, 3 huge figures that were at least 10,000 feet tall rose from the ground at the same time, surrounding the ironback blue wolf in a triangle formation, trapping it in the middle. "Go to hell!" Boom boom boom, bang! Before the roar fell, An earth-shattering explosion sounded. The three Blood Sea avatars attacked at the same time, and there was no suspense in what happened next. In the blink of an eye, the three Blood Sea avatars swayed, and directly punched the ironback blue wolf in the middle of the sea of blood, directly disintegrated into powder. The huge body completely exploded into a brilliant bloody mist, and then spread out. Shio! A faint whistling sound rang out, and the Blood Sea avatars waved their hands at the same time. In the blink of an eye, an incomparably majestic invisible chi rolled out from their bodies, enveloping a radius of 10 million miles. The majestic bloody mist that had just spread out was all swept up and absorbed into their bodies, and immediately sent into the Shunnong cauldron to spread out the blood. Chapter 45-55. Screech. Screech, screech, screech. In the blink of an eye, another powerful Stage 6 Supreme had fallen. This scene was witnessed by the countless ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Lands who were fleeing in all directions. Instantly, the wave of panic became even more intense. Countless ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Lands let out violent howls, revealing endless fear and terror. Spurred by the desire to survive, they shot toward the edge of the Forbidden Mosquito Land at an even faster speed. Yi Xian did not care about these at all. With a wave of his hand, rays of light shot out from the interior of the ironback blue wolf's lair in front of him, penetrating the atmosphere and shooting directly into his body. These were the various top-grade cultivation resources obtained from the ironback blue wolf's lair. After all, the target this time was a Universe Supreme, an existence second only to the Primordial Supreme and the great beings of the Primordial era. Obviously, there would be many good things in his hands, and he could not miss out on these. In fact, when he killed the other 5 fellows earlier, Yi Xian did not miss out on collecting resources as well. No matter how short the time was, he would still collect them. This ironback blue wolf was indeed rich. Among the various top-grade cultivation resources that were collected by Yi Xian in his undying world, there were some extremely precious items that even Yi Xian was very tempted. At this moment, he suddenly recalled the shocking unforeseen event that happened not long ago in the Forbidden Mosquito Land. That time, after Xingbo left, the human elder and the primordial ferocious beast, who originally had the cultivation of a primordial supreme, fled in panic after possessing the original bodies of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. The last 2 fellows who were left behind originally had the terrifying cultivation of a primordial supreme, but because of the self-destruction of their physical bodies, their cultivation fell to Stage 6 Supreme. Without exception, all of them died at the hands of Yi Xian. Unfortunately, Yi Xian entered the deepest region of the Forbidden Mosquito Land and searched the lair of Xingbo, the 3 men, and the beast, but did not find anything. This was understandable. Xingbo was about to leave, and these 4 fellows had long since made preparations to self-detonate before heading out to search for opportunities to seize bodies. The lair had naturally been cleaned up long ago, so how could there be any good items left behind? This matter made Yi Xian feel rather regretful, but there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, his return to the ferocious mosquito forbidden area this time had allowed him to gain quite a bit. Up until now, he'd already obtained 6 precious exalted blood essences and all the top-rate cultivation resources within the lairs of these 6 formidable exalted beings. It was absolutely a great harvest. Damn it. Sure enough, it's this fierce ape. What is he trying to do? He's actually hunting Universe Supremes. In such a short time, 6 of the 9 supreme beings left in the fearsome mosquito forbidden land have died. Crazy. He's definitely crazy. Isn't he afraid of provoking public anger? At this moment, numerous furious roars resounded from the distance in another direction, and they revealed boundless indignation. However, one could clearly notice a wisp of terror amongst them. These were the voices of divine senses, and all of them revealed the powerful auras of Universe Supremes, and they weren't at the early or middle stage, but at the late stage of the 7th level. Without a doubt, these 3 fellows were the last 3 7th-level Supremes left in the fearsome mosquito forbidden land. There's no need to tangle with him. This fierce ape is crazy. Let's leave quickly. Such reckless hunting of Universe Supremes will definitely incur public anger. There are many top-tier and even super-supreme forbidden lands and supreme star areas on both sides of the Milky Way star field. Although we can't do anything to him, The great beings of the Primordial Era and Supreme Primordial Era can definitely deal with him. That's right. We must expose this matter. There's no need to tangle with him here. Let's split up, Shio, Shio, Shio. As these voices of divine senses were heard again, 3 beams of light shot out from the 3 giant beastly stars in the distance. In the blink of an eye, they rushed out of the atmosphere of the stars and flew in 3 different directions. 7th level Supremes? Looking at the 3 beams of light rushing out and going in different directions, Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly as he turned to look at them. He murmured, if the 3 7th level Supremes were to gather together, I wouldn't be able to do anything. But now, since you're going to split up, if I grit my teeth and fight with all my might, it won't be too difficult to kill one of them. The success rate is at least above 50%. That's enough. Thinking of this, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. He moved his body and immediately chased after the beam of light on the right. He let out a furious roar, giving off a feeling that he was about to go berserk. Howl. The one in front, don't run. Stay and fight for another 300 rounds. I promise I won't beat the *T out of you. Howl. Howl. The 3 Universe Supremes, who were fleeing in different directions, shuddered at the same time when they heard those words and roared in anger. Although they were late-stage sovereigns and their cultivations were stronger than Yi Xian's, what Yi Xian had done the last time the ferocious mosquito forbidden area had left a deep impression on them. It could be said that in the depths of their hearts, these 3 late-stage Supremes were all fearful of Yi Xian. They didn't want to provoke him at all. At this moment, hearing his words, they let out an earth-shattering roar. This was clearly a sign that it was about to go berserk. It was already difficult to deal with an ordinary ferocious star beast when it went berserk. However, this was a star berserk ape that was known for its violent temperament, and it had such a fierce reputation in the past that even 2 Primordial Era Supreme beings were frightened by it and left in a hurry. If they were to stay and fight with it, they would definitely be beaten to a pulp. At the thought of this, the 3 late-stage Supremes trembled again. Without any hesitation, they rushed in different directions at a much faster speed. Seeing this, Yi Xian was relieved. He knew that everything was fine. Cold light flashed in his eyes. In an instant, a 9-colored light shot out from between his eyebrows and rushed toward the late-stage Supremes on the right. Although this light looked insignificant, as small as a firefly, its speed was much faster than lightning. This was the result of Yi Xian activating the domain power of the Shunnong Cauldron to the extreme. Xiao, the 9-colored light shot out, and in just 2 breaths of time, it had already arrived near the late-stage sovereign on the right. Immediately after, with a thought from Yi Xian, the tiny 9-colored light that was like a firefly instantly expanded in the wind. In less than half a breath, it turned into a vast 9-colored sea of flames, covering a radius of tens of thousands of miles. It blocked the late-stage Supreme's path and surroundings. Howl. Chapter 45-56. What's the point of asking such nonsense? Whoosh, as he spoke, Bao Yuan's figure shot forward and soon arrived at the edge of the 9-colored sea of flames. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian let out a light roar in the next moment. The enormous ape that was 60 million kilometers long instantly collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that merged into the 9-colored sea of flames in front of him. Almost at the same time, 3 gigantic figures that were millions of miles long rose from the ground in the vast 9-colored sea of flames. They surrounded the trapped late-stage Supreme being in a triangle formation, trapping him in the middle. Since you can't leave, why don't you have a good fight with me? Speaking of which, I haven't killed a late-stage Supreme being yet. Boom, boom, boom. Before the furious roar had died down, a world-shaking explosion rang out. The 3 Blood Sea clones attacked at the same time. They were trapped in the center, and their bodies were enveloped in a ball of light. It was impossible to see clearly, and it was impossible to tell what kind of astral ferocious beast they belonged to. The late-stage Supreme being attacked. You're too arrogant, Bao Yuan. Even if you have the Blood Sea secret technique and can condense 3 avatars of the same battle strength, you still can't kill me. As the 3 Blood Sea avatars attacked at the same time, the late-stage Supreme being in the middle said disdainfully. At this moment, he calmed down. Since he was already trapped, it was useless no matter how angry he was. Buzz, a low buzzing sound was heard. The late-stage Supreme Being, whose figure was originally shrouded in a halo and couldn't be seen clearly, seemed to have used some kind of secret technique. A layer of green light shrouded his entire body. This scene was similar to the scene of the two middle-aged humans whose realms had dropped. Bang! Bang bang! 3 earth-shattering explosions were heard. The 3 Blood Sea avatars' punches landed on the green light shroud at the same time. Unfortunately, although the green light shroud shook violently, it resisted and wasn't broken in the end. See, Bao Yuan, the strength of your 3 Blood Sea avatars is merely between the 4th and 5th levels of the Supreme Realm, while your main body is a late-stage Supreme Realm of the 7th levels. Before the earth-shattering explosion had even subsided, the voice of the late-stage Supreme Being rang out from within the azure light barrier. This time, he was much more relaxed, and there was even a hint of mockery in his voice. Our strength is not on the same level. Even if it's just a layer of energy shield, you won't be able to blast it open. Although your 9-colored flame sea can trap me here, since you can't break this energy shield, what can you do to me? Don't forget, you don't have much time left. Very soon, the primordial masters and even the supreme masters of the ancients from the other forbidden lands will arrive. When that time comes, you won't be able to escape even if you have the 9-colored flame sea. At this point, there was a brief moment of silence in the cyan light barrier. But very soon, the late-stage Supreme Master, who had not revealed his true appearance until now, suddenly changed the topic, and his tone became persuasive. Bao Yuan, there is no enmity between you and me. Why do you have to do this? If this battle continues, you won't be able to get any benefits. On the contrary, the longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for you. If there really is a Supreme Master of the ancient desolate realm from the other forbidden lands, it will be too late for you to regret, retreat. It's still not too late to leave now. Bao Yuan, this is all I have to say. You, don't make a mistake. After saying these words, the late-stage Supreme Master in the cyan light barrier did not say anything else, as if he was certain that Yi Xian could not do anything to him. He was probably secretly pleased with himself within the cyan light barrier at this moment. Don't make a mistake. I won't give you this sentence. Because today, you will definitely die. Roar. As the late-stage Supreme Master finished speaking, Yi Xian's voice rang out from the mouths of the 3 Blood Sea avatars at the same time. Then, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the 3 Blood Sea avatars at the same time. In the next moment, the Bao Yuan avatar and the Black Fog avatar roared again, and one from the left and one from the right, attacked the late-stage Supreme Master in front of them, whose entire body was enveloped in the cyan light barrier. But the incomparably ferocious skeleton avatar stopped abruptly at this moment, and quickly raised its left arm. At this time, Yi Xian had no other choice. The other party was right. He did not have much time, and he had to end this battle as soon as possible. Therefore, he could only use the supreme skill, the heaven-falling bow, and fully activate it. Buzz. Almost at the same time, a weak low buzzing sound rang out. A ferocious energy bow rapidly formed on the left arm of the skeleton avatar. Its shape was rather ancient and mysterious, and the bow was made up of 3 parts. In the middle was a 2-headed monster, and its wide-open mouth was facing up and down. The upper and lower parts of the bow were 2 humanoid creatures with their bodies bowed. The 2-headed monster's wide-open mouth swallowed the 2 humanoid creatures' legs and a part of their calves respectively. The connecting point of the bow happened to be their painfully raised heads, and their mouths were where the bowstring was. Their hands were at the sides of their mouths. They seemed to be howling, and their expressions were inexplicably strange. A bowstring formed by countless fine golden threads was connected to the 2 humanoid creatures' wide mouths at both ends. Then, a golden energy arrow appeared on the bowstring. Soon, the eyes of the skeleton avatar also burst out with a strange golden glow, and it stretched out its right hand. It directly pinched the bowstring of the giant energy bow in its left hand, holding the energy arrow, and slowly pulled the bowstring. Buzz. An incomparably low buzzing sound suddenly rang out. At this moment, even the surrounding void seemed to have a formless wave, as if this arrow was only in the bowstring state, but the aura it emitted had already caused the void to tremble. Swoosh. An extremely sharp sound pierced through the air. At this moment, the skeleton avatar directly released its right hand that was pinching the golden energy arrow, and the energy arrow, which was already filled to the brim with power, instantly shot out. It seemed that even the void was instantly torn apart. As the golden arrow burst out, a trail of black flame-like waves appeared behind it. In the blink of an eye, the golden arrow whistled out at an extremely fast speed and instantly approached the boundless light shield. It directly pierced through it and rushed into the light shield. No, at this moment, a ruthless roar sounded, revealing endless unwillingness and despair. Unfortunately, this could not change anything. Everything that happened next was without suspense. In the blink of an eye, the late-stage supreme martial artist in the center of the sea of flames directly collapsed into powder. The huge body completely exploded into a dazzling bloody mist, and then spread out. Swoosh. Chapter 45-57. Shio. In the blink of an eye, the boundless sea of flames that enveloped an area of 10 million kilometers instantly condensed into a speck that looked like a firefly. It swiftly shot over and entered the space between Bao Yuan's brows before disappearing without a trace. At this time, Yi Xian had already removed the Blood Sea secret technique, and the 3 Blood Sea avatars disappeared. Currently, the cultivation aura emanating from his body was still that of a fourth-order universe supreme, but his figure was only about 3 meters tall. 7. The harvest this time is really a pleasant surprise. Just now, when this late-stage sovereign was killed, the number of sovereign blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had already reached a total of 7. Just these 7 sovereign blood essences alone were enough for him to refine 3 level 28 supreme treasure pellets. The fierce mosquito Forbidden Land is worthless now. 7 of the 9 supreme beings were killed, and 2 escaped. As he spoke, Yi Xian turned his head to look at the 3 enormous stars in the distant void. That was the lair of the 3 late-stage sovereigns that had just been killed and escaped. They left suddenly. Although the most important treasures must have been taken away, there might still be some left in the lairs. These were top-grade cultivation resources obtained from the lairs of supreme beings at the late stage of the 7th level. Even if they were not the most precious items, they were still very valuable to Yi Xian. He had not robbed the lairs of late-stage supreme beings before. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, he would not miss it. 1. Thinking of this, he immediately pushed his divine consciousness to the extreme, and it shrouded the 3 ferocious beast stars in the distance. Through the atmosphere of the stars, he entered the interior and started a thorough investigation. The next moment, Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on his face. He had indeed gained something, and it was not a small amount. The top-grade cultivation resources left in the 3 giant stars were even more valuable than the lairs of the iron-back blue wolf that he had plundered. There were rare treasures and medicines among them, and even Yi Xian was envious. Shio. Shio, shio, shio. Then, with Yi Xian's thought, the sharp sound of something breaking through the air was heard. In the distant void, rays of light shot out from the 3 giant stars. A large amount of rare top-grade cultivation resources were all wrapped up and sent into the undying world in Yi Xian's body. After finishing all this, he did not hesitate and did not delay any longer. He directly activated the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system in his body. His figure turned into a ray of light and directly disappeared on the spot. This time, the interstellar coordinate jump point that he had locked onto was still the same as before. When his figure reappeared, he was already near the nesting star that nurtured his strongest avatar. Divine Yi Xian extended his divine sense and confirmed that the lairs of the lairs and its surroundings were as usual. After a while, he turned into a ray of light and went into the core of the giant abandoned star used for closed-door training. Therefore, after the last battle, he immediately returned here because Yi Xian was about to enter closed-door training to break through another level of cultivation. In the previous battle, he had used all his strength to activate the fallen sky bow. His blood, qi, and true yuan in his body were almost depleted. Although he had not reached the point of breaking through, in addition to the continuous battles, the time for another breakthrough had arrived. Shio. With a wave of his hand, the farmer god cauldron was summoned and suspended in the core space of the giant abandoned star. Shio. 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 Then, Yi Xian stepped into the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. After sitting down cross-legged, he waved his hand and the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Very quickly. Soon, Rays of light shot out and suspended in front of him. They were all cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body. After doing all this, Yi Xian immediately activated the domain of the farmer god cauldron. After compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist, he swallowed them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Hua lolo. In the next moment, the expected clanking sound of the chains came from all over the place, ringing continuously in his body. This time, there was still only one shackle that appeared within Yi Xian's body. This was within his expectations. After all, he was already at the middle stage of the Universe Master stage. It was basically impossible for him to have 2 consecutive breakthroughs or 3 consecutive breakthroughs like before. After sighing with emotion for a moment, Yi Xian quickly focused his attention and used all his strength to activate the great river of energy that had just formed in his body. He circulated it through the 100 meridians in his body over and over again, accumulating his strength. The heart-wrenching pain came quickly and enveloped Yi Xian's entire body and mind. However, to him, this was no longer a big deal. It had long become a daily occurrence. Following, time passed slowly. Yi Xian focused all his attention and performed a great cycle of circulation with all his strength. This time, the progress of his breakthrough was obviously slower than usual. After a full 7 days, the huge river of energy that had formed in his body was finally completely refined. Tight. Then, with just a single impact, this incomparably thick shackle chain had already been broken. When this shackle completely broke, the anticipated system prompt sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm, 4th stage Universe Master. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body's blood energy. Current realm, 4th stage Universe Master. 4th stage Universe Master. Previously, Yi Xian's original body's cultivation was at 3rd stage Universe Master. Once the power of the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body was activated, he could ascend to 4th stage Universe Master. If he performed the 9 demon ape transformations technique, he could reach the 9th transformation. Battle his strength immediately soared to 4th stage Universe Supreme Master. With the addition of the majestic blood energy of his physical body, he was comparable to a 5th stage Supreme Master. Now, after another breakthrough, after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, Qing at this moment, he had the power of a 5th stage Universe Master. If he performed the 9 demon ape transformations bloodline technique and directly entered the 9th transformation, his peak combat power could reach 5th stage Universe Supreme Master. If taking into account the terrifying blood energy of his 60-million-mile-long physical body under the 9th transformation of the violent ape, his combat power could basically be compared to a 6th stage Universe Supreme Master. A 6th stage Universe Supreme Master was already at the peak of the middle stage Universe Supreme Master. He was only one step away from entering the late stage Universe Supreme Master. Yi Xian still had the Blood Sea secret technique. Once he performed the clone power of this secret technique, he could condense 3 Blood Sea clones with the power of a 6th stage Universe Supreme Master. If he encountered a late stage Universe Supreme Master of the 7th stage Universe Supreme Master in a 3-on-1 battle, he wouldn't need to use the Fallen Sky Bow to kill the opponent. As for an 8th stage Universe Supreme Master, Yi Xian could also kill him if he used the Fallen Sky Bow. Even if he encountered a 9th stage Universe Supreme Master, which was a quasi-primordial Supreme Master, he could barely ensure his own safety. Chapter 4558. Even though I've made another breakthrough, I still don't have the power and qualification to face the great beings of the primordial era head-on. It seems that my current level of cultivation is far from enough. I have to continue improving and making breakthroughs. With a flash of cold light, Yi Xian murmured softly. However, after becoming a mid-stage Universe Master, every breakthrough is more difficult than before. This time, it took me 7 days, which is a clear proof of that. In the past, even if I had just made a breakthrough, I could have clenched my teeth and continued to cultivate in seclusion if necessary. I was certain that I could forcibly make another breakthrough, but now that I've become a mid-stage Universe Master, there's basically no such possibility. If I want to continue cultivating in seclusion, I'll have to go through many battles to consolidate and digest what I've gained from my previous breakthroughs. At this point, Yi Xian paused for a moment, then clenched his teeth and made a decision. If that's the case, I'll continue to hunt. On the one hand, I'll train myself through the battles to consolidate my cultivation and what I've gained after the breakthrough. On the other hand, I'll also get more supreme blood essence. However, this time, I'm afraid I can only wait for an opportunity to strike secretly like before. After a thunderous strike, I'll immediately withdraw and go far away. After all, with the escape of the two late-stage supreme beings from the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, many beings in the supreme forbidden lands on the right side of the Milky Way have their eyes on me again. In the beginning, I only hunted emperors, followed by universe knights and universe masters. Now, in less than a year, I've started to hunt universe supremes. This is too strange. I'm afraid even the great beings of the primordial era have become vigilant. Even the supreme beings of the universe must be in danger. In other words, either no one has their eyes on me this time, or if there is, it's at least a great being of the primordial era, or even a supreme being of the primordial era. So, for safety's sake, the only choice is to change places and start to hunt. At this point, he didn't hesitate anymore. He stood up and stepped out of the mouth of Farmer God Cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the cauldron entered his body. Then, Yi Xian activated the Blood Sea secret technique and turned his body into a tiny drop of blood. Then, he performed a perfect vibration spiritual power secret technique and concealed the blood drop. The terrifying pressure of a 5th-level Universe Supreme was perfectly concealed. True, after making sure that nothing was wrong, he rushed out of the abandoned star in an instant. He rushed toward the right bank of the Milky Way in front of him, where there were a large number of forbidden areas and star regions. Then, he rushed toward it. After 10 days or so, Yi Xian once again arrived at the right bank of the Milky Way, an area surrounded by a large number of forbidden lands and star regions. This time, he didn't stop at the middle section of the right bank of the Milky Way, nor did he go to the right side of the right bank where the mosquito forbidden area was located. Instead, he went to the left side of the right bank of the Milky Way. He planned to choose a suitable high-level forbidden area to make his move in this area. In the ultimate forbidden lands and ultimate starfields, the most powerful being was the supreme ancient desolation. And in the ultimate forbidden lands and ultimate starfields, the most powerful being was the supreme ancient desolation. As for the ultimate forbidden lands, the most powerful being was the supreme ancient desolation. However, the number varied. Some ultimate forbidden lands only had one supreme ancient desolation, while others had 2 or 3 supreme ancient desolation, or even more. One of Yi Xian's goals was to continue hunting. Although it included obtaining more supreme blood essence along the way, it wasn't the main goal anymore. The main goal was to find the supreme ancient desolation and fight them. Through bloody battles, he could train himself. Therefore, unless it was necessary, he wouldn't even use the Blood Sea secret technique's power of his body. Instead, he would only use the violent ape body to fight and kill his opponent. Whoosh! An almost undetectable sound broke through the air. Yi Xian, who had concealed all his aura, transformed into a drop of blood and rushed into the edge of a ultimate forbidden land in front of him. Yi Xian hadn't been to this ultimate forbidden land before, so he didn't know what its level was. However, it didn't matter. He could kill any undying ferocious beast in the ultimate forbidden land and search its soul, and he could instantly obtain everything he wanted to know. After entering this ultimate forbidden land, a figure appeared in Yi Xian's vision in the ultimate forbidden land, about 100 million miles ahead of him in the ultimate forbidden land. This space ferocious beast's cultivation level met the requirements. It was an undying Marquis. Now, a space ferocious beast with the cultivation level of an undying Marquis was no different from a real ant in Yi Xian's eyes. He didn't even need to reveal too much of his aura to kill it easily. Whoosh! With a thought, Yi Xian's body disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already beside the undying Marquis. He didn't even remove the perfect vibration of his spiritual power. He only released a small part of his power, and the undying Marquis body completely exploded. No, when this bloody mist spread out, An extremely strong suction force wrapped up all the bloody mist and sent it into the farmer god cauldron in his body. Wan Yixian didn't care about this Marquis blood essence anymore, but he couldn't let this bloody mist spread in the ultimate forbidden land. It was extremely inappropriate. If it attracted some unnecessary attention, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Then, at the same time, within the bloody mist, a strand of remnant soul was swept up by Yixian. He directly absorbed it into his body and started to search its soul. After a short period of time, Yixian had basically found out everything about this forbidden area. Fortunately, this was indeed a senior ultimate forbidden land. While there were not many Universe Supremes guarding this ultimate forbidden land, but there were also not many Universe Supremes guarding this ultimate forbidden land. Until, of the two Universe Supremes, one was a 5th-level Universe Supremes, and the other was a 4th-level Universe Supremes. Now, when Yixian performed the 9th transformation of the 9 demonic ape transformation bloodline technique in his body, the cultivation level displayed was a 5th-level Universe Supremes. However, if one were to include the majestic energy and blood within his enormous body, his true combat power would be boosted by another level, which was a 6th-level Universe Supremes. If, now, fighting one against two Universe Supremes at 4th-level Universe Supremes and 5th-level Universe Supremes at the same time would be the best way for Yixian to train himself, if that's the case, then there's no need to hesitate. My first stop shall be here. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate anymore. As he muttered to himself, a ray of cold light flashed across his eyes. Before he finished speaking, his body had already transformed into an invisible ray of light and shot toward the deepest part of the ultimate forbidden land. Then, Chapter 4559. Shio. A faint sound broke through the air, and an invisible light rushed in from the edge of this senior supreme forbidden land at a speed faster than lightning. It went straight to the deepest part of the forbidden land. This light was Yixian, who had performed the Blood Sea secret technique and transformed into a drop of blood. Although his body was small, he was now in the 9th form of the 9 changes of demonic ape bloodline technique, so his power was at the level of a 5th-level Universe Supreme. If he deactivated the Blood Sea secret technique and restored the size of the drop of blood to the size of 60 million miles in size of the space-violent ape, then the boundless and terrifying power of blood in such a huge body would be able to increase his power. He would, as a result, his combat power was boosted by another level, and he was now comparable to a 6th-order Universe Supremacy. Of course, if he were to use the power of the Blood Sea secret technique, then Yixian would instantly condense 3 Blood Sea clones that all had the battle prowess of a 6th-order sovereign, but this time, he didn't intend to do so. Because, the reason why he had come to this advanced Supreme Forbidden Area was not to kill Universe Supreme beings and obtain Supreme Blood Essence. But, he wanted to use the battle to train himself, digest the gains from the previous breakthrough, and find an opportunity to break through again in a short time. In that case, it was naturally impossible for him to use the power of the Blood Sea secret technique and form 3 Blood Sea clones to defeat him with numbers. That would be the exact opposite of his goal. Shio. At extreme speed, the drop of blood that Yixian had transformed into crossed the distance of the endless void in the blink of an eye and arrived at the deepest part of this senior supreme forbidden land. Before, about 200 million miles away, 2 giant star beasts appeared in his field of vision. One was on the left and one was on the right, and they were only about 200 to 300 million miles away from each other. It was exactly what Yixian wanted. It was exactly what he wanted. With a thought, he removed the perfect vibration of the spiritual power secret technique that concealed his body and all his aura. In an instant, the tiny blood drop that was like a firefly appeared. Although it looked inconspicuous, the aura of the blood drop was extremely terrifying. It was at the level of a 5th-level Universe Supreme. At this moment, everyone in the ultimate Forbidden Grounds felt the powerful pressure of a 5th-stage sovereign. Countless ferocious beasts on the ferocious beasts' stars trembled in fear. Then, even Universe Masters hid in their nests and didn't dare to show their faces. However, in the 2 giant ferocious beast stars 200 million kilometers ahead, 2 extremely powerful auras instantly surged out. That was, even compared to Yixian's aura. On the left, the giant beast star on the side exuded the aura of a 5th-order Universe Supreme. On the right, There was another ferocious beast star that was 200 to 300 million miles away. The aura that emanated from it was that of a fourth-level universe supreme, raw. Get out. Feeling the fierceness of the two supreme auras, Yi Xian's fighting spirit was fully aroused at that moment. Following an earth-shattering roar, this drop of blood that was as weak as a firefly instantly expanded with the wind. In less than half a breath, it had already transformed into a terrifying violent ape that was 60 million kilometers in size. This enormous ape was almost the same size as the two giant star beasts in front, and it was even slightly bigger. At this moment, the aura emanating from Raging Star Ape's body was still that of a fifth-level universe supreme, but in fact, due to the terrifying power of blood and chi in such a huge body, Raging Star Ape's combat power was comparable to that of a sixth-level universe supreme. Boom! Hong! Without the slightest hesitation, a cold light flashed in its eyes, and the violent star ape suddenly threw two punches from 2 to 300 million kilometers away toward the two giant ferocious stars on the left and right in front of it. Peng! Peng! 2. An earth-shattering explosion was heard, and the two giant star beasts exploded almost at the same time. Countless beasts within the star beasts were bleeding, and without a sound, they exploded into blood mist. Shio! 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 At the same time, as the two giant star beasts exploded, rays of light shot toward the violent ape from the inside of the star. There were a number of them. There was a lot of them, and they covered the sky and earth. As if attracted by a powerful force, they were extremely fast and disappeared into the body of the violent ape in the blink of an eye. These rays of light were all top-tier cultivation resources from the two giant star beasts. They were the private belongings of the two universe supreme beings guarding this senior forbidden land. However, on the one hand, they were caught off guard by the violent ape's sudden attack. On the other hand, the violent ape's current combat power was comparable to a sixth-stage supreme being, and his divine sense was extremely powerful. He locked onto the various top-tier resources that appeared after the two star beasts exploded and collected them immediately. The supreme-level existences guarding these two ferocious beast stars couldn't stop it at all. In the blink of an eye, the various top-tier cultivation resources that they had collected for many years were taken away by the invading enemy and sent into the undying world in their bodies. It was definitely a slap in the face, and it could instantly arouse the anger of these two supreme beings to the extreme. This was also the purpose of Yi Xian's actions. He came here to train himself with a great battle, but he didn't have the time to play with these two guys slowly. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Yi Xian. Therefore, he had to completely enrage the other party from the beginning, so that the battle would enter a real white-hot state from the moment it began. His purpose had obviously been achieved. The effect of this was unexpectedly good. Raw. Violent ape, you bandit. This is simply a blatant robbery. Immediately hand over all the cultivation resources, including your own share, or else, die. Screech. In an instant, earth-shattering roars and howls rang out. Then, two huge figures rushed out from the two giant ferocious beast stars that were rumbling and exploding. These were two blood-horned devil antelopes, and their bodies were actually tens of millions of miles long. The aura of cultivation emitted from their bodies was that of a fourth-stage supreme being and a fifth-stage supreme being. At this moment, as soon as they rushed out of the beast's nest that had exploded in an instant, the two blood-horned devil antelopes immediately raised their hooves in the void space, and their bodies were wrapped in a thick blood fog that couldn't be dispersed. One on the left and one on the right, with their heads lowered and the huge blood-colored horns on their heads, they charged toward Yi Xian angrily. Although it was said that the body of the violent ape was huge, at least 60 million miles long, but the aura of cultivation emitted from his body was only that of a fifth-stage supreme. Between the two of them, one was an existence of the same level, and the other was only a small level weaker. No matter how one looked at this battle, they had the upper hand, so there was no fear at all. Chapter 4560. The two of you are really extraordinarily confident. Hearing that, Yi Zichen laughed. Hearing the two bloodhorn devil antelopes' words, Yi Xian was so angry that he almost laughed. Roar. Since that's the case, this Star Lord won't take advantage of you today and crush you with my sixth-order venerable strength. I want to see if the two of you can take away this Star-Lord's cultivation resources." After raising his head and roaring, Yi Xian's divine sense sounded again, and the violent star ape's 60 million li long body began to shrink in an instant. Short in less than half a breath, he had shrunk to 10 million li long, and was no different from the two bloodhorn devil antelopes charging at him from the left and right. With this, Yi Xian used the Blood Sea secret technique to shrink his body. His originally 60 million li long body's boundless vitality was instantly weakened to the extreme. Today's Yi Xian's cultivation strength was no longer comparable to a 6th-order venerable, but compared to a 5th-order venerable, he was still slightly stronger, but only by a very limited amount. He was between the 6th-order venerable and 5th-order venerable. Fighting these two bloodhorn devil antelopes with this kind of cultivation strength would maximize the effect of training Yi Xian. Not only that, not only would he not use the fallen sky bow and other supreme divine abilities in this battle, but he would also not use the Shenong 9-colored flame and the big-headed black stick. From the beginning to the end, he would use his bare fists to fight these two bloodhorn devil antelopes, who had similar cultivation strength. This way, he would be able to quickly digest the gains in his body from the previous breakthrough and welcome the opportunity to break through again. This was indeed very helpless, but Yi Xian had no choice. After entering the mid-stage Universe Lord realm, the time required for each breakthrough became longer and longer, and he urgently needed to increase his cultivation strength, so he simply did not have enough time to wait for the opportunity to break through again and again. Only, using this method to forcefully fight for it. Swish, as soon as his body shrunk, Yi Xian immediately used void teleportation. With a shake of his shoulders, his colossal body instantly disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was behind the bloody horn devil antelope on the right in the blink of an eye. Without the slightest hesitation, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he clenched his fist and punched. Boom! Bang! Amidst the rolling thunder, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. This 4th-order venerable bloodhorn devil antelope's entire right leg exploded. Awoo! This attack was caught off guard, and it was obviously extremely heavy. The pitiful bloodhorn devil antelope actually raised its head and let out a wolf howl under the intense pain. It was incomparably mournful and caused one to shed tears. No. Universe Supremes were not so easy to kill. Even First-Order Supremes were like that, not to mention this bloody horned devil antelope, who had the powerful cultivation of a 4th-order universe supremacy. Compared to Yi Xian, it was only a small order weaker. Although this punch had caused him to suffer a significant loss, it was obviously far from enough to kill him. In the blink of an eye, the majestic chi and blood from the explosion of its huge right hind leg seemed to be sucked in by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, it surged into the body of the bloody horn devil antelope. At the same time, the bloody horned devil antelope's right hind leg that had just exploded regrew at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than half a breath, it had already recovered to its original state. Just like that, it was as if the scene just now had never happened. All of this was within Yi Xian's expectations, but he did not care at all. His goal was not to kill these two bloody horned devil antelopes as quickly as possible, but to use them as sparring partners to hone himself as much as possible. While Yi Xian had used all his strength in that punch just now, and the power in his body had surged to the extreme, the effect of honing himself had obviously been achieved. But this was far from enough. He needed more to digest the gains from the previous breakthrough and welcome a new breakthrough opportunity. Roar. Again. Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. After raising his head and roaring, his figure flashed and rushed towards the 5th-order bloody horned devil antelope on the other side, raising his fist and punching. Bao Yuan, you're only a 5th-order venerable, yet you're delusional enough to challenge the two of us at the same time. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Today, we must make you stay. Even if we can't kill you, don't think you can escape easily. If you don't hand over all the cultivation resources, the two of us will bite you to death and hunt you down. Roar. Seeing Yi Xian's figure rush over, a trace of disdain flashed across the 5th-order bloody horned devil antelope's eyes, and the voice of its divine sense was transmitted. Finally, with a violent roar, the 5th-order bloody horned devil antelope lowered its head, and the incomparably ferocious blood-colored horn on its head instantly stabbed towards Bao Yuan's abdomen. However, if a fifth-stage sovereign, whose cultivation was similar to his, were to attack with all his strength, were to be struck by this ferocious blood-colored giant horn, then Yi Xian would instantly have his intestines flowing out. Although, it was impossible for him to die here, and it might not even be considered a serious injury. However, this kind of situation was obviously not something he was willing to accept. Grind training oneself wasn't asking to be abused. Yi Xian needed to fight without holding back, and not be injured. Xiao. In an instant, he activated the void teleportation, and his figure disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind the fifth-order bloody-horned devil antelope. Almost at the same time, Bao Yuan's right fist suddenly punched out. Boom. Rumbling thunder resounded in the void. With this attack, all the power in Yi Xian's body surged, giving him a kind of incisive and carefree feeling. Are you the only one who can use the void teleportation? This is really interesting. Unfortunately, just as he punched out, the fifth-order bloody-horned devil antelope's divine sense voice sounded, revealing endless ridicule. Fruit, however, just as Yi Xian's fist was about to hit its back, the fifth-order bloody-horned devil antelope's figure instantly disappeared. Just like Yi Xian, it also used the void teleportation at the most critical moment. Moreover, it wasn't just him. Xiao. An imperceptible sound of breaking through the air rang out. On the other side of the void, the fourth-order bloody-horned devil antelope's figure instantly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was directly behind Yi Xian. Without making a sound, it bent its head down and immediately pierced towards Bao Yuan's back with the ferocious blood horn on its head. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Right just as he was about to dodge to the right, a layer of fine rippling scales that looked like fish scales appeared in the void of the universe on his right. It was clearly the sign of the void teleportation. The position that the fifth-order bloody-horned devil antelope chose to appear after this teleportation was coincidentally on the right side of Yi Xian, directly sealing off his path of retreat. Next, in an instant, the figure of the fifth-order bloody-horned devil antelope appeared. With a raise of its right hoof, it directly stomped towards Yi Xian's chest. At this moment, a mocking voice filled with endless disdain rang out. GGG. Chapter 4561. Making a mountain out of a molehill? Laro mustering a large force. Such words were senseless and strange, but in an instant, Yi Xian became vigilant. Bang! The sound was heard, and Yi Xian's mind was filled with anger. He had only hurriedly dodged the hoof of the demonic antelope. Although he was not hit in the chest, half of his left shoulder was hit and turned into a bloody mist. But at the same time, Yi Xian had also avoided the attack of the bloodhorn of the demonic antelope of the fourth order behind him. His figure took advantage of the momentum to fly hundreds of millions of kilometers away. This could only be considered a small injury. When Yi Xian's figure stabilized, half of his shoulder, which had just been blown off, had already completely recovered. Yi Xian didn't care about all of this at all. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the violent ape as it swept its gaze across the two bloodhorn devil antelopes. The voice of its divine sense rang out. Are you guys acting? Deliberately stalling for time? This place. It's clearly a trap. TSK, TSK, TSK. Even if I accidentally let it slip, so what if you know about it? A few supreme experts will arrive soon. Violent ape, today, you won't be able to escape. Boom. Rumble. Amidst the strange laughter, the two bloodhorn devil antelopes admitted it on the spot. Then, without saying anything else, their bodies flashed, and they once again charged towards Yi Xian from the left and right. Who said that this Star Lord would escape? Since you want to die quickly, this Star Lord. I will do as you wish. A cold light flashed in his eyes. As soon as the voice came out of his mouth, he suddenly waved his hand. Swish. Swish, with a faint sound of breaking through the air, a tiny nine-colored light that was like a firefly instantly shot out. Welcome. As the storm expanded, it turned into an incomparably dazzling nine-colored sea of flames in the blink of an eye. It enveloped the void of the universe within a radius of 10,000 miles, and its speed was even faster to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, It had already arrived in front of the demonic antelope of the fifth step on the left. While blocking its path, it also circled around it from all directions. In less than half a breath's time, it was already trapped within the nine-colored sea of flames. Several almost at the same time, the huge body of the violent ape collapsed on the spot. It transformed into a scarlet sea of blood and shot through the sky like a waterfall. Its speed was also extremely fast. Wink in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived behind the fourth order supreme devil antelope. In an instant, the blood-red chain expanded, transforming into a sea of blood that sealed off the fourth order supreme devil antelope from all directions. Roar, 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 without any suspense, an earth-shattering roar rang out. This is in this boundless sea of blood that covered thousands of miles of the void, three enormous figures rose from the ground. Zalthe took up positions in a triangle formation and surrounded the grade 4 demonic antelope. Sway then, before the furious roar had died down, the three Bloodsea avatars that had just risen from the ground swung their fists at the same time, bombarding the center of the besieged area with all their might. Bang! An earth-shattering boom rang out as the rank 4 devil antelope fought 1 against 3. Moreover, these three were all Bloodsea clones whose battle prowess was comparable to that of a rank 6 sovereign. He, without the slightest bit of resistance, he didn't even have the chance to wail. Under this joint attack, his huge body had already turned into a bloody mist with a strong smell and spread out. Roar! At the same time, in the void hundreds of millions of miles away to the left, a second earth-shattering sound rang out. This was the rank 5 devil antelope's earth-shattering roar as its eyes were about to split open. Don't worry, it's your turn soon. Yi Xian's voice came out, and at the same time, the three Bloodsea avatars collapsed at the same time, turning into a rain of blood that merged into the boundless sea of blood beneath their feet. Hualala, whoosh, whoosh. A weak splash and the sound of breaking through the air rang out, and the boundless sea of blood beneath their feet quickly shrank. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a weak bloody light and shot over, entering the nine-colored flame sea that trapped the demonic antelope. Rumble, at the same time, within the nine-colored flame sea, the three Bloodsea avatars rose from the ground at the same time. Their eyes flashed with a cold light as they punched towards the demonic antelope in the center. The entire boundless nine-colored flame sea was also activated at this moment. With an unstoppable and terrifying might, it compressed and crushed towards the center of the sea of flames, boom, bang, facing the crushing power of the nine-colored flame sea and the joint attack of the three Bloodsea avatars with the terrifying cultivation of the sixth-order sovereign. The demonic antelope of the fifth step couldn't possibly withstand it. In the blink of an eye, his body had already been crushed by the terrifying pressure of the nine-colored flame sea, turning into a majestic blood mist that whistled through the air, and he fell. Whoosh! With a light sigh, the other two Bloodsea avatars collapsed and disappeared into the nine-colored flame sea beneath their feet. At this moment, Bao Yuan waved his hand, and in the blink of an eye, the boundless blood mist that had just spread out from the sea of blood was swept up. After absorbing it into his body, he immediately sent it into the Shengnong cauldron and began the blood essence condensation. After doing all this, Yi Xian thought for a moment, and the sea of flames shrank, turning into a nine-colored light the size of a firefly, and entered his body. Until now, the two middle-stage sovereign demonic antelopes in this high-level forbidden area were all killed by him in just a few breaths of time. As a result, the number of sovereign blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had reached a shocking 9. However, in his heart, he didn't feel much joy. Although after experiencing the earth-shattering battle just now, the gains from the previous breakthrough had been completely digested and integrated into his body, and the opportunity for another breakthrough had arrived. However, in this battle, Yi Xian's expectations were originally going to be even more intense and vivid. How unexpectedly, something unexpected happened midway, forcing him to kill the two blood-horned demonic antelopes as quickly as possible. Such as this really made him feel like he hadn't enjoyed himself to the fullest, and there was a kind of knot in his chest that he really couldn't get rid of. But now that the situation was like this, no matter how unwilling he was, he could only leave. These two blood-horned demonic antelopes wouldn't joke about this kind of thing. If nothing unexpected happened, several ancient almighty existences from an unknown forbidden area were rushing over here at top speed. Such as if only one of them arrived, it would be extremely difficult for Yi Xian to leave. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. He immediately contacted the devouring system in his body, wanting to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability and leave. Also, it was at this moment that an inexplicable invisible pressure suddenly descended out of thin air. In less than a tenth of a breath, it had completely enveloped the vast void of this high-level forbidden area. Yi Xian's expression suddenly changed. This was clearly the rhythm of the arrival of a certain ancient almighty. Facing an existence of this level, he could no longer smoothly activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability and leave in an instant. This time, he had really failed miserably. Chapter 4562. Just as Yi Xian was about to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body and leave in an instant, an inexplicable invisible pressure suddenly descended out of thin air. In less than a tenth of a breath, it had completely enveloped the vast void of this high-level forbidden area. It was clear that a desolate-era almighty expert had already arrived here. The pressure in his body had been pushed to the extreme, and had already locked this void. After all, it was a desolate-era almighty expert with extraordinary means and unpredictable mysterious secret methods. Under this kind of pressure, even if Yi Xian had the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the devouring system in his body, it would be impossible for him to leave in an instant. When these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's expression suddenly changed. Without any hesitation, he immediately used the Blood Sea secret method to shrink his body to only a few feet tall. At the same time, he waved his hand and immediately summoned the Shunnong cauldron. Swoosh! A weak sound of breaking through the air rang out, and a ray of light shot out. As it expanded with the wind, it instantly turned into a treasured cauldron that was larger than a star. Without any hesitation, as soon as the Shunnong cauldron was summoned, Yi Xian immediately stepped forward. In a flash, he arrived at the mouth of the Shunnong cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog and sat down cross-legged. Until, at this moment, his heart that was hanging in his throat finally settled down, but it was only half down. Because, with the Shunnong cauldron, not to mention the Desolate-era Almighty Expert, even the Desolate-era Supreme Expert would not be able to hurt Yi Xian. Only existences at the level of the Primeval Heaven's Eye or Xingbo would be able to do anything to him. However, that was all. No one else could hurt him. However, with the Primordial Era's supreme beings surrounding him and eyeing him covetously, it was impossible for Yi Xian to successfully withdraw from the battle. Except, it was not the headless corpse, but for this matter, Yi Xian did not dare to expect too much. That guy would only react when Yi Xian was facing a life and death crisis. In a situation like now, where he was only trapped and could ensure his own safety, the headless corpse would most likely ignore him. Boom. Rumble. Also, at this moment, in the surrounding void, thunderous booms rang out, accompanied by the crisp sound of ripping. This was the sound of powerful existences tearing through the void. A cold light flashed in Shen's eyes. He immediately turned his head and looked in the direction of the commotion. While because of this, the expression on his face instantly darkened, it wasn't just one powerful existence that was tearing through space to descend. There were 12 of them. Among them, there were 4 great beings from the Primordial Era and 8 Universe Supreme beings, but they were all covered by a layer of light, so it was impossible to tell what kind of space beasts they were. It was even impossible to determine whether they were space beasts or great beings of the remnants. What made him feel uneasy was that the 12 descending existences were all stronger than Yi Xian. Needless to say, there were 4 remote antiquity great masters. 2 of them were in the early stage and the other 2 were in the middle stage. None of them were Yi Xian's match. Even the 8 Universe Supremes were no match for Yi Xian in a one-on-one battle. The 8 Universe Supremes were all beings in the later stage of this realm. The weakest one was at the 7th level of the Universe Supremes, and the strongest one was at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Universe Supremes. In other words, he was a great being from the Primordial Era. Previously, Yi Xian had been rather disdainful towards the words of the 2 blood-horned devil antelopes. But now, after seeing the 12 existences that were tearing through space and descending with a rumbling sound, even he had this feeling in his heart, just to deal with him, this group of beings was indeed making a mountain out of a molehill. He suspected that they were making a mountain out of a molehill. With such a luxurious lineup, if half of them came, Yi Xian wouldn't even know how to escape today. Now, there were 12 of them, and he was even more perplexed. It could be said that if the headless infant corpse didn't make a move, there was almost no chance for him to escape. Even if he hid in the Shunnong cauldron, he might not be absolutely safe. These were 4 great beings from the primordial era. Who knew if they had any special tricks up their sleeves? Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At this moment, as the rumbling thunder in the void disappeared, a faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out one after another. These 12 powerful beings had finally all descended on this senior supreme forbidden area. Swoosh. As the cracks in the surrounding void rapidly closed up, 12 fine rays of light shot out. In the blink of an eye, they had turned into 12 light balls with a radius of 10,000 feet. They were of different colors, and they surrounded the Shunnong cauldron 500 million miles away. Among them, the 4 strongest light balls that emitted the aura of the great beings from the primordial era were located in the north, south, east, and west. The other 8 light balls that emitted the aura of a late-stage supreme being were in groups of 2, and they were interspersed between the 2 light balls of the great beings. The 12 light balls were like 12/5 of a clock. They surrounded the Shunnong cauldron 500 million miles away. It was absolutely impossible to escape this rhythm. As they descended, after a short moment of silence, within the 12 light balls, a voice of divine consciousness could be heard one after another. Shunnong cauldron. It's the Shunnong cauldron. This is a primordial treasure of the primordial era. I didn't expect it to fall into the hands of this ferocious ape. And he even refined the Shunnong strange flame in the cauldron to the level of 9-colored godly flame. From the looks of it, he must have mastered some kind of unique technique to improve his cultivation level rapidly because of this cauldron. This raging ape, at first, only hunted emperors, then universe knights, and then universe masters. Now, he has started to hunt universe supreme masters. Luo Feng thought to himself. This shows that the secret technique he has mastered is extremely powerful. Today, no matter what, we must find out the truth. No wonder this ferocious ape is so lucky. He has been hunting in the supreme forbidden areas on the right bank of the Milky Way, but he has never been killed. With the protection of the Shunnong cauldron, even we can't do anything to him. Can't do anything to him? The 9-colored godly flame in the cauldron is so powerful that even the supreme beings of the primordial era don't dare to touch it easily, let alone the great beings of the primordial era. If this man activates a sea of flames, we can only avoid it temporarily. However, if that's the case, he still can't escape and will be followed by us. Even if he activates the 9-colored sea of flames, with our cultivation level, he will be able to defeat us. But this doesn't seem to be good news, because although this ferocious ape can't hurt us and has no chance to escape, we can't do anything to him either. At least for now, it seems that this is the case. If this drags on, although it's not good for him, it's not good for us either. It seems that we have to make another plan. Chapter 4563. As the voice of the divine thought spread out, the 12 light clusters around fell into silence again in an instant. There was no sound coming out from them. If unsurprisingly, they should be communicating secretly and discussing countermeasures to deal with the situation in front of them. Based on the conversation just now, Yi Xian could be sure that they had no way to deal with him for the time being. If this made him feel more at ease. After pondering for a while, he decided not to pay attention to this first. Anyway, there was no point in being anxious, so he might as well provoke this bunch of fellows. In order to stimulate them, the best way was naturally to break through again in front of these 12 powerful existences as if no one else was present. First, during the battle with the 2 bloody-horned demon antelopes, Yi Xian had basically digested all the gains from his previous breakthrough and integrated them into his flesh, blood, and godly soul. If now, the opportunity to make another breakthrough had arrived. Although it was only a small breakthrough, it was almost meaningless in the current predicament. But now, Yi Xian had to be prepared for a long-term response. If he couldn't find a chance to escape, the only way was to make a breakthrough to the level of a universe supreme. If Yi Xian could activate the bloodline of the demon ape in his body and perform the bloodline power of the 9 changes of demon ape to the state of the 9th change, he could at least have the combat power of a level 2 great being in the primordial era. If at that time, he might not necessarily be unable to find an opportunity to escape. If his true power was only at the level of a level 4 universe master, there were still 5 small breakthroughs to be made before he could swallow a level 27 supreme treasure pill that could help him break through to the level of a universe supreme. If no matter what, it was better to make a breakthrough one step at a time than to suddenly make a last-minute effort. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's eyes shone brightly. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the domain of the Shunnong Cauldron and activated the power of concealing his power. After that, although his body didn't move, he broke free from the state of the 9th change. Thus, his cultivation level dropped to the 5th level Universe Master in an instant. However, due to the concealment of the Shunnong Cauldron's domain, the powerful existences within the 12 balls of light are completely unable to detect them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After everything was ready, a faint sound of breaking through the air rang out, and streaks of light instantly shot out. Floating in front of Yi Xian, they were all cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world within his body. After doing all of this, he immediately activated the Shunnong Cauldron's domain and compressed all of the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent fist before swallowing them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Hualala! The infant fist ball melted in his mouth, turning into a majestic river of energy. While under the stimulation of the great river of energy, in the next instant, the expected clanging sound of chains came from all directions and sounded out from within Yi Xian's body. This time, there was still only one shackle that appeared in Yi Xian's body. This was something that was already expected. For a mid-level universe master, it was basically impossible to have 2 consecutive breaks or 3 consecutive breaks like before. Yi Xian had long been mentally prepared. With the appearance of the shackle, Yi Xian focused and activated the great river of energy that had just formed in his body with all his might. He activated the great circulatory cycle in all the meridians in his body, accumulating power. A few moments later, however, in the next instant, a heart-wrenching pain came quickly, enveloping Yi Xian's entire body and mind. However, he didn't care. He was still expressionless and focused. Time passed slowly. During this process, Yi Xian focused all his attention and activated the great circulatory cycle with all his might. Another 7 days later, the great river of energy that had formed in his body was finally completely refined. Immediately afterwards, with just a single impact, this incomparably thick shackle chain had already been broken. When this shackle completely broke, the anticipated system prompt sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm, 5th level universe master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the physical body energy and blood. Current realm, 5th level universe master. 5th level universe master. He was only 4 small ranks away from the 9th level Great Circle Eternity Lord realm required to consume the level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill. Previously, Yi Xian's original body's cultivation level was at the 4th level Universe Master level. After activating the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, he could climb to the 5th level Universe Master level. If he used the 9 demon ape transformations again and reached the 9th transformation, his combat power would immediately soar to the 5th level Universe Supreme level. If he added on the boundless energy and blood of his physical body, his true combat power would be comparable to that of a 6th level Supreme level Master. This time, he had another breakthrough. After activating the demon ape bloodline in his body, he instantly had the power of a 6th level Universe Master. When he unleashed the 9 demonic ape transformations bloodline ability and entered the 9th transformation, his combat power would reach the level of a 6th level Universe Supreme. Also, that was the pinnacle of the intermediate Jizuan realm, just a single step away from the advanced Jizuan realm. Key as a matter of fact, if the terrifying vital energy and blood within his enormous body under the 9th transformation of the violent ape was included, then his true combat strength was basically comparable to a late-stage 7th order Exol. If Yi Xian executed the Blood Sea secret art and pushed his avatar's power to the limit, he would be able to condense 3 Blood Sea avatars with 7th Order Venerable battle prowess. Yi Xian would be able to kill a late 8th Order Venerable in a 3-on-1 battle. As for a peak stage 9th Order Venerable, which was equivalent to a supreme being from the Desolation era, Yi Xian also had the ability to kill them if he used the Fallen Sky Bow. Unfortunately, if he were to face a true supreme being from the Desolation era, the current Yi Xian wouldn't be able to hurt him unless he borrowed the power of the Headless Infant Corpse. It was really frustrating. A 5th level Eternity Lord? If that's the case, my strongest combat power has reached the 7th level Universe Supreme level, and if necessary, I can summon 3 Blood Sea avatars with the same combat power to fight any enemy at the same time. What a pity, it's still far from enough in the current situation. If only there was a chance to usher in a great battle and quickly find another opportunity to break through. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he activated the 9 Demonic Ape Transformation's bloodline ability to the 9th transformation. However, under the effect of the Blood Sea avatar's power, his body didn't change at all.